各位领导、使
distinguished officials, diplomatic envoys, representatives, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, dear friends, good morning. Welcome to the 8th China Global Think Tank Innovation Forum.
Diplomats, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you, and welcome to the 8th China Global Think Tank Innovation Annual Conference 2023.
中国智库
This event was established in 2016 and it's been running for 7 events, and it has become a representative annual event for a think tank.
Center for China and Globalization and the Think Tanks and Civil Societies program of the University of Pennsylvania in 2016. It has since been held for 7 consecutive years and has become one of China's most representative annual think tank conferences on the global stage.
本次第
This is the 8th China Global Think Tank Innovation Forum. It has been co-organized by CCG and CPAFFC. It has brought together the famous leaders of think tanks of the world and researchers and scholars, and we will develop solutions to global challenges and create a vision for a better future.
And Globalization and the China Association for Friendship, bringing together renowned leaders of think tanks and research scholars from around the world to formulate solutions to global challenges, look into the future, and build a forward-looking vision together.
首先
First, we would like to invite Mr. Wang Huiyao, founder and president of the CCG and former counselor to China State Council, to make a welcoming speech.
欢迎
尊敬的杨万明会
Mr. Yang Aming, Mr. Jiang Jianguo, Mr. Gao Wanming,
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. So, welcome to the 8th China and Global Think Tank Innovation Forum. As the president of the Center for China and Globalization, I'm very honored to stand before you today as the organizer and also to try to work with our partners to welcome all of you. And we gather here today actually for the first time. You know, some people will ask me, where's your Zoom link? I said, we have no Zoom link. We are totally offline. So this is really a great achievement. Thank for all of you to come here today. So the world is really undergoing profound changes, and the context in which we gather today is marked by formidable headwinds in the domain of globalization, escalating geopolitical risk, enduring disruptions caused by the pandemic, and of course, the conflicts we are seeing right now happening. The challenges are captured by the theme of our first roundtable. Actually, we're having quite a few roundtables. The first one is the global order at the crossroads. And indeed, the world is undergoing enormous, tremendous transformation. And it's cause for us to enhance dialogue and build consensus as we collectively navigate in the path forward. So it's really a great honor to extend a welcome to more than 100 distinguished guests, think tankers, including from international and China, 80 think tanks around, not only from China, but all over the world. And this conference has attracted a substantial global interest with many diplomatic corps representative attending, and also media outlets attending, and also of our think tank fellows and from all China and here in Beijing. We're going to hear the opening remarks by our distinguished honored guest today from China. I know that President Yang Wanming has just hosted some of the rival guests last night. We had a very good discussion. 12 of them all spoke, had a deep dialogue. We already had our first discussion yesterday evening. So thank President Yang again for hosting us. So our schedule for the next 2 days is really packed with insightful discussions. On today, we're going to have roundtables as we planned. And this morning section will focus on the critical topics of a global order. You know, we are in a multipolar world, but where is the order to sustain that? And we bring together some of the brightest mind in the field to discuss the perspective. And in the afternoon, our attention will turn on to the China-Western relations with a particularly focus on the China-US relation and how we can build a sustainable global engagement platform and going forward. Last month, CCG just held its 9th annual think tank forum, China Globalization Forum, and we actually invited the Chinese climate envoy, Minister Xie Zhenghua, and also American Ambassador Nick Burns and EU Ambassador Toledo, that we actually discussed how the climate three, the 3 largest economy and the 3 largest emitters, can work together. And we had a very fruitful discussion at that time. So for tomorrow, actually, we're going to have a very special event, co-organized with the European Policy Center, the EU-China think tank exchanges. And this event promised to be furnish further invaluable insights into the China-EU relations and collaboration with the sphere of global challenges and global cooperation. We just has the Joseph Borrell, the High Representative of the EU, visited China not too long ago. So as we embark on this intellectual journey over the next 2 days, we are filled with a sense of optimism and responsibility, but also we have a lot of concerns. We are delighted to meet experts and thought leaders from various international think tanks, which I think this is by far the largest think tank gathering in China since 2019. So each of you bring the unique perspective and wealth of knowledge to this table, which is very important. And it is the first time we had a lot of face-to-face dialogue, frank discussions, and constructive, roundtable discussion. And this will serve as a source of inspiration for China and, of course, for the world as we collectively address present challenges of our time. Together, we can work towards a world marked by peace and prosperity, as we all hoped for. So to conclude, I once again want to extend a warm welcome to all of you, and I really look forward to engage in fruitful discussions and forging meaningful connections in these 2 days ahead. And let's really embrace this opportunity to work together towards a more stable, prosperous, and harmonious global development. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Wang.
感谢王辉耀先生的精彩。
I want to thank Mr. Wang Huiyao for the wonderful remarks. And now I'd like to invite Mr. Yang Wanming, President of the CPAFFC, to speak. Mr. Jiang Jianguo, Mr. Wang Huiyao, Mr. Gao Wanming, distinguished guests, representatives from think tanks, good morning. First, on behalf of the CPAFFC, I would like to extend my warmest welcome to you all. Welcome to the 8th China Global Think Tank Innovation Forum. This is the first time for the CPAFFC to work in partnership with the CCG to host this event. So I'd like to take this opportunity to briefly introduce the CPAFFC. It was established in 1954. It is a national, non-governmental foreign affairs organization. We have our branches in many provinces, autonomous regions, and municipalities, and many other cities in China. Next year, we will celebrate the 70th anniversary of our organization. In the past 7 decades, the CPAFFC has established partnerships with over 500 countries in over 150 countries in the world. And many of them are actually think tanks, 500 organizations. A brief review of the past 17 years shows that we have been engaging in developing friendship, making friends, promoting peace and development. We have been promoting local exchanges between China and other countries.
The establishment of sister city relationship is also an important job that we do. By the end of September 2023, China's provinces, autonomous regions, and municipalities have established 2,950 sisterhood city relations with 590 states and provinces and 1,820 cities in 145 countries in the world. Our association is also an NGO with a full consultative status at UN ECOSOC and participates in activities organized by the UN in all areas and to pass on the views and opinions of the Chinese people on global issues. Our international exchanges cover trade and economics, education, culture, politics and diplomacy. But I think that among these, the most important is a frank exchange of views. President Xi says that the bonds between the people holds the key to state-to-state relations. For us to have this close bond between the people, we need to have an echo in the minds of our peoples to reach an agreement. So I think that in this aspect, think tanks have an important role to play. So this forum acts as an important platform to lay a solid foundation for our future dialogue. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I had the honor to receive 16 distinguished representatives at the CPPFCC, and we had a frank exchange of views. I think that we agreed on 4 things. First is, in today's world, peace and development, stability and prosperity. We face challenges on all these fronts. We need more dialogue, cooperation, and communications. Secondly, a pluralistic or diverse development of economy and development is what is needed. We should advocate multilateralism, the authority of the United Nations. Third, we need to strengthen reform of global governance system, and it should be an important part of our global agenda. Countries should coordinate together for a better global governance system. And and forth. Dialogue and exchanges are indispensable in furthering our mutual understanding. We should oppose bloc confrontation and bloc politics, strengthen dialogue and exchanges. In today's world, we are far from being tranquil. Regional conflicts emerge from time to time. The economic recovery is still not satisfactory. The development gap is increasing. So we need new thoughts and methods from us think tanks to give new hope and new directions to world development. That's why I think that we have this word innovation in the name of this forum. 10 years ago, President Xi Jinping proposed the building of a community of shared future for the building of a world of sustainable peace, of common security, and of common prosperity. We also need the world to be more open and inclusive, and green and sustainable. So the proposal of this community of shared future provides new thinking and insights in us building a new vision for the world to come. So now, in addition, China proposed the Belt and Road Initiative, the Global Development, Global Security, and Global Civilization initiatives, which brought new significance and meaning to this concept of a community of shared future. China is not only a proponent of this new idea, it is also a practitioner. 5 days ago, the third Belt and Road Forum of international cooperation was held in Beijing. Over the past decade, the Belt and Road has materialized from an idea and vision into practical results. In terms of hard connections with the China-Laos Railway, Jakarta-Bandung Railway, Budapest, Serbia-Hungary Railway, the Mombasa-Nairobi Railway, and the Piraeus port have been put into use. China-EU trains have connected the Eurasia continent. In terms of soft connections, the RCEP has come into effect for the 15 signatories. China has signed 21 FTAs with 28 countries. In terms of new connections, China has signed the mutual recognition of higher education degrees with 45 countries, and cultural and touristic cooperation agreements with Belt and Road countries. In terms of trade, over the past 10 years, total trade with relevant Belt and Road countries reached $19.1 trillion with an annual increase of 6.4%. Two-way investment exceeded $380 billion, among which China's ODI reached $240 billion. So at the opening ceremony of the third Belt and Road Forum, President Xi Jinping also announced 8 actions to support Belt and Road, including a 3D multi-tiered connectivity network, supporting the building of an open economy, pragmatic cooperation, promoting green development, scientific innovation, people-to-people ties, a road of integrity, as well as the improvement to the Belt and Road International Cooperation Mechanism. These further showcases China's resolution to promote the building of a community of shared future. So, as these actions are become realities, more countries will meet with new opportunities for rapid development. More people, more population will have a better off life, and will be able to inject new momentum to building the community of shared future. Ladies and gentlemen, more than 2,000 years ago, ancient Chinese thinkers have advocated for unity in diversity, and they pursue this noble vision of nobility, and of harmony and living together in peace, and a world where justice reigns. After 2,000 years, China proposed and implements the Belt and Road Initiative to promote the building of a community of shared future, with the hope that connectivity and mutual benefit could help the entire world. President Xi said that if the world does well, China will do good. If China does well, the world would become better. But at the same time, we also realized that this good vision of building this community is a long historical process. We need to work relentlessly, and we need to win the understanding and support from all peoples in the world. Think tanks help form opinions and ideas and policies. So you are all distinguished scholars in your respective areas, and you're influential people in your areas. So I hope that you could pay more attention to this important idea of this community of shared future, and to give insight and input in your contributions to this the connotations of this concept for a better world and a better future for our future generations. Finally, I wish this forum a complete success. Thank you very much. Honorable President Wang Huiyao, President Yang Wanming, President Gao Anming, dear friends, dear colleagues from think tanks, good morning. So in ancient China, we used to say that friends of all ages gather together at a grand party. But I think that the ancient Chinese did not envisage such an occasion where wise people of different colors, of different using different languages, and coming from different cultural backgrounds gather together. It is because of globalization that we are now seeing this unfolding. At the Belt and Road Forum that just concluded last week, President Xi Jinping made the keynote speech, pointing out that China is modernizing itself to promote building China into a strong nation, and advocates that the modernization of the world should be a modernization featuring peace and development, mutually beneficial cooperation, and common prosperity. At this juncture, we are in an era full of conflicts and challenges. Multiple crises are facing us with geopolitical tensions, energy and food crises, climate change, terrorism, transborder organized crime. These are existential threats. These have led to a sluggish global economic growth and deficit in the trust in the international community, and this contributes to the uncertainty in the world.
Fundamentally speaking, these crises are also global human rights crises. They are undermining human existence and development, and also they are affecting the common values of mankind. So the first thing we need to do is to respond to President Xi Jinping's proposal about the building of a shared community for mankind and the BRI and the 3 global initiatives. And we need to work for the largest denominator for common development, and we need to develop common understanding and work together to address the global risks and challenges in order to create a peaceful, cooperative, and win-win future for our future generations. First, existence is the precondition. The right to existence is the precondition for the enjoyment of all other rights. It is always the top right for us to work for. No matter what volatilities and conflicts the international community is suffering from, we must ensure the human existence. That is the bottom line. And no matter how many differences we have in terms of values, we must start with protecting subsistence or existence rights. Second, development is the key. We are facing a lot of shared global issues, and the root is imbalanced development. And we always believe that development is the key to promoting human rights and the key to all problems. The international community needs to work together in close cooperation to ensure that our development is inclusive, universal, and sustainable, and promote the individuality, capacity, and knowledge development in all societies so that all of the rights of mankind will be fully developed. And third, equality is the principle. We need to address the global issues, and we need to respect this sovereign equality, and we also need to work for individual equality. In this volatile international world, we need to pay more attention to the rights of the weak people and the disadvantaged people, including the women, children, and old people, etc., to ensure that all will enjoy dignity and basic rights. And fourth, respect is the cornerstone. We are facing different histories, national realities, ethnic traditions, and different civilizations. So the world is very rich, and now we have a lot of global issues which may be coming from conflicts of interest or the differences or prejudices in terms of ideology and civilizations. So China always believes that we need to learn from each other among different civilizations, and we need to respect each other and have more exchanges. And only by throwing away the prejudices can we reach consensus. In order to form consensus and achieve better cooperation, we need to engage in sincere exchanges. Exchanges will help us to increase mutual understanding and thereby promoting cooperation. Historically, the basis for international order is that the sovereign countries engage in good exchanges, and that will form a good international society. we actually started such exchanges from trade and people-to-people exchanges. The exchanges and cooperation between different think tanks is an important form and content of people-to-people exchanges because the think tanks can connect with the government as well as the people, and the exchanges among think tanks will help us to reduce political misunderstandings and alleviate the conflicts of public opinions. Think tanks need to contribute to people-to-people exchanges. The CCG is an influential think tank with a lot of responsibilities and great vision. In recent years, it has made great contributions to boosting international political, economic, cultural, and educational exchanges. This event has also gradually become a great platform for Chinese and foreign scholars to exchange their ideas. We hope that the CCG will really always be innovative and be open to new ideas and bring together national interests and the interests of all mankind, and always give top priority to the common destiny and welfare of mankind. I hope that it will draw wisdom through the exchanges and demonstrate its responsibilities in the face of the challenges and promote exchanges and cooperation in order to ensure that global governance continue to work in a way that is fair and justable. That is all for my speech. Thank you very much.
谢谢蒋部长。下面有请中国外文出版发行事业局副局长兼总编辑高岸明先生发表特别致辞，有请。
Now for our second special remark, let's warmly welcome Mr. Gao Anming, Vice President and Editor-in-Chief, China International Communications Group.
Mr. Jiang Jianguo, Mr. Yang Wanming, Mr. Wang Huiyao, distinguished experts, distinguished guests, dear friends, good morning. I'm very pleased to join you, friends, old and new, in Beijing for this important event. The 3-year COVID-19 has already passed. And now we are meeting here face-to-face in Beijing. So I'm deeply delighted about this opportunity. No matter how well developed the online meeting tools or how convenient they will never replace the offline face-to-face exchanges. So on behalf of the China International Communications Group, I would like to extend my warmest congratulations to you on the opening of this event. A year ago, the 20th Party Congress issued an important and sincere call for respecting diversity of civilizations and to use exchanges among civilizations to replace the differences, conflicts, or the sense of superiority among civilizations, and work together to promote the solution of global challenges. In March this year, President Xi Jinping also proposed the Global Civilization Initiative and further expanded on the new journey that China wants for the exchanges among different civilizations. At last week's Belt and Road Summit, China has actually taken further steps to deepen our civilization dialogue between BRI countries. Over the past year, the exchanges among different civilizations have shifted from concept to reality and from initiative to actions, and think tanks are actually an important part of this great process. In this post-COVID-19 era, the world has become more volatile. We are facing a lot of multiple challenges and crises, and we are facing also political conflicts and geopolitical tensions, and the global economy is sluggish, and we are facing more and more development gaps and also environmental climate change challenges, which are all affecting sustainable development. Just recently, we are also seeing the escalating Israel-Palestine conflict that actually tells us that there are many reasons for such conflicts and wars, but one thing we need to be aware of, that is to say, among different civilizations and ethnic groups and religions, there are still the kind of arrogance on the side of some parties. And what kind of outlook we have on civilization will affect the destiny of mankind if we do not walk away from the closed approach or conservative approach to civilization. We will never avoid the conflicts and confrontations, and we will never achieve sustained peace, harmony, and development. Think tanks are the creators of thoughts and producers of knowledge as well as promoters of policies, and they are very important in guiding the trend of the era, and they should shoulder the responsibility for promoting the exchanges among different civilizations, dissolving the conflicts among civilizations, and building a shared future for mankind. That is why we are holding this event today, to explore how think tank cooperation can better fulfill its responsibilities. So, on behalf of my organization, I'd like to pay tribute to CCG and CPAFFC, who are the hosts of this event. I'd like to this opportunity to share with you some of my observations too. We need to develop research on all kinds of cultures and promote the diversity of civilizations. The world is rich in civilizations. There's no superiority. Arrogance and prejudices usually come from ignorance and narrow-mindedness, and think tanks are the producers and of great thinking and promoters of policies. The more objective our ideas about other civilizations and the better judgment we have, then our thoughts are more mature and well developed. So we need to go beyond the fixed thinking and prejudices and be open to our research among different cultures and civilizations in order to build mutual understanding, respect, and empathy among different ethnic groups, religions, and cultures, and between the North and the East and the West and the South, in order to provide intellectual support for the exchanges among different civilizations. Second, we need to promote exchange of knowledge and uphold common values for mankind. Peace, development, equity, justice, democracy, and freedom are our common aspirations, and also the basic value as a foundation for the shared future for mankind. Think tanks need to work together to provide a good guiding role and carry out knowledge sharing and experience exchanges among different countries, and we should be open in understanding and interpreting the values of different civilizations, and we should be against ideological conflicts. The Academy of Contemporary China and World Studies It's also a supporting agency of this meeting, and we have been promoting the Contemporary China and World Knowledge Sharing Plan for many years. And we have also had the Knowledge Development Alliance vision, and we want to contribute to the global think tank knowledge sharing. And third, we also need to do a good job interpreting the policies and build a good international public opinion environment. Different civilizations have different language traditions, so there may be some misunderstandings in the dialogue. That is why we need the think tanks to contribute to better understanding and reading. That is why we have promoted the public knowledge sharing product. It is called the China Keywords. It is a series actually. We want to use the good expression to help domestic and foreign think tanks to better understand the major concepts of China in the new era. And I have noted that you will have keynote speeches and roundtables for this event that will also help us to eradicate the obstacles for better understanding. And fourth, we need to build good networks and bring our people more closely together. Think tanks are the important players in promoting people-to-people exchanges, and they play a key role in promoting the relationship among different people in terms of thinking and knowledge production.
I'm very happy to see that we have a wide representation of countries in this meeting. This stands for the friendship and goodwill for dialogue and exchanges. I hope that CCG could further leverage its role in communicating with think tanks in China and in the world to promote a better understanding between the peoples. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, mutual learning, it's not merely a concept, an initiative, it is what we actually should be doing daily. It is something that think tanks in the world should work for. The CICG was established in 1949. It is one of the largest. Comprehensive communication institution in China. It covers publications, education, and culture, dedicated to presenting China that is in all fronts and in all its colors. The ACCWS will take this forum as an opportunity to strengthen exchanges cooperation with think tanks and scholars in the world to better build these brands and of activities to promote progress of human civilizations. And finally, I wish this forum a complete success. Thank you.
So actually, we're now getting into our first big roundtable. So I'm so glad that we have so many representatives of different think tanks presented here today. And this is the purpose of the 8th China Global Think Tank Innovation Forum, which we normally invite 10, 20 think tank heads to present their views and ideas, and then to really talk about the issues that we are concerned about. This is really the opening panel of the think tank forum. So I'm very pleased that we're having so many distinguished think tank representatives presented here from both China and internationally, and from different countries, and from different institutions. And I know that this is really a big gathering, as I mentioned earlier, that first time probably since pandemic, and we have so many 150 people attending today. And later during the section, we also have Joseph Nye. He's coming on the road, and he'll join us. So let's start this global order at the crossroad, ways forward. I mean, think tanks is supposed to make recommendations, make suggestions, and also think hard about how, in this multipolar world, how we can really going forward. And as we know, the global order, as we know, since the Second World War, is at the crossroad now, and the world has changed profoundly. And of course, we have recent escalation of conflict in Middle East, but also ongoing war in Ukraine. I mean, the world is unsafe, compared with used to be. So, and economically, we are facing also challenges slowing down after pandemic. It's much fragmented now in terms of blocks being shaped in different parts of the world, and so the multilateralism, the global governance is eroding, and how can we really, tackle those challenges? I mean, and also China, of course, U.S., EU, and many other countries, Global South, we really need to work together. And so this is really a good occasion for all the representatives to give their views and ideas and recommendations, and how we can really, among this multiple crises we're facing, where are the way out? Where are the suggestions, and how we can make a consensus of that? So basically, we have proposed some questions, but we don't have to really work on around limited to that. And so, where do the attitudes of the countries converge or diverge? I mean, that's obvious. We've been seeing that on the state of the world and the future and world order. Where are we heading? So, what are the while the state of global distribution of the power, of course, has been also not really balanced sometimes. How can we really be more accommodating and cooperative, and also particularly facing those common threats like pandemic, like climate, and to be exact, and also what are the challenges, opportunities facing the think tanks today? I mean, we're all here today. So what I would like to have is let's have a roundtable discussion from selected representatives, and then we will have some time for comment and injections and Q&A. But let's first. I don't have any particular order, but let's do it in 3 or 4, not more than 5-minute approach, because we want to save some more time for other people to talk. So what I'd like to start, probably I will start with Mr. Rong Yin. He's the Vice President of the Institute of China, the China Institute of International Studies, which attached to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So after several minutes, and I would like to call him from Brookings to talk, and then we'll have Fabian from from BBC, and of course we'll have Dr. Kahita from Doha. So let's have some sampling of different views from different regions. So Mr. Rong, why not you start first?
Thank you very much, Professor Wang. It's a really great honor and privilege to speak as the first speaker, but I feel really overwhelmed. For such a big issue, I don't think we're going to solve in 3 minutes. Fortunately, I think the last weekend, actually, we together with colleagues from the United States and others, we discussed a little bit. So let me very briefly make 3 points. 1 point, 1 minute to one. First point is that it is indeed, as Professor Wang said in his opening remarks, that the current international order, whatever you call rule-based liberal international order, is not sort of sufficient or effective enough to address or to provide an answer to the challenges or the problems that we are having. Now, what would be the ways out, as I think the theme of this session said? I think there are several possibilities scenarios. One is something like we call the bifurcations with representing was United States or other China or others. I think this is not a good one, a good alternative, and we may all agree. The second was, of course, related to the fragmentation of the international order. The last one, which is I feel we may agree, is let's work hard to strive for a new international order that is more just, democratic, and inclusive. The big question, $1 trillion question, is how. The second, which leads to my second point, I think we have to be purposeful. That is, what will be the purpose of this international order? I think we all agree the current international order, whatever deficiencies or problems they have helped to some way to maintain peace and stability and development. But the problem is that how? So I would quote a sort of a vision, I think, just provided by President Xi in his remark statement at the last week's BRI forum. That is, let's see if we can work out or strive for international order that will help to build, to promote a global modernization of peaceful development, mutually beneficial cooperation, and prosperity for all. Now, that is what will be the China's vision or China's sort of plan for that. And I would again, to conclude my remarks in 30 minutes by formulating, highlight a formula I believe that can be simplified. The risk of oversimplification is 1, 2, 3. 1 is a visional idea, concept that the community will share the future. 2 is a two platform for China to strive for Chinese approach to modernization, and also I think the BRI, we call it high quality cooperation for BRI. 3 is of course the 3G, which you have to take it in a holistic way: global developed nation, the global security, and the global civilization initiative. And I think China is open, China is ready, and China certainly would very much work together with all the community, international community, to implement and put it into action of this vision. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rong. And yeah, very interesting. I think the last week President Xi mentioned about the global modernization. I think that's probably a new term that we have to think about how we can really pursue a collective global modernization. We have some modernization has happened in the developed world. China is catching up on the modernization, and how we can really get a global modernization. That's we need to improve the global governance. So I'd like to now turn to Colin. He's the global governance expert, a non-resident senior fellow at the Brookings, and has been focused on the global G20 global governance for a long time. So Colin, your turn, please.
Henry, thank you very much. It's a real privilege to be here at this first in-person large think tank gathering in China. I hope we can do the same in the United States. As has already been said, the China-West Dialogue, which I founded 4 years ago, which is with 10 other people from Europe, Canada, the United States, China, and Chile, has had now 30 Zoom sessions over the last 4 years involving 60 people from 17 countries. And the essential message of it is pluralism. Pluralism is the dominant geopolitical dynamic in the world, we think, and pluralizing the toxic U.S.-China relationship by the participation of Europe, the Global South, and middle powers around the world is the way to achieve the complexity, embrace the complexity of relationships and approaches to issues, which can then lead to the professionalization of the dialogue rather than the polemization of it, which the binary bipolar U.S. relationship tends to do. So it's a way of inserting in between these two powers that are having some difficulties relating to each other, other countries with other interests, other perspectives, and that it's precisely the diversity of perspectives which has the power of this idea to pluralize and diffuse and professionalize the relationship. So I'd like to ask the staff if they would to put up 4 examples and rotate them through as I'm talking of where pluralization, pluralism, and non-alignment has fit into the world. And stunningly, I've come upon a report that's just been released in Japan, which will be one of the things that will appear on the screen, written by, or led by Yoshida Soya and Mike Machizuki, who I happen to have known and worked with in the 1980s when he himself was at Brookings. I'm going to read you the first paragraph of this because I think it reflects precisely, Henry, the crossroads theme that you, and a way forward. And it stunningly comes from Japan, who normally you would think would be in lockstep with the United States. But the whole idea of pluralism is one, as an American, that I think is actually in the U.S. interests. So here's how they start. This is the opening 2 pages by Mr. Soya and Mike Machizuki. In 2018, we convened the Asia Futures Research Group because of concern about the intensification of U.S.-China geopolitical rivalry and increased risk of military clash in the Asia-Pacific region. The lack of balance in the Japanese public discourse, you could say the lack of balance in the U.S. public discourse about how Japan should address the evolving strategic environment in Asia deeply troubled us. We saw that not only Asia's future, but also Japan's future was at a strategic crossroads, which is what we're dealing with here. We therefore invited scholars and experts on Japanese foreign policy and international relations to join a multi-year project in order to develop a realistic and moderate Japanese strategy for Asia. The shortcomings of the national security strategy adopted by the Kishida Cabinet in December of 2022 confirmed the urgency of this task and the need to chart an alternative course for Japan. So this is differentiation in the strategic policy of Japan, which normally you would think would be in lockstep with the U.S. And I would argue that that's in the interest not only of Japan, but of the United States and of China, because it helps to pluralize and diffuse the tensions that are driving and dominating, worst of all, dominating the public discourse in the global arena, such that global governance stalls out. So, Henry, we've talked about this, businesses worry about reputational capital. Reputational capital, you probably would understand, is that if a firm produces a product that actually does the opposite of what it's supposed to do, somehow their brand name suffers. And I think one of the conclusions we've come to in the China-West dialogue over these 4 years is that the reputational capital of the U.S. and China is suffering because of the tension and the drama of the relationship and the narratives around it. So I think there needs to be a shift in that. And one way to think about it is, and try to induce changes within both Beijing and Washington, is to realize that the reputational capital of both countries would be enhanced the more we are able to demonstrate to the world that we are working together for the good of not only our own relationship, but the world as a whole, and not just going at each other because of value differences or ideological differences, or what I think are false formulations of binary choices between state and market, between democracy and autocracy, and which are basically destructive ways of framing the issues. The issues are much more complex. So that's the basic point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, colleague. Yeah, you talk about, we have to upgrade and innovative. I mean, this is an innovation think tank forum. So let's do some innovation also. So, on the narratives, on the ideas, on the thinking forward. So this is really great. I think we can't look at the world at the bipolar world and bifurcation. I mean, that's probably very, very dangerous. So now I would like to hear another poll from the EU, and we have the EPC President, Fabian Zulek. I mean, EPC is a well-known think tank in Brussels, and I know all the European leaders spoke at your think tank, but also including Chinese Ambassador Fu Chong there. So we are partnered with EPC for quite a few years. I'm very glad that Fabian, you come in 4 years' time. Now it's your turn to say something, please.
Thank you very much, and very happy to be here for the 8th China Global Think Tank Innovation Forum and also tomorrow's EU-China Think Tank Exchanges. And I want to give a special thanks to CCG and in particular Henry for the invitation, but also for the cooperation, which has been extremely productive. We've already heard also from Henry about how we live in more challenging times, so I think it's even more important to have frank and open exchanges and to foster mutual understanding. And I hope I will be able to contribute a bit to the understanding of what is happening in Europe and what Europe's priorities are in this challenging environment. Of course, I do not represent Europe, but I believe what I'm saying is the consensus view, not only in the EU institutions in Brussels, but also in our member states. And for Europe, the world changed with Russia's invasion of Ukraine, because it's questioning the basic tenet of European integration, that economic interdependence guarantees peace. So Europe is questioning this economic interdependence paradigm and whether it has to be tempered by the geopolitical realities which we are facing. In that, Europe wants to avoid geopolitical fragmentation. It wants to continue to foster open trade. It wants to promote multilateralism and international law, all of which principles are principles which China shares. So we are very much seeing there is a common scope to work together. But for Europe, supporting international law must also mean supporting Ukraine to defend its territorial integrity. And that Europe is doing in conjunction with the US, not coerced by the US. At the same time, the EU is developing new mechanisms and new instruments to deal with major transitions: demography, technology, and sustainability, all of which are clearly also on the agenda, not only of China, but on the global agenda. And these instruments will inevitably have an impact on the EU's relations with the rest of the world, but not only with China, also with the US, also with the rest of the world. And what I would very much emphasize is that these mechanisms which are being developed should not be understood as protectionism which are aimed at certain countries, but they are mechanisms to try to deal with common global challenges. And I would actually argue that in those areas there is a lot of scope for cooperation and common working. So we definitely need that cooperation, we need the global understanding, the dialogue. So I'm very happy to be here to contribute to that, and thank you again for inviting me.
Okay, thank you, Fabian, for a brief comment. Absolutely, we have a lot of room to collaborate. I mean, we're, after all, the world is getting smaller and smaller. How can we really not collaborate? So it's great that China, EU, of course, US, and other countries, we need to collaborate. Now, I'd like to invite Dr. Kaete, and you made a special trip from Doha to China and to attend this conference. You are the Director General of the Policy Department of Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Qatar. So I know you also had a very famous Doha Forum. So I'm very pleased that you can share your perspective, particularly from a very hot, risky hot region right now. I mean, yeah. So
Thank
please.
you very much.
Yeah,
Colleagues, friends, esteemed participants, let me start first by thanking the organizing body, the esteemed organizing body, CCG, and its founder and president, Professor Wang, for inviting me to participate and look forward to this fruitful discussion ahead. This conference represents a very important platform for voices not only from this region, but for leaders of thought from around the world to interact, better understand, and develop ideas that help us to address challenges. The global order stands at a critical juncture. We meet today in difficult times unfolding in our region. Recent events underscore the urgency of re-evaluating the international system. With this devastating humanitarian toll and displacement of population, the current crisis in Gaza cannot be viewed in isolation. It is a stark reminder of the double standards and the lack of justice in the international system. In particular, the crisis has far-reaching implications for global governance at the forefront, which is the fragility of our regional politics. The decentralization of world politics is not a specter on the horizon, but a present shift. Today, across the globe, there are more centers of influence, each with its own political, economic, military, and technological strengths. Additionally, international stakeholders are contending with the rise of more active role for regional actors, adapting the fundamentals of multilateral and bilateral international relations. These actors can more effectively contribute to de-escalation and regional stability. In Qatar, we have always been a global advocate for the peaceful resolution of conflicts and disputes. Our foreign policy is balanced by mutually beneficial relations with countries alike. These relations help us to host and mediate when our partners need our aid, and we will continue to carry out this role for the common good. In our role as a convening power facilitating peaceful dialogue, we see firsthand the flux in global order and to recognize the importance of continuing to work for an inclusive, more balanced, resilient world. Through proactive international engagement and continuous investment in global partnerships, we strive to bridge divides and contribute constructively towards peace, security, and prosperity. The current crisis in Palestine and Israel and the devastating loss of life among civilians accentuate the dire and urgent need for such a peaceful resolution. Although this might seem a very local conflict, its potential to spiral regionally and beyond can happen at any moment in time. Thought leaders and think tanks serve a crucial and ever-growingly important role to inform and influence global policymakers in different areas. I believe that think tanks in this region of the world must closely cooperate with their counterparts in the Middle East to better aid policymakers to advance the existing flourishing relationships, not only bilaterally, but multilaterally as well. In conclusion, the path ahead is complex as ever, demanding concerted effort. Such efforts, however, offer the best hope for a renewed, open, and more important, a balanced, rule-based international order that does not advocate the interest of one grouping at the cost of international stability and norms. Indeed, we should subscribe to a vision of a shared and responsible future, an approach that Qatar has called for repeatedly. Our upcoming Doha Forum, which you mentioned, has the theme this year of shared responsibility. Through our shared responsibility, we can build towards the prosperity and stability of all. Thank you.
Thank you, Khalid. And absolutely, I mean, the crisis happening is alarming, and we should all be really very, very, careful of not become a big conflict, and how we can stabilize that is really the key, and all the countries needs to be involved. Now I'd like to maybe get another few comments. Maybe I'll get first from Eric Solheim. He's the Vice Chairman of the European Asia Center and former Undersecretary General of the United Nations. So we'll have him, and I have Madame Chen Chen Wenlin to speak also, and we have Mohammed Amsi to talk, and also Bruno, of course, from another think tank in Europe. So let's start with Eric, please.
Thank you so much, Henry, for bringing us together. And I'll go straight into the matter. I believe that the 21st century should be based on two words. One is respect. We need to respect each other across civilizations. And the second is dialogue. Whenever there is a problem, we need to have a very detailed, strong dialogue. Look, the one and only strong ideology in the 21st century is nationalism. No one all over the world really believe in any other ideology at the moment. In India, Prime Minister Modi is seeking the roots of India in Hinduism. In Turkey, President Erdogan is seeking the roots of Turkey in Islam. In China, it's become more confusion as far as I can see it. And Europe and America has tended to be a little bit more inward-looking in the last decades. So everywhere, nationalism is the strongest of all ideologies, and it's really deciding the decisions of political leaders. But that happens at a time where the world is moving into multilateralism. We will never ever be in the 19th century, which was the European, nor in the 20s, which was the American. Now, we have Europe, we have India, we have Turkey, we have Brazil, we have Indonesia. Indonesia will be the fourth biggest economy in the world, by the way, by 2050. And of course, among all these powers, the two most important, United States of America and China. So how can we manage this? We need a balance between globalization and nationalism, otherwise we will fail. The biggest burden falls on the United States of America. The United States need to understand that the world is changing very fast. The time is gone where United States can dominate the world. When you follow foreign policy debates in the United States, there is not a single square meter on planet Earth which is not a major American security interest. How can that be? Any piece of land in the Pacific, wherever it may be, oh, it's so important for America. If other powers took that view, it would be a recipe for disaster. The United States need to accept that China is now an equal power and that the United States need to maneuver in a multipolar world. When it comes to China, I believe that China can also be a little bit more pragmatic, particularly understanding that China is now so big, so powerful, so all-important to the world, that when it comes to conflicts and quarrels with smaller nations, say the Philippines or Vietnam and even India, maybe China could be a little bit more pragmatic, a little bit more humble, and a little bit more accepting the views of the other party. But again, the biggest responsibility lies with the United States, but China can also do more for the multipolar world in the age of nationalism to work. Second issue is business. There are very few people from business here, but it's a center of a lot of what we need to do. In business, we need the balance between competition and cooperation. Cooperation, we all understand, is essential, but competition is also good. For instance, when all the European and American automakers this year have realized how far ahead China is, BYD and all the Chinese automakers are light years ahead of the European and American companies. It's very good for competition because the European and American car makers understand that they need to get up early in the morning, work hard to compete with China. So we should have the balance between competition and cooperation. We need more European and American investments in China, more Chinese investments in Europe and America, and of course in all other parts of the world. And Europe, and particularly America, need to get out of the zero-sum idea that whenever there's a benefit from one, it's a disbenefit from the other. On most issues, there are mutual benefit. Is China's rising, creates a better economy for basically everyone. But China can also do more to make sure that European and American companies are treated fairly in the Chinese market. And European and American company who is successful in China is one of the best bridges across the divide, because that company will be a strong voice for a good business relationship. So China should do more to make sure that all European and American companies feel fairly treated and have access to the Chinese market, while of course the West need to do exactly the same with the companies from China. Finally, environment is an obvious area for cooperation. No one disputes the need to cooperate on the environment. It's a kind of a soft issue where we can easily cooperate. So let's use environment, and that's where the Belt and Road Green Coalition, which I represent, and the Europe-Asia Center can also come into play, how we can use environment as a stand-alone issue essential to everyone, but also as an area which is a soft bridge for cooperation between across the divide between China and the West. Finally, again, I believe if we base the 21st century on these two concepts, respect and dialogue, we will do very well in the decades to come.
Thank you, Eric. Yeah, respect and dialogue, that's absolutely true. I think that's what we are doing, actually, trying to do that. I think you mentioned about the climate. I mean, that's absolutely the biggest threat facing humankind, and we cannot really just fight among ourselves. We really need to work together. So next, 我想请这个陈文琳女士。
Now to give the floor to Chen Wenling. Thank you, Dr. Wang. I'm happy to be part of this dialogue. We need, as we're facing the future, as we are in a world wrought with conflicts and tensions, we need some more innovative ideas. The four major issues in the world. On these four issues, the think tanks should become a leader in forming the opinions on these 4 points. And these 4 points are, the first is that the world is on the brink of new armed conflicts. We can see that from military expenditure. For example, US expenditure is going to rise from 800 billion to 900 billion. In 2014, Russian expenditure will increase by 70%. By 2014, Ukraine's military expenditure will account for its 50% of its total expenditure. And we are seeing military spending increasing around the world, and this has used to contribute to this flaring up of armed conflicts. Economy in the world have been seriously affected was the UN. The first sentence of the UN Charter was said that the countries hereby signing have this vision of stopping war for good. And second issue, the world is facing a development bottleneck, whether it is to safeguard development momentum or to build up fences to make the world's economy more fragmented. I think this is an area on which think tanks should promote for more consensus and agreement among the governments. At last week, Secretary General of the UN, Antonio Guterres, said that we need to bring hope and progress to more than to the billions of people in the world. President Xi Jinping announced 8 actions at this forum. The first is to build a multi-tiered, 3-dimensional system of connectivity. The world needs more connections, not barriers. China has become the largest trading partner with more than 140 countries in the world. Connectivity in terms of trade, facility, infrastructure, funding, and people's minds are with the aim of uniting the world together, not dismembering the world. And the third point is that climate change is an urgent issue that calls for our attention. whether we should pursue our own interests or benefits of this our own generation at the to the detriment of the future generations, or whether we should all governments should work together to uphold their commitments to reduce at maximum the damage to the environment. China has pursued a different path. It has made two dual carbon goals, and also from satellite pictures taken by NASA, 25% of newly added green area in the world came from China. 13 of the 25 global green parks, 13 are in China. China also raises constraining or binding goals and objectives in its 5-year plans. China's new energy production counts for 30% of its total energy output, and it's increasing. And the fourth and final point is global governance, where the interest of one country is superior to those of other countries and those of the world, or whether we should uphold rules and standards in the world so that the world can develop in tandem. We see there's among the total population, 16% of world population are in developed countries, and the rest are in poor countries and developing countries. But we are seeing that rich countries are becoming more richer, and poor countries are becoming poorer. We can see that from Forbes statistics. The military industry, in terms of military industry, the US has taken 92% of total profits. In aerospace, 87%, in financial services, 67% by American companies. In communication and media, 82%. Medicine, innovation, 52%. Of course, this speaks to the competitiveness of of American companies, but on the other hand, it shows that wealth is continues to be concentrated in the hands of the rich countries and rich people. So, what kind of world order that we should look for? Are we going to support this further concentration of wealth, or do we advocate a more fair and equitable share of the profits? So I think that this is an important issue facing us at this crossroads. Thank you.
CCIE, a well-known think tank in China, and her talk gave a lot of data. I mean, you know, we are really has to really watch out all those tendencies on the escalating of the tension, particularly in the military front. So we need to be really careful. The next, I would like to have the Amarsi. You know, so I know that you're from UK, but you also watch out on the Middle East and many other regions. So maybe you can give your talks and your observations as well.
Henry, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting me to such an august gathering, and it is a pleasure to be here in Beijing once again. It has been said that there are decades when nothing happens, and then there are months when decades happen. We are at an inflection point where the world order in which I was born is going through a tectonic shift, one in which we are likely to see a world in chaos and disorder before a new order is born. Questions facing global leadership include whether this transition will embrace a global conflict following which there will be a reset, or will it be approached via gradualism, a phenomena which Western powers have employed to instill free market, liberal democracy in the developing world, but have largely failed because of their uneven application and refusal to accept its outcomes. Nonetheless, I would hope for gradualism than a big bang. This will give time for competing powers and their visions of a new world order to fully understand each other and to conclude that there is more that unites us than divides us with respect to the existential threats that we are facing, including nuclear non-proliferation, climate mitigation, and resource scarcity. But the wars in Ukraine and the Middle East have shown that we could well see a global conflict before a reset. Some would argue that such a conflict is inevitable, but can it be contained so that it does not become existential? Although not ideal, a favorable outcome would be one where conflicts are localized and somewhat asymmetric in nature. But what sort of global order do we really want to see emerging out of all this? The knee-jerk response is that it could be bipolar, with the rise of China competing with the US, a new Cold War. But nobody knows. I hope, maybe in vain, that it will be a multipolar world where military might, economic might, technological, by which I mean AI and cryptocurrency might, environmental mitigation could be led by different powers in a collaborative manner. An extension of this blue skies scenario could also see the emergence of what I believe is the future, which is global netizens, global citizens of the net, transcending all borders and barriers. Whether we transition abruptly or gradually, it is clear to me that many institutions and instruments devised after World War II are largely not fit for purpose, e.g. the UN Security Council. The World Bank and the IMF are largely seen to be supporting democracies of the rich, by the rich, and for the rich. And the alternatives are at too early a stage in their development to know how sustainable they are. Cancelling existing institutions is not an option, as no one will voluntarily give up power, and therefore only their marginalization into irrelevance seems to be the prevailing way forward. Based on present trends, it seems to me that a shift in the balance of global power could impose a new order that is not driven by ideology or geopolitics or bloc politics, but where the focus will be much less military, security, and sanction-centric, and more economic and development-centric. And of course, it needs to be de-dollarized. I come from the world of business, and a key matrix we deploy to measure success is return on investment. The West has invested $4 trillion in fighting the war on terror, of which $3 trillion was invested by the US alone, whereas China invested only $1 trillion in the Bricks and Road Initiative, and it's not rocket science to conclude that if success is measured solely by friendship, collaboration, and economic advancement, then China has the edge. Any recognition of this conclusion, though, will require a recalibration of the prevailing diametrically opposite views of world order and systems under which society is organized and governed. At the very least, a better alignment and collaboration through dialogue on security, technology, environment, prosperity, energy, and empowerment will be an imperative. To get there, we might initially see power shifting from the global institutions that I was brought up under to a fragmented but nonetheless more solidified and effective arrangements with an expansionist mindset just such as the G7, NATO, AUKUS, EU on the one side, and Shanghai Cooperation, BRICS, ASEAN, Belt and Road, etc. on the other. Layer on this the African Union, the GCC, and the Commonwealth, and we can see the complexity with which we have to grapple. Relationships are now more transactional than ever before. They will be offering competing visions of a new world order, but only a major reset will dictate which prevails. For now, it looks like the chips might just favor the globalizing South as opposed to the nationalistic North. As for my own country, the United Kingdom, unfortunately for now, but hopefully for not too long, we are busy scoring on goals as we are unable to reconcile the past, which we cannot forget, with a future which we cannot control. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Amassi, from the foundation of Amassi Foundation. So now I'd like to invite Bruno Lehaberg. You know, I know that you're from Brussels. You've been working with European Commission for many years, and in particular also with different regulators. So what's your perspective? And after that, I'd like to hear from Michael Pillsbury and Professor Si Hong as well.
Thank you very much, Henry, for the invitation to this very useful and very impressive gathering. You ask me how I look at things from Brussels. I'd say that the global context is bad. It is bad regionally. We've mentioned wars in Europe. We have wars at the doors of Europe. In Ukraine, could mention High Karabakh. We see the rise of the extremes, of the political extremes in many countries in Europe. We have war in the Middle East, Israel against Hamas, unfortunately, probably Hezbollah. We have tensions all over Africa, Libya, Niger, Ivory Coast, East Congo. And in the US, we have a volatile pre-electoral climate with the fear for the US and for the world that the outcome of the next presidential election is not necessarily going to support multilateralism and make it move forward. Globally, we see a rise in terrorism everywhere. In my own town, in Brussels, we had a terror attack just a few days ago. Same in France last week and the week before. And then perhaps a word on climate change, because I think it has very important implications. The fact that the likelihood of global warming exceeding the 1.5 degree goal of the Paris Agreement is, I think that likelihood is high and continues to rise. And the escalating risks of climate change, especially in the most vulnerable countries, are bound to have irreversible impacts on people, on species, and on ecosystems, and as such, on our economies and our global governance. And I would not be surprised if not only in the South, but also more broadly, in many countries all over the world, public governance becomes, in the years to come, more and more challenging and more fragile because of climate. We have, however, one piece of good news, and that is scientific progress, which is moving faster and better than expected. My second point is on the implications. The ideological polarization is increasing, and this restricts harmonious development, especially as regulatory priorities are politicized. We see polarization, ideological polarization on many fronts: north, south, east, west, developed, least developed countries, democracies, autocratic regimes, secular countries versus theocracies. And I think that if we look at the global issues, I want to get back to what our colleague Solheim said. I think climate is a good example of a global issue which is not polarized. And it's fair to say that the climate change has been significantly, the polarization of climate change has been significantly decreasing in the last years between China, Europe, and the United States. And I think it's fair to say, to recognize that China has played a major part in that. China has implemented since 2021 a national emission trading system, which is the world's largest in terms of covered emissions, and it accounts for 40% of China's carbon emission. But the fight is not over. China is still responsible for the world's 30% of the world emissions. So we appreciate all the work which is being done here, and we are confident that these efforts will continue. The situation is very different with digital. Digital is also a global issue. We have to face the benefits and the challenges of the digital ecosystems. And it's clear that we see now the challenges when governments try to take back control of the cyberspace. And since regulation is driven by a mix of economic interests and values being the collective choices made by countries and region, it's not surprising, against the background of polarization, ideological polarization that I mentioned, that convergence is not necessarily the only way where those regulations are moving. And if we add the dramatic growth in geopolitical frictions and the lessons drawn from the pandemic, and we see that this has led to this new concept, which is a concept which is not existing only in the EU, economic security. Economic security is an issue for everybody. It's an issue for Europe, it's an issue for China, it's an issue for the United States. And I think that the difficulty is when you try to regulate, you see that economic security, it's defense, security, and economy. And it's very complicated to get those things together. Just to move to the end of my remarks, we have a new landscape, ideologically polarized for digital regulation, governance, and the globalization process. We have strong centrifugal forces which are pushing the global digital economy towards deeper convergence and at the same time towards segmentation into different subparts, as illustrated by the US-China technological decoupling, by internet shutdowns in a number of countries, and other similar practices. And I think that the outcome of the tension between convergence and segmentation of the digital economy, this will have a very, very decisive influence on the future of the global economy. So what could be a constructive way ahead for global governance? We've, in my think tank, the Center for Regulation in Europe, on regulation in Europe, we've been working on that. And we see that the starting basis is the fact that we have a fragmentation of the internet. And this is good for nobody. It's not good for China, it's not good for the US, it's not good for the EU. And so we have with Pascal Lamy, with whom I'm co-leading this project, we have started a project called Globalization, the Global Governance for the Digital Ecosystems. And what we say and what we've seen is that globalization with firewalls is not a way ahead for regulation of the global internet. So our goal is that we can keep, among others through track 2 diplomacy, a convergence and coexistence space for the global governance of the digital world. We realize that that space is very, very narrow, not least because the number of people authorized to speak out is shrinking, and that those who can speak do not necessarily dare doing so. So to conclude, I would like to put a very candid question to my distinguished Chinese friends. What do you think about the establishment of those cooperation corridors? In which part of the digital ecosystems can they be consolidated? How broad are they? And finally, in your view, what does the concept of cooperation still mean today in the world's complex situation? I'll be very happy to hear your views on these. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bruno, for the very interesting topic. Of course, we know that digital space, the data, AI, all those are new subjects. But I know particularly you've been working hard on this digital governance issue with Pascal Lamy, and CCG is also pleased to be part of that. But I think absolutely, we are into the new era of technology, and how we are prepared for that, how we can really, not fragment it, but how we can unite it on those technology is absolutely the key issue to front. I think you raised some very good questions. Thank you. Now I'd like to invite Michael Pillsbury. I mean, he's the senior fellow at the Heritage Foundation. I know you made a special trip to Beijing, and appreciate that, but I know that you have been participating in our CCG think tank forum in the past. So 4 or 5 years ago, I mean, for a few times. So I'd like to hear from you. I mean, you being also a typical view in the U.S., and you are a China hand for many years, and so what's your view today? Thank you, Michael.
我可以讲英文吗
Of course.
Okay.
May I speak English?
One of the worst crises in U.S.-China relations happened when Joe Nye was in the Pentagon. 1995, 1996, China fired missiles over or near Taiwan, very much upset our Secretary of Defense. And slowly this crisis was healed or completed. And it resulted in President Clinton going to visit China. And some cooperative agreements began. So, 有一个教训, the lesson I draw from that is even when we get into a U.S.-China crisis, there's still there's usually a way out. And sometimes it's the role of think tanks. I have been a fan, an admirer of Henry and Mabel coming to America so often, that they know the exact differences, the debate between the different American, let's say, top 10 think tanks. One time I saw the schedule of Henry and Mabel visiting the U.S. I think it was 14 think tanks in 2 days. And you and your wife, the Zong Shuji, you knew exactly the differences between Hudson Institute and Heritage and Brookings, Carnegie. Is very impressive. I don't think we have an American, maybe Joe Nye has somebody at Harvard who can do this, but think tanks have a special role to be optimistic, to identify the problems, but then try to think of solutions, or at least a channel for dialogue. And Henry was a channel for dialogue with President Trump on the trade talks. People economists at CCG and Professor Chen here and others had specific ideas. China will agree to this in the trade talks and not that. And this was outside regular channels, but very helpful. Now, I only have 1 or 2 points to make today. One is I'm deviating from the role of a think tank person to be optimistic. I'm relatively pessimistic that relations between U.S. and China and our friends on both sides, China's friends, America's friends, the situation is getting worse. 越来越恶化. It's not a time for optimism. And some of the reasons are lack of communication. No congressional delegation came here for 4 years until Chuck Schumer and his bipartisan delegation. By their account, there's a lot of argument going on. The meeting with Xi Jinping was not an optimistic meeting. There were up to 50 channels in U.S.-China relations between government departments until President Trump cut them all off. Cut them all off his first year. So you would think Professor Biden, President Biden, would restore all the channels. How many people think Biden restored all the channels that Trump cut off? Put your hand up. Biden at first restored no channels, and now it's roughly 5. And they are very thin discussions between between cabinet ministers. Secondly, the One China principle or the One China policy used to be the foundation. China called it 政治基础 of the U.S.-China relations. Now, recently, the PLA, I think correctly, PLA said, America is distorting and stretching beyond belief the One China principle. Right now, this week, House and Senate are discussing a proposal, strong bipartisan support, to put American weapons and ammunition on Taiwan, to station them there permanently. Then to set up a strategy group between the American Pentagon and Taiwan's military to do joint military planning. Then to continue the American Special Forces troops already placed on Taiwan 2 years ago. This should not be happening. The One China policy or principle should not be violated. The Heritage Foundation recently published a study about a new Cold War with China. We explicitly said we support continuing the One China policy. But our fellow conservative think tank, Hudson Institute, Henry used to visit, now it's been sanctioned. Hudson Institute's position, they sent 我们以前的国务卿 Pompeo. He flew to Taipei, Liang Se, 2 times, proposed diplomatic recognition of Taiwan. This never happened in the last 50 years. So I could give you a long list. There's actually quite a long list. Both sides have 红线, red lines. Each side has been crossing these red lines in the last few years. So I hope I'm wrong. I hope all think tanks who came today will be optimistic and come up with some solutions. But just to make a list, Henry, of the conflicts, 我们必须避免的冲突. We need a good list of what are the conflicts that think tanks could be innovative about. 我讲完了，谢谢各位。
Thank you, Michael. I think that you outlined very important and serious issue. Absolutely, that China-U.S. relation fundamentally based on the the 3 communique, but also the 40, 50 years history. I was just invited by Nick Burns just 3 days ago that he renamed ambassador residence in Beijing as a Bush House. He got a permission from the State Department to do that. So Executive Vice Minister Ma Zhaoxu of Foreign Affairs attended that, and actually we were, we are going back to see how, the 50 years ago when Bush Senior was here, and the things are really, dialogue and respect was really important. So I agree with you that the China, One China policy or One China principle is fundamentally key, absolutely key to maintain the stable relation. And we all the think tank, we probably have to work hard on that. And you are the authority on those issues. You have been working with 4 presidents in the past, so your view is appreciated. Now I'd like to invite Professor Si Yinhong from Renmin University, also a non-resident senior fellow of the Center for China Globalization. So Professor Si, your turn, please.
Thank you. 3 minutes are so tight, making me skip all congratulations and gratitudes to run directly to my topic. At present, among 3 military great powers, US, Russia, and China, 2 are deeply involved in their respective war or even wars. China remains in peace, but a peace increasingly hot. So for a minimum peaceful international order, a precondition is obviously to be the prevention of major armed conflict between China and the United States with its co-ally Japan. I would like to spend my 3 minutes on this subject. Between China and the United States with Japan, emotional power politics dominates. There's clearly a reversed or ominous confidence in each other. Through about a decade of increasing tension and rivalry, China on one hand and the United States and Japan on the other generally have established confidences in each other's aggressive intentions and actions, with fundamental order of the region or even of the world at stake. And this has become drastically much more established in the most recent years, mostly through military actions. And those about Taiwan, about East China Sea as well as Sea of Japan, about South China Sea, about the Korean Peninsula, about the arms race, about the China-Russia parallel alliance. So the space of confidence building in conventional sense has been much narrowed, with that for prevent military conflict as largely the only one that could be cultivated. In highly regrettable circumstances, at the present, on high-level male-to-male communication formally suspended between China and the United States, and diplomatic ones fell largely into confrontation or general rhetoric or secondary and smaller problems. Tasks that should be defined include, I believe, first, to raise further the priority of avoiding military conflict in the national policy agenda. The second, restoring high-level male-to-male communication as soon as possible, and for which the United States must abandon its absolute guardrail definition, and making it more frequent, more regularized, and more higher leveled. Third, working out commonly acceptable principles and rules on military actions over the major hotspots. Fourth, pragmatic approach taken in diplomatic communications, decouple as fully as possible international security requirements from domestic political ones. Five, and finally, to change the ways of so-called information warfare or propaganda, making it based on facts of each other's factual military actions rather than perceived intentions, especially those too generalized. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Yes. Now I'd like to have another colleague from Australia and, who is also attending our conference, James Lawrenson from Australia-China Relation Institute.
Thanks, Henry, and to CCG for the invitation. Look, let me share with you a couple thoughts on Australian attitudes towards the state and future of the regional order. Perhaps these are somewhat representative of some other regional middle powers. Australia has a reputation, rightly, as a staunch US security ally. Beyond the bilateral ANZUS treaty, we are enthusiastic participants in arrangements such as the Quad and now AUKUS. In Beijing, this can sometimes lead to pronouncements that Australia is just a US lapdog that lacks an independent foreign policy. But it's a bit more complicated than that. It's certainly true that Australian foreign policy is generally sympathetic to US positions, but that's mostly because Canberra assesses that these US positions align with Australia's own assessments of its national interest. And Australia also has positions that are distinct. Here are three data points that I think are perhaps not fully appreciated in both Beijing and Washington as well. The first, in April, Australia's Foreign Minister plainly stated that the era of US unipolarity in the region is over. We now exist, she said, in a region that is multipolar. Australia certainly supports an ongoing and prominent ongoing US role in the region, but Canberra's goal is not to preserve US primacy, but rather to ensure there's a strategic balance in which no single country dominates. In other words, Canberra accepts that the US role in the region must change. I'll leave it to my American colleagues to inform us whether Washington also accepts this. The second data point. Last November, Australia's Trade Minister described US export controls targeting China, devised by the Biden administration, as quote-unquote draconian. A few years ago, the previous Australian government also made clear that it did not support the unilateral tariffs imposed by the Trump administration on China. Now, that's not just because Australia's own trade with China continues to set new record highs every month. It's because for Australia, talk of an international rules-based order overseen by the World Trade Organization isn't just a propaganda talking point. It delivers results. When Beijing disrupted a variety of Australian exports in 2020, it wasn't Washington or Canberra's other geopolitical friends that protected Australia's economy. In fact, trade data clearly shows that the companies snapping up most lost Australian sales to China were in fact American ones. What did protect the Australian economy was access to open and competitive global markets underpinned by the multilateral trading system. When Chinese importers stopped buying Australian coal, copper, cotton and more, those markets quickly redirected Australian exports elsewhere at low cost. And Australia and China's engagements with the WTO disputes settlements process has provided an independent, neutral forum that in August led to the removal of tariffs that Beijing had placed on Australian barley. And just this week, we learned a similar process is now unfolding for Chinese tariffs on Australian wine. A final data point. Australia's Foreign Minister says that our national interest lies in being at every table where regional economic integration is being discussed, and that includes with China. She says this is important. Canberra sees deeper regional economic integration as delivering not only greater economic prosperity, but also greater stability and security. Again, I'll leave it to my American colleagues to brief us on whether this view is also shared in Washington. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, James. Now I'd like to have Professor Wang Yong from Peking University International Relations School, also a CCG non-resident senior fellow, to share your views, please.
Thank you, Henry. I appreciate the opportunity of the conference and the Peking the same. Okay, the world at the crossroads is very important discussion today. I would like to use three words to describe the challenges and tasks we are now facing. One is the tremendous challenges we have seen. Is the end of the post-Cold War world order. We have passed the good times of the last 30 years. The world started to be plagued by greater power rivalry and the rising the ethnic territorial conflicts everywhere. So I think now we are seeing that is domestic state governance and the international governance are failing to address these challenges. So on one hand, we have seen the explosions of the wealth growth in the last 30 years. But we have seen the widening wealth gap in almost all the countries, especially in the leading countries in the United States, for example. So we have seen the political polarizations and the rising of the nationalism in the many other countries. On the other hand, we have seen the failure of international coordination and cooperations. So we have seen that is the international institutions such as IMF and World Bank hasn't yet able to prevent and stop the international financial the crisis. The World Bank, they hasn't yet delivered the growth and development goals to the developing countries. The WTO has failed to conclude the Doha round negotiations. Now, under the oppositions of the some of the members, there is in the emptying the working and the operations. So we face tremendous challenges. So to some extent, we can argue that the world is moving to the threshold or the step stone of the new world war. So that we have seen more the signs of the World War I and World War II in the global political, economic, and security situations. Secondly, I think, so that it means the tremendous catastrophes might be the waiting for us in the near future if we cannot find the solutions. The third word is the tremendous opportunities. So that we need the real democracy in the domestic state the governance to put the people's interests, the goals of development, the justice, the more the fair distribution of wealth, and more effective governance in the domestic dimension, in the domestic governance. In international governance, the existing institutions of international governance should reform itself to bring more the countries and more countries on more the equal the footing to reform and innovative, the measures and the mechanisms to work together to address this the challenging the issues. We also need the real democracy to the input in the current and the innovating international governance institutions. So the last word, the great opportunities for the think tanks like us. So that I echoes to the voices and opinions from the floor. So the representatives of the think tanks here should work together and to reach some consensus on these more important issues, challenges, dangers, and opportunities to building consensus on the reform of the state and the global governance. So that we have the responsibility as a scholar, as the experts of the think tank, to show the world the direction and the hope. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Wang, and for your very constructive comments. I'd like now to invite Doug Bando, a senior fellow from Cato Institute from the United States. Please.
Well, thank you, Henry. It's a great pleasure to participate. I thank you and CCG for organizing this forum. It certainly is at a time of rising international discord. There's much to discuss. And to give a short answer to James, the question of whether policymakers in Washington recognize their own limitations, I think was answered by President Biden in his speech this past week. He quoted Madeleine Albright about the U.S. being the indispensable and the essential nation. I do not perceive the limitations you may be looking for. I think that we see an international system that is under extraordinary stress. Part of that, which has been mentioned earlier, are military and security tensions. What we see, I think, are very difficult issues around the globe, ones that have the potential for expanding in very dangerous ways. We certainly see in Europe an active combat between Russia and the United Kingdom, or Ukraine, as well as a basically proxy war plus by the United States and Europe, which has its own potential for expanding in dangerous ways. We see in the Middle East extraordinary bloodshed and instability that has been introduced by the conflict with Israel and Hamas, and the potential of whether it be Hezbollah and other forces coming in, that this could also expand in very dangerous ways with major powers involved in their own way, especially the United States. And we see increasing tensions in East Asia. Certainly, as Michael mentioned, the question of Taiwan and the changes in policy there that have moved us, I think, to a new normal, one with greater tensions and also a set of dangers. All of these are occurring together. We see very important economic issues, international debt problems, especially focused on the Global South. This is not new, of course. I came to the Reagan administration 40 years ago at a time when many of the debt problems were occurring at that time and required restructuring and transformation of World Bank, IMF, and other institutions. So we need to look for ways to solve the current crisis and hopefully avoid it yet another repeat in the future. We see major governments around the world that have their own debt problems, domestic debt. I might note that my own country is one. As far as I can tell, no one in Washington believes that they should have to pay for the benefits they want to provide the American people. At some point that stops working, and we see other governments around the world that have many of the same kinds of problems. We see population declines in many important countries with, I think, certain unpredictable consequences for the future of what happens in Europe, what happens in China, what happens in South Korea, other countries with working populations declining, even the United States and other countries, we see reductions of increases of the past. And we also see significant social and political problems, both international and domestic around the world. We see sharpened rivalries among great powers as well as middle powers, some of which have their own potential dangers. One imagines, for example, a nuclear North Korea with ICBMs that can reach around the world with multiple warheads tipped with nuclear weapons. That transforms what the North Korean potential threat is in fairly dramatic ways. Issues of Iran and other countries as well. We see peoples divided, it seems, even more by religion, ethnic, and elsewhere. And we also see populism as a political force. It's been mentioned earlier in Europe. We see it in the United States. We see it, I think, in many ways in India and other countries, that this kind of populism, especially when mixed with nationalism and ethnic and religious kind of superiority thinking, have their own sets of dangers as well. The question of how to move forward, of course, it's very hard to answer in 3 or 4 minutes. I think that the starting point is that the large powers have the greatest obligation to find a way to work together and to get past their differences and cooperate and find ways to contain the impact of the consequences of their disagreements. It's particularly important for the United States and the People's Republic of China. These two great countries have to live together, have to find a way to work together, and have to ensure that the 21st century remains a century of peace in terms of great power conflict and does not become one of war. The issues of middle powers, I think, is taking on increasing importance of how to both counter and challenge malign middle powers, but also to accommodate, to involve and respect middle powers that want more involvement. How to do this is also going to be complex. What to do about a North Korea? Problematic in its own way. South Korea now has an economy in the top 10 in the world. India has surpassed the PRC with the second largest population, has a growing economy. We see in the Middle East the problems of kind of ethno-nationalism and religion across the board, from an Islamist Iran to a very different, and it is Israel that today has a radical government, and other countries. We see Brazil, Nigeria, South Africa, countries and other continents that want a greater share of international decision making. So how to bring them in, I think, is a very important issue for us all. And then the Global South, both helping the Global South with its development, but also holding it accountable for its government's own failures. The Global South rightly wants to have greater respect and treatment in the world. That's going to be a major issue, I think, in coming years. In this, NGOs, and particularly think tanks, have an important role to offer innovative solutions and try to move beyond the interests of their own governments and look beyond that to larger interests. At the same time, it's important for governments to respect the role of think tanks, to welcome NGOs and think tanks into the policy-making process, and frankly to be willing to bear some criticism from those organizations, that ultimately governments can learn and learn well if they incorporate and learn from criticism coming from their own peoples as opposed to reject it. We live in challenging times, it has been said, and it's important to recognize this is not just a question of economics, not just a question of money, but a question in many ways potentially of survival. That it's important to move beyond finding fault, but also being willing to accept blame. Many of the problems we face, the blame is widely shared, and we have to come together to try to deal with those. We must look beyond the immediate political gains and look beyond at the larger ends that are necessary. There's much to do. I hope additional forums like this can help play a role of having discussions that are very useful, laying out solutions for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug, for your very comprehensive outline of all the crises, all the challenging situation we're facing as humankind. And absolutely, I think think tank. I mean, as we all sit here, 50 think tanks, including Chinese think tanks, how we can commonly, collectively address those issues. We're going to digest and analyze all the points, and we hope that we can submit to the respect authorities and policymakers as well. Now I'd like to have our European friends again from Hungary, Mr. Glada Papien from the Institute of Hungarian International Affairs, President of Hungarian International Affairs. Please.
Thank you so much, Henry. It's a great honor to be here, and congratulations on conducting a roundtable discussion with 40 participants. It's an impressive feat. So I just wanted to say a couple of words and actually start with a question that I've encountered already in the last day, which is, why is Hungary attending a conference on globalization? Isn't Hungary the marquee European state that's regressing to populist nationalism or something like that? And it's a fair question because that's what is said in the international media frequently. But actually Hungary is now and always has been in favor of a particular type of globalization that also allows it to maintain its identity. And we believe that there are a lot of states, a lot of middle powers, rising middle powers, and regional states that feel the same way. And so for that reason, the Hungarian strategy is a strategy of connectivity on the basis of preservation of its national identity, culture, and tradition. And I don't want to be too backward-looking or provide too much commentary on the last 30 years, but I think we could say that at times there have been elements of the presentation of globalization over the last 30 years that have too much emphasized an expectation that all cultures and countries would abandon their traditional ways and merge into one gigantic global consumer-driven culture. And the expectation was that in that world, it doesn't matter where anything is made, borders are going to go away, traditions will fade away, et cetera, et cetera. I think we can all agree that world is definitely not materializing. So there are some differences between the Hungarian position and the older principles of liberal globalization. Hungary is against mass migration and is in favor of preserving its traditional family structures and supports a strong family policy. But in fact, we view those as essential to creating and sustaining our ability to make links with a lot of different cultures and a lot of different economic partners. Hungary is the 11th most complex economy in the world, despite its very small size, and given its location in Central Europe, is likely to benefit from a lot of new trade routes and general geopolitical shifts that will make that part of the world continue to be more important. So our theory of connectivity is a little bit different than from the old one, but we believe that it reflects a new and growing consensus among smaller powers that the way to navigate the world is in a multi-vector way, that we can be part of different security arrangements, but also have our multiple economic cooperations. So unfortunately, this is not always well received by some of our American friends. There was an American think tank visiting me in Budapest not too long ago, and they said, you know, you guys really need to focus much less on east-west connectivity between Hungary and Asia, and more on north-south connectivity. And I had to stop and ask, well, who do you think is building the Budapest-Belgrade north-south railway? And I didn't get an answer to that question. So I think, you know, we're in favor of a peaceful transition to a multipolar world, and I know that's kind of like that it seems more and more implausible that that will be something that's peaceful. But we believe that it's you know, from our own history of having seen the perils of bloc formation and the difficulties that that causes for states that are caught on the periphery of those boundaries, we believe a lot of states are thinking the same way, and so the connectivity project that our institute is launching will hopefully be a platform that we can continue this discussion on. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Gladden. Yeah, for your Hungary and the European perspective, it's very interesting. Absolutely, China has done a lot of projects in Eastern Europe and Central Europe, and that has actually continued to benefit the local people there. Which is a new wave of globalization forward as well. Now I'd like to invite Ms. Sun Jie-sheng. She's the vice president of China Foreign Affairs University, which is under the Minister of Foreign Affairs. So I'm glad that you are here today to share.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Thank CCG for the invitation. Also, congratulations not only to CCG but to all of us for such a big gathering. Well, the theme of this roundtable is Global Order at a Crossroads, Ways Forward. At crossroads, what's the most important thing? The most important thing is we need to guarantee the direction is right. Otherwise, probably we will not be able to walk into the future, but step back into the future. So related with crossroads and direction, I would like to focus on 3 points. The first one is we need to guarantee the direction of the world order. In the past several years, we have heard different comments, judgments, prediction about world order. We hear fragmentation, division, or disorder, or even the collapse of world order. So the reason that we have so many problems with the world order on the one hand is related with material power, the distribution of power. On the other hand, it's also related with many ideational factors. So far, if we want to guarantee the right direction of the world order, I mean all the world, especially the major countries, need to work out a right direction for world order. We need to guarantee that world order will be more inclusive, more open, can accommodate different actors for the world today, not only major countries, but also new emerging countries, also the developing world. Besides, we also need to guarantee that we get rid of, or we think less about, geopolitics, geopolitical competition, less zero-sum game, more one community sense. Because if we cannot do that, simply we cannot guarantee the right direction of the second point, that's global governance. We have come across different kinds of global challenges because in the past years, probably we talk about traditional global governance problems, but from this year, we turn back to talk about traditional security problems, such as Ukraine crisis or what is going on in Middle East. So we live in a global village, but also we live in a digital era. Things can produce spillover effect very easily. So if any of these global issues cannot be handled properly, and then the whole world probably will be in a disaster. So that will not only influence the security, but also probably the survival of all human beings. And then the third direction I would like to focus on is what is the right direction for think tanks. Because usually for think tanks, the most important thing for us to do is to figure out the problems and figure out the solutions. But I think at this crossroads, we not only need to recommend policy choices, but also we need to do more to build consensus building, because we not only influence the government, policymakers, but also we influence the general public. So we need to educate the public to help to construct a kind of cooperative, friendly, and more one community sense language. Otherwise, probably it will be extremely difficult for the world to cooperate and collaborate at the crossroads. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chen. Yes, so for your very comprehensive sharing as well. Now, I'd like to also, at this point of time, I would like to introduce a special roundtable guest, which is a great expert, Joseph Nye. I mean, he was in China and taken time out of his business schedule attending our conference. And we had a fortunate, Joseph actually contributed a China and a Globalization book called the Soft Power and the Great Power Competition, which become a bestseller, and it's downloaded many times in the internet. And actually we have translated that into a Chinese version. It's become a bestseller also in China. So, I mean, he needs no introduction. I mean, he's the father of the soft power, right? I mean, he also was the dean of the Harvard Kennedy School. And I know Joe has been very actively, he chairs he's the co-chair of Aspen Security Conference, which is very high level. And I know he's also teaching at Schwarzman College as well. So Joe, I mean, we would like to hear from you. You've been working in the government, academic think tanks, and so probably it's a good time to hear from your thought as well. Joe, please.
Well, thank you very much, Henry, and my congratulations to you on gathering such a distinguished group of think tanks, because while we have common problems in the world, having ways to understand how each other analyze those problems is crucial. And so my congratulations to your contribution to this. Our topic is global order or world order, and norms matter, but norms in the extent to which they affect global order depend on the underlying structure of power. After World War II, we created the United Nations, but the distribution of power in the world was bipolar between the U.S. and the Soviet Union, and that distribution of power basically paralyzed the UN in many of its functions. So we have to have a clear understanding of the distribution of power if we're going to have an understanding of our capacity to do anything about the common problems that we face. We'd all like to wish for a better world, but without an understanding of the power that underlies it, our wishes cannot be fulfilled. Now, it's very common to talk about the world becoming multipolar. I think we confuse ourselves when we use that terminology. If one looks at the world today in terms of the distribution of power, we really should use the analogy of a three-dimensional chess game. At the top level, let's say, of military power, there's only one country which has global military power projection capabilities, and that's the U.S. At the middle level, the middle board of economic power, the world is multipolar and has been for 2 decades. U.S., China, Europe, Japan, basically these are roughly equal powers. But if you go to the third board, the bottom board of transnational relations, of things that cross borders outside the control of governments, it makes no sense at all to talk about multipolarity or bipolarity or unipolarity. This is a totally different world, and yet this is where many of our problems come from. So how do you think about the world today? Some people say, well, the world is entering a new Cold War between the U.S. and China. You have the era of great power competition replacing the era of engagement. But I think that metaphor of the Cold War also misleads us. If you look back at the real Cold War, you'll notice that there was great military interdependence between the U.S. and the Soviet Union, but almost no economic interdependence and very little social interaction. Whereas if you look at the relationship between the United States and China today, there's enormous economic interdependence, $500 billion worth of trade, and there's also something, and social interdependence. At one point before COVID, there were something like 300,000 Chinese students studying in American universities. But something else is interesting about the world today, which is the rise of what I call ecological interdependence. Issues like pandemics and climate change, which were not major problems during the real Cold War. And therefore we need a strategy which is much more subtle than a Cold War strategy of containment if we're going to deal with the problems we face. Take, for example, the transnational problem of COVID, which we've all just experienced. I would argue that different countries did differently in terms of their capacity, but I think the United States and the China were both failures. Each of our countries lost over 1 million people. And if you think about that, that's more people than have been killed in all wars in the United States behavior since 1945. So it's something which has not been handled well, and it's also something of great importance, and it's something which may come back. I mean, we may not have seen the last major pandemic. And in that sense, we have to develop ways of cooperating on this. Take, for example, the fact that on the SARS epidemic in the early 2000s, the U.S. and China cooperated very well with transnational networks of scientists who were able to share information and to stop the spread of the virus almost immediately. So the number of deaths was relatively small, thousands. And contrast that with the competition between the U.S. and China on COVID, and you'll see why I regard both countries as failures. In that sense, we have to think about how do we do two things at the same time which seem mutually contradictory, which is compete, which we're going to see in U.S.-China relationships in terms of great power issues, but cooperate at the same time to deal with these transnational threats. And it's very hard for countries to encompass two contradictory thoughts at the same time, but we're going to have to learn to do it. We can't wish away the competition, but we can't wish away the transnational threats. How would you describe this situation then? At Aspen Strategy Group this summer, Secretary of State Blinken used the terminology competitive coexistence. Former Australian Prime Minister Kevin Rudd has called it managed competition. The point that we have to learn is to think of both of these terms at the same time and not focus simply on one or the other. So in that sense, if we think about competitive coexistence, we have to realize that on the transnational issues, this third board of the three-dimensional chessboard of power that I mentioned, one has to imagine not just power over other countries, but power with other countries. These issues, the transnational issues, cannot be solved by exerting power over other countries. You have to have power with other countries. I've given you the example of COVID, where essentially the U.S. and China failed to act with each other adequately. But another equally important problem is climate change. If you think about the damage that will be done to Chinese agriculture by the drying up of the Himalayan glaciers and rivers, or you think about the damage that will be done to Miami or New York by a sea level rise of 6 feet, this is much larger than many wars. And yet scientists tell us that this is plausible, that it could happen. So the idea that we have to cooperate on climate change strikes me as another example of power with rather than power over. There are other transnational threats that we have to think about. Proliferation, for example, of weapons of mass destruction. We've had some degree of success on nuclear non-proliferation, but we now have a new problem, which is artificial intelligence applied to military affairs. And this is again going to require some cooperation in an area where President Xi and President Biden should be in discussion, as well as the economic issues that they'll discuss when they meet at APEC in November. So my message is that think tanks should be careful not to be captured by historical metaphors that mislead. I would argue that multipolarity is one. I would argue that Cold War is another. Instead, we have to think of how do we reconcile both competition and cooperation at the same time, because if we fail to do that, we're going to all suffer, not just the U.S. and China, but the world climate and the world economy. So those are my thoughts about where I think tanks should focus.
Great, thank you, Joseph. Excellent. I think you outlined the importance of. I remember in the past, a few years ago, you were in China. You was giving a talk at that time. I remember you talking about the competition, cooperation and competition. So that is still quite relevant. You know, we need coexisting, compete, but also we need to cooperate. And so this competition is key, and healthy and constructive cooperation and competition are really fundamental. So thank you for your great suggestions. Actually, the book, the soft power and great power competition, has been in all your bags, and we've been giving to all of you a copy of Joseph's latest book that is contributed to the China Globalization series. So thank you again, Joe, for your remarks. And now I have a final guest. We just arrived this morning from Canada. From the Asia Pacific Foundation, Jeff Neckville. He's the president and CEO Asia Pacific Foundation of Canada. I used to spend some time in Canada. I was a senior fellow at the Asia Pacific Foundation of Canada many years ago. So Jill talked about all those threats that we're facing, and climate is one of them. But China and Kunming and Montreal just hold this diversity. Climate was very successful. So I'm glad you made the time, and would like to hear from you also.
Okay. Can you hear? Oh, there we are. Yes. Alors, merci, mon ami Henri. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and a big thank you for bringing us all together. We definitely need more of this kind of thing in the world, and I think that's come through quite clearly. Allow me to apologize that the adventures of traveling from Canada have brought me here, just landing this morning, and now I have the burden of being the last speaker and following Professor Nye. I am, however, unburdened by having heard much of the earlier presentations, and so excuse me if what I say may have some repetition, but I think it actually flows very well from the last couple of presentations. And so speaking as a Canadian and as a citizen of a country that has been active in multilateralism since the first concepts of multilateralism found practical application in the last century. I'd like to focus on the practical issues, the things when we talk about cooperation and competition and the international order. I think it is important every few speeches to bring ourselves back to what is it that we want to achieve for our people around the world in creating systems and rules and norms and so on. And I think there are two really pressing issues that are top of mind in almost every corner of the globe, and they both relate to the changes that we are all experiencing through the rapid development of our climate situation, and it's food security and the urgency for climate action. And I think that on food security, the practical challenge is how we can organize ourselves in this world to ensure that supply chains for food and for inputs related to food production are as robust as possible while keeping food affordable for the broad mass of society. And this affects people at the household level all across the globe and will be a major determinant of the citizens' level of satisfaction with their own governments and leadership. So this is something that leaders are very focused on in every part of the world. Effective action on this and to meet these very practical objectives will require a very high degree of international cooperation, both bilaterally and multilaterally, to ensure that trade is as free as possible, that export restrictions are minimized, that standards are harmonized, and that technological innovations in areas such as alternative proteins and advanced plant breeding techniques can be shared both quickly and safely. And we have seen in the last century the enormous benefits to human welfare that have come out of technological innovation in agriculture, but we live in a world now where regulatory cooperation and harmonization is going to be absolutely essential if we are to make the progress that we have to make in order to ensure that our societies are resilient in the face of climate change and the impact that that has on the agri-food sector. And then when it comes to climate mitigation, of course, as we all know, this requires a very high degree of international cooperation and discipline to raise standards and to raise levels of commitment and to avoid free riding. And this is particularly important, I think, as we go into the next couple of decades in a context where we will have climate disasters that will continue, it seems, to be more frequent and more dramatic in their impacts, regardless of the positive actions that we take on mitigation. And I think there is a huge challenge for political leaders of the next generation over the next 20 years, because even if we achieve a fantastic degree of cooperation and discipline on taking the actions that are essential in order to meet targets to reduce the rate of the rise of global temperatures by 2050, in the 2030s and 2040s, life is going to get more difficult for people in their households all over the world, and governments and intergovernmental bodies are going to have to answer to those populations. And it's going to be really important for government legitimacy for leaders across the world to work together on that and to avoid the vulnerabilities that could be manipulated by populists, sometimes in the name of financial interests, that could really throw us into reverse on any progress that could be made. I would just like to make a mention here. There's a mechanism, a non-governmental, basically non-intergovernmental mechanism that has offered a practical model of cooperation through more than 3 decades now, and it's based right here in Beijing, and it's the China Council for International Cooperation on Environment and Development. And this was something that was conceived at the beginning of the 1990s. It started out as a partnership led by China and Canada, and really focused on China, but bringing experts from around the world and international organizations to discuss the challenges of environment and development and how to achieve development and increased well-being for citizens at the same time as safeguarding the environment. And this has lasted for more than 3 decades now. It's really an extraordinary testament, I think, to a vision and leadership on the part of agencies and ministries of the government of China to have continued to invite experts from around the world to come and have these discussions. And it's a model of how you can stimulate innovation through applied research with a very practical focus. I think all of this, to meet these objectives, will require a new commitment to effective multilateralism. And the middle powers of the world look to the leading powers of the world for this. You know, there are recent behaviors that are not encouraging in this regard, but what we need to do is to form as broad as possible a coalition of the willing in order to urge a greater commitment, a renewed commitment to a practical multilateralism to deal with the shared challenges that Professor Nye pointed out. And finally, I would say for think tanks, it strikes me that we have in the international system many forums, many mechanisms for talking, but think tanks need to be the mechanism for listening. And I think we all have a really important job to do in coming to gatherings like this, in working with each other to be able to bring back to our audiences, whether they're domestically or they're regional or they're global, to bring back what we learn and what we hear. And there's a lot of talking in the world, but there's a deficit of listening. And I'm so happy to be here to listen, and I look forward to hearing from all of you. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Jeff, for your also very comprehensive sharing of your thought. I absolutely agree with you that we need more listening. That's exactly what we are doing today to gather the 80 think tanks from both China and international, 50 international representatives presented at this gathering, and it's actually the first time since the pandemic that we have this big offline, the largest think tank gathering in China. So very, very pleased that we have very diversified views. We have a different think tank express their concerns and recommendations. And we have actually, the think tank leaders roundtable has been very productive, I think, and the global order, the crossroad way forward. I mean, we cannot solve this as one think tank, but at least provide a very good base for continuous discussion in the next 2 days. And absolutely, this is so important, and we really appreciate all of you coming here. And so I think that it's important, as Jeff mentioned, there's so much talking but not much listening, and that's exactly we here. We had, we will also broadcast this after tomorrow, and then we want to have more people to be heard, to understand what's going on and what's the international views on different issues and what's the Chinese views on those global issues. It's absolutely important that we need to work together. So I really appreciate all of you coming. Unfortunately, we're running out of time, and we're going to start the afternoon section at 1 p.m. And so we'll start the event after lunch break. So I really, once again, on behalf of the organizer, I want to thank all of you for sharing your great insights, great thought, and we're going to make a great report out of this, and we're going to summarize all your points. So again, I want to thank all of you and appreciate your time this morning, and also thank our audience and other representatives from different think tanks. You have the views you have the chance to talk in the next 2 days in different sections, and also the media, the think tank representative from different parts of the world, and also from China, and of course we have a large diplomatic corps also attending as well. So on behalf of CCG, I want to thank all of you. Appreciate your coming, and we'll call for the close of the morning section. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are now beginning the afternoon session of the 8th China Global Think Tank Innovation Forum. Our next roundtable is the China-West Dialogue Roundtable number 1, which is Refraining U.S.-China Bipolar Dynamics by Pluralizing into China-West Relations. To chair this roundtable, let's warmly welcome Colin Bradford, non-resident senior fellow of the Global Economy and Development Program, the Brookings Institution, and he's also co-lead the China West Dialogue. And we also warmly welcome Dr. Wang Huiyao, president of CCG and former counselor to the State Council. Let's warmly welcome them.
下面有请分论坛的联席主持人，布鲁金斯学会全球经济与发展项目高级研究员、中西对话发起人科林·布莱特福德先生。 和全球化智库理事长、国务院原参事王辉耀先生，大家掌声欢迎。
Well, thank you very much. It's good to be in a somewhat smaller roundtable where we can hopefully have a good discussion. So I would encourage, as Henry did this morning, for people to be brief, but enter often briefly rather than enter only once at length. Let me just give you some background about what we're trying to do in this session, which is listen, precisely. Is that on July 28th, it just happened that Henry Wang and Mabel Miao were in Boston for family reasons. And I live in Boston now, and Eric Balsbow, who couldn't make it to this meeting, is a Bostonian. And Susan Thornton, who's a 30-year experienced diplomat in the State Department, who's a big player in our China-West dialogue, and was also there, and Jorge Heine, who is the former, some of you will know from China, the former Chilean ambassador to China here, who's written an excellent book in Spanish for Latin America about China. He was there as well as Alan Alexandrov flew in from Toronto, who's co-chair of the China-West Dialogue. So 7 of us met from 9 in the morning. We had dinner together the Thursday night, the 27th, and then met all day from 9 to 5 and with lunch served in the room. And we developed this outline that you've, an earlier version of the outline that you've seen, and later Susan Thornton wrote the one-page summary of the outline to sort of anticipate what the main messages might be. And Susan wisely understood that in the end, if you're trying to do a vision statement, which is the idea here, that embodies lots of views, that it's likely to be lengthy and that it needs to be boiled down into a one-page summary of what are you really trying to say. So those are documents you have in front of you. I hope you've had a chance to look at them before this. Because what we would like to do is we did a similar session to this on Saturday morning with Matt Furchin there as well, who's part of our group now. He's at the Yale Law School Center for China and has been teaching for 10 years at Tsinghua University. So Matt is a welcome member of the China-West Dialogue and someone who has well prepared to be part of it. So in any case, we were in Shanghai for a conference on Friday and met for an hour and a half with the 5 people from the Shanghai Institutes of International Studies and one other think tank in the Center for CIIS, Dr. Rong, who was just here this morning, and did a similar thing. We did a listening session. Okay, what do you think a vision statement that would be forged by a variety of Americans, Chinese, Europeans, Canadians, Japanese, Chileans, and et cetera, what should be in it? What are the big ideas? And I think as many speakers said this morning, the urgency of the continuing dominance of the geopolitical tensions between the United States and China overwhelming the global governance system so that our progress in generating cooperation and coordination on facing the many global challenges that we're all aware we are facing is continuing at a rapid pace. And even though there's been a new initiative which everyone welcomes of an opening again of official channels of dialogue between the U.S. government and the Chinese government at cabinet level, that is still insufficient, that we need to accelerate our own ideas about how this could be broken open, how there could be an alternative path forward. And I outlined briefly this morning and not as articulately as I sometimes do, is what the pluralism idea looks like. Why pluralism seems to be a very strong dynamic when you have strategic autonomy in Europe and non-alignment in Latin America being, and the Japanese themselves considering an alternative path to its own strategic vision of its role in Asia. You really realize the degree to which almost every country in the world wants to define its own position in the world and its own policy in the world and have its own policy space. And so I think the pluralism, I think Joe Nye was absolutely right, Henry, when he said that, if he's still here, he's not, said that multipolarity has a certain danger of being, I think, a static concept, because it describes the structure of power. It doesn't necessarily describe, well, I think the word pluralism, to pluralize the U.S.-China relationship into a China-West relations when West is a non-geographic term and really implies middle powers coming into the conversation and professionalizing it, rests on this idea of shifting coalitions of consensus rather than blocks. So it's a powerful force that's rooted in cultural differentiation, which is an underappreciated propellant of economic development that economists have woefully neglected, is that that pluralism is really a much more behavioral and dynamic and organic concept than multipolarity. So in any case, what we'd like to do is just to open the floor to your inputs into what you think are the most important elements that need to be articulated by a diverse group of thought leaders that come from think tanks around the world that could usefully specify not only visions of how alternative dynamics could be put in play that would change the current dynamics, but also get specific about where the really potential areas of cooperation and progress could be made in an eclectic, pluralistic group like the G20 or the kind of group we've put together in the China-West dialogue, and the kind of dialogues you might well decide to put together yourselves to pluralize the conversation in whatever professional realms you're working in where you're having trouble reaching agreement. So I'd just like, Henry, if you'd like to say a few words, because you and I see things very similar, in fact, on all of this, and I'd welcome your input before we open it up.
Okay. Thank you, Colin, for the introduction. Yes, I think this China-West dialogue has been, as Colin mentioned, has been existed for the last 3 or 4 years, actually. And you had over 30 Zooms and meetings, and I probably participate half of that. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. And I found that was very interesting. It was, even though there's so many things that's been happening between China and the U.S., China and the West, yet there's no framework of talking of how the two can really coexist or collaborate. And so China-West dialogue, and many times the U.S. was referred to as, how we can find the common space, like we mentioned here, kind of two superpowers with the global ambition create space for communication, right. And also what concretely the rise of a polarism, as you said, that multipolar world, and how we can really have a system to support that. And of course, the global order now is suddenly, we all recognize that since the Bretton Woods system and after Second World War, 78 years ago, we need to enhance, improve, enlarge, and how can we really upgrade that? That's a thing. And so what are the global political dynamic of this situation? I think we had a very good conversation offline, first time for the China-West dialogue in Berlin this month, in April this year, which we had 6 members of CCG delegation was there, and Professor Wang Yiwei was also part of that, Victor Gao and myself and many others. And of course, we have, again, we met in Boston to further elaborate that. So I think it's great that we we also been hearing this morning saying, okay, think tank talk too much, but maybe should hear also, but more important should come up with the ideas and framework and kind of a track to approach. So if we, as the think tank represented by the Chinese think tank, Euro think tank, European think tanks, other international think tanks, can reach some consensus, then we can probably, easy to tell our policymakers, here are the consensus we have been building, and let's really change the narrative somehow into a more pragmatic way of doing that. So that's exactly, I think, the purpose of the roundtable that you and I have been really asking to hold. So I would really think that let's think about those frameworks, how the things we can work together, and how the things we can, phrase and stand and accommodate and come up with some consensus. So that's exactly this roundtable. We're going to have a whole afternoon devoted to that, and we'd like to hear our think tank colleagues' great ideas and suggestion for that. Thank you.
Thank you. So the floor is open. We'd like to hear from you. So that you can either key off the outline and the summaries, or you can weigh in on something that you think is important that may not be there yet. I did neglect to say, since there's a small pause, so that we also are planning at the end of November to have a couple of small meetings of 6 or 8 people in Washington after this, very similar to the Shanghai meetings and this meeting, to collect ideas and to get people to contribute to this whole conversation.
Who wants to start? Zhu Feng, 你说. Can you start? Yeah, okay.
Okay, thank you, Hui Yao, and thanks, Dr. Bradford's, I think, very illuminating opening remarks. I think the time has been just running tougher, ever tougher, more than most of the time since the end of Second World War. The reason is multiple. First of all, then we will see the global issue is hitting the Earth harder. The other is then we'll see the power redistribution structure. Today, yes, no matter how the pluralism is attractive, but real power structure is remain unipolar moment. So my friends, Professor John I. Camberry once made a great point. He said he concluded the unipolar moment maybe based distribution of a power formality in the history. The reason is American by nature is benign power, benign hegemon. But it seemed to me now his theory is also just again going empty. I think a couple of the domestic reason, of course.
Empty.
Yeah. I think a couple of the domestic reason is also just running very dramatically high. For example, what's the American's domestic politics? I'm a dean of the School of International Studies of Nanjing University. I'm also specialized in American studies. So today's American domestic politics is really get all American observers very, very stranger and also very curious what is happening in your country. Since President Lincoln declared liberation of the black slavery, since then I see the U.S. has never been more divided and tumbling into the domestic, some sort of, we say, such a fragmentation and even frictions. But the problem is foreign relations and domestic politics. They are always indispensable, some sort of very indigenous combination. So it makes a lot of sense to me. As long as U.S. feel vulnerable domestically, the U.S. cross-spectrum consensus is running high. A lot of American elites and policymakers and even political figures prefer to play up the China threat as high as possible. then make a great use of some sort of a China's post, international threat to the U.S. Therefore, then China's threat become some sort of facilitator for the Americans' domestic politics to re-achieve the cohesion and even unity. So in that sense, I really feel very, very disillusioned about the China-U.S. relations. Because as long as some sort of such a political peculiarity of the United States will not just persistently and remarkably change anymore, then I see there's no room for our relations to just get improved. So that's why when we think about the pluralism, will be booming in future, to be honest, there's no way at all. I read the New York Times, Washington Post, Wall Street Journal every day. I see some sort of such a very dramatic domestic political tone in the U.S. never changed. Whatever China is to become some sort of increasingly debatable, but the problem is U.S. now is decided to make use of China factor. So then against this backdrop, I see, yes, no matter how we just make the effort to pulling the relations closer or make some sort of compromising gesture, how our bilateral relations could finally and eventually skip over the domestic barriers in the United States. So as a professor, I have to say, as long as Americans' domestic politics remain highly fragmented and highly fractured, then there's little hope that both governments could truly just give each a warm embrace. But the problem is, faced with this some sort of, we say, terrible reality, is there any way we can work on together? Yes. Any way that we can work together. Yeah. I see people-to-people relations. It's always some sort of big, the cushion to any escalating, we say, escalation, because if we just have a very quick and even just a brief look at our history, back to the 30s, last century, also China. China is some sort of small, weak girl who just deserve a lot of sympathy from Americans. But after Japan's invaded China, China also become the most robust alliance to the U.S. Now I'm a worker from Nanjing University. Most reliable alliance during the Pacific War. Yeah. So then, now I'm working from Nanjing University. Nanjing is a real historical witness to how rich, how robust our historical connection once used to be. So then, people-to-people relations should go in beyond some sort of a political, arguments and political fragmentation, and keep both peoples sticking together, because we needed to know more about each other. So today, China is really re-emerging, but China largely is a transitional power. Of course, sooner or later, China also will be a shining democracy. There's no question for that. But how all American friends could still bear your confidence over China's future? So then today, I think after Joe Biden came to the power, he's just a very, it seemed to me, as a very badly declared. The real, the competition between, today's world is just between U.S.-centered democracy and China and Russia-centered authoritarian. That kind of, I think, a very vicious dichotomy should be totally tossed out. Yeah, otherwise, we couldn't really have a very serious look at each other. On the other hand, secondly, I want to suggest, neither of a side should be smarty pants. I'm serious. Yeah, Chinese and Americans, we are all very, very proud of our culture, civilization. That's the point I think President Biden made very correctly. He said now the competition, the confrontation between Beijing and Washington is competition between the two civilizations. But what civilization definitely means for policymaker and thinker? They consider we are more morally better positioned than you to ask you to do this, ask you to do that. If we always just move that way, China and the US, Chinese and Americans will be very quickly just become smarty pants. What does the smarty pants mean? Yeah, I mean, I always consider I'm a gray, you are wrong. So we should really, really eliminate some sort of, as I mentioned, such a vicious dichotomy, then creating some sort of a more space, not just practically, but also spiritually, yeah, to keep both sides accommodate with each other. Last point I want to say is this. While U.S. remain very, very stable and robust in your unipolar position, because your network proved to be much robust than China. So China, that's also the one point. China also wants to learn from the U.S. Yes, today China just believe, yeah, we did a lot of things. We are biggest contributor to the world economic growth. We are also become the first donator of our, COVID, some sort of such a medicines and the COVID, such a rescue bills to the third world countries. But there's no way China always just feel proud of how good we are. Most important is how broad and profoundly just spread it out. China's network. So from this point, future China's re-emergency has no way to skip the U.S., has no way to take a detour from our relations with Washington. So then, but from my views to the U.S. is also this. If the U.S. could just feel, yeah, today, even just the unipolar moment remain just, how to say, unshakable, but how to pull in China into some sort of U.S.-centered, such a new global networking. It's also another challenge. So conclusively, yes, today's world situation is running very tougher and very harsher, but the problem is I think the US and China should still feel great compelled to stick each other. Yeah.
Do what? What was the last thing?
Sticking with each other, yeah. Yeah. Let me stop here.
Yes, please. Thank you. So that was a very interesting, can I just, telegraphically, I don't want to get hung here because I want to go around the room, but I just wanted to telegraphically say that one of the things we've realized in the China-West dialogue from the beginning was that there was a huge connection between the social order divides that you described and the global order frictions. And so what I've come to say just recently is that the way I would describe what you described, which I agree with, is that the way China, and by the way, I regret to say this, but you know it perfectly well, is that China too has this same problem internally that, some of the unemployment rate in the younger college better educated group is a concern. And, I feel for you because we have the same, if you think of different quintiles of the income distribution, the problem isn't that the revolt is at the bottom, in the bottom quintile. The problem is that there's a concentration in the top two, but the political revolt is coming from the middle two quintiles, the 20 to 60% of the population. The middle class that thinks their lives should be getting better when they're not. And you suffer from the same problem. So, and it seems to me that, curiously enough, that as I understand it, the theme in OPEC is precisely to address this issue of inclusion. And unfortunately, I'll have to say to you as an economist, an American economist, but unfortunately American economics has become international economics, is that macroeconomics is concerned primarily with price stability, that is fighting inflation, financial stability, that is financial markets not being chaotic, and a strong exchange rate or a stable exchange rate. So modern economics has been very financialist in its orientation, and never, even as a development economist, has, in my professional experience, has there been enough focus on the social impact of macroeconomic policy. It's not even a metric by which you trace it. Yes, the employment rate is tied to GDP growth, but there's not a kind of social democratic approach in which there are metrics of social inclusion and support, which are part of how you measure the results of your economic policy. It's just, economics has failed as a vision that includes inclusion, includes social impact. And so both of us are floundering in how to deal with this middle class revolt where people have expectations of rising prosperity but aren't getting it. So we end up talking to each other officially back to back. And we talk to each other back to back precisely for the reason you said, is that when we finish talking, when our diplomats finish talking with each other, they hold press conferences and don't talk about really how they related to each other, but talk to the domestic audience about how they think the domestic audience would like to characterize what has been going on. And it does reflect exactly what you say. So I think the reason I'm going on at some length here, which I regret in terms of the rest of you, is that we've already anticipated this, and the question is, can one of the things that we put in a vision statement is there needs to be increasing a focus, first of all, on the social divides as underpinnings for a more cooperative and multilateralist policy, number one. And number two, is it unreasonable to ask our diplomats, which I think it's not unreasonable to ask our diplomats, to be more careful when they leave and have the Fox News in the United States and the China Daily not exacerbate the problem by making the most of the competitive narratives that come out of diplomatic exchanges. So I think there is something here that we could think about addressing in terms of not accepting this back-to-back sort of understandable need to address the domestic population, but address the domestic population about the domestic problems, not use foreign policy, as you rightly suggest, that I think both of our countries are doing, to unify the internal politics. It's a misuse. Foreign policy should be generated in relation to what your strategic vision is of your role in the world. That's both true for the United States and for China. Not about how do we create narratives in the international arena which satisfy domestic appetites for competitive nationalism that somehow makes us feel better because we don't have an economic policy that makes us actually be better. So anyways, sorry we've taken up so much time with your first intervention, but it's very central, I think, to what the two problems are. One is that the underlying social divides and its impact on the global order. And second of all, the issue of how diplomacy is talked about by diplomats in the public square when we finish, which is a destructive, which is amplified by our media, and which drive narratives which depict each other as adversaries, when in fact what we need to do is be working together. So, thank you very much for that. But let's move on. I suggest one of the things we used to do in the OECD is you take your card and you put it up like this so we can anticipate who might be coming next. But you've had some ample time to think about it while Professor Zhu and I have taken up too much airtime. Michael Pillsbury, I'd be interested to hear from you on this. Is that right? Yeah, go. There's one right there. Yeah. That's too bad for him. There you go.
I have some ideas for your purpose of a vision statement or having consensus so we can report to governments, officials, we have consensus about this, please do something. it's really one concept with three parts. There are three negotiations that have started in various ways between the U.S. and China. Think tanks should not ignore these negotiations. You can't attend the meeting, it's closed, but you can learn about it. The first, and I would call them non-negotiations. These are three things that are not happening that any vision statement has to deal with. You can't just ignore it. The first one is the trade talks. The trade talks began when Liu He came to Washington and there was a text that both sides put down their views, more than 20 demands on each side. The text grew longer and longer, finally 95 pages. There was some reneging, there were more tariffs. There are several books about this. One is excellent, a Wall Street Journal book called Superpower Showdown, the inside story of the trade talks. Henry Wang Huiyao is actually in the book for the role constructive role CCG played. Now these talks were resisted by China for 2 years. The Chinese side had some rough idea that they would have to make concessions in the trade talks. The American side punished China until the talks started. There was a mutual agreement. It was a done deal. The talks were supposed to have phase 2, things that were too hard for phase 1, mainly subsidies, where the Chinese side would have to admit how much subsidies they have to various companies, and then whether that's WTO compliant or not. Now, the Biden administration appointed a Chinese American from the House Ways and Means Committee to be their USTR. The Chinese side refuses to negotiate with her. There's no phase 2 talks at all. Phase 1 has largely not been implemented. Some things have been implemented. Trump calls it a success. Chinese side refers to it sometimes as a success. So can a vision statement or consensus ignore the Chinese side's refusal to have the trade talks continue? I put that as a question to you, Colin. Second negotiations were an idea that the Russians agreed with America. Big surprise, right? China was invited to come to the strategic stability talks, nuclear arms control discussions in Vienna. The U.S. side put out, with the Russians' help, we put out a Russian flag, an American flag, and a Chinese flag, waiting for the Chinese delegation to come. They didn't come. Strategic stability talks has been endorsed by the Biden administration. The idea actually began under Obama, when there were some strategic stability talks. This also has to do with activities in outer space. Our side has testified that China has developed a number of offensive capabilities in outer space, one of which is one satellite reaching out to another to grab it, kind of like a James Bond movie. China can do this now. There's a number of other activities that the Russians and Americans would like to know more about. Why are you doing this? That's the strategic stability talks. China will not come. And they have various reasons. It's Cold War thinking, or our nuclear weapons are very small number. We're not a great power like you and Russia. But this is different from Xi Jinping's own speeches, where he says China's DNA and culture help China contribute to the global order. So no trade talks, no strategic stability talks. And then there's a particularly strange Chinese refusal. And I can give you the reasons. China says, no military-to-military contact. Now this is built up since the 70s. I myself was personally involved in the military talks. They were very helpful to both sides. The generals and admirals on each side could try to understand, like you're talking about listening today. Each side would listen to the other. Out of it came an agreement. It's a kind of like incidents at sea agreement we had with the Soviet Union, but different. for China. Mutual notification of maneuvers, not going too close to each other's ships, not having Navy fighter aircraft suddenly surprise each other. Very constructive. Chinese side has stopped these talks. They refuse to restart them. It's been a Biden request now for 2 years. Chinese explanation, well, you put sanctions on our Guofang Buzhang, our defense minister, Mr. Li, and we can't, have military contact while you have these sanctions on. Okay, but is that supposed to be 100 years? Or how long are we not going to have military exchanges and contacts? This is quite important, Colin, in terms of accidental war. If you saw Joe Nye's op-ed piece in December last year, he specifically warns of an accident like the assassination that begins World War I. Many people are scared about this. We have no military channel, not for the American side, for our domestic politics, as Zhu Feng said, but because the Chinese side refuses to start the talks. We have a rumor that foreign ministry, other parts of Chinese government want these talks to start again. But PLA is in charge of the talks and they say no. Now I'm only giving you 3 examples of negotiations that are not going on. There's more examples. So the visionary statement, if you want consensus, I think cannot ignore these issues and address microeconomics or social middle class needs. That's all important. But I put it to you as a question. Isn't there a cost to any kind of consensus that leaves out at least these 3 negotiations issues that are not happening because of the Chinese side?
Sure. I'll try not to extend a comment, but I mean, on the trade side, Michael, I think it is true that for domestic political reasons involving labor, the U.S. isn't too keen on moving forward on trade talks either. It just happens the Chinese also absented themselves. So I admit that we shouldn't ignore these things. We should consider how to talk about these things, because clearly my Canadian colleague, Alan Alexandrov, who's co-chair with me of the China-West Dialogue, is a trade lawyer, and he's furious that the United States won't, but it's clear that let's just wait for November of 2024 and see how this works out if Biden's president again. Then the question is, can trade talks, will he shift? I think you can expect a number of shifts, actually. And would they shift on the trade issue and realize that at least we should try to make some progress in this area? So the strategic stability talks, I have been concerned myself about long ago. I thought it could be a G20 issue, actually. I think we do need a regulatory regime in space. We don't have any regulatory regime. And that, it seems to me, a void in global governance that we don't. It's a little bit like Bruno's problems with the regulation of AI and technology. I mean, these are things where there's a void and there are problems, but the idea that we could continue in these realms without trying to have a regulatory arrangements, it seems to me foolish. And so I think this is the kind of thing that in a think tank document we should mention, is to say, look, we really need to, yes, we understand their constraints and difficulties, but the idea that we leave this to the market, leave this as a void, is really death on wheels. And I couldn't agree with you more. I think part of the issue on the military-to-military talks is that the U.S. isn't willing to give up the sanctions on the defense minister, and the Chinese aren't willing to move into it because of that, which is pretty understandable. Both sides, in a way, is understandable. But on the other hand, the idea that somehow the balloon could happen and we don't have this military-to-military contact was very revealing of a threat of possible danger. So I agree with you on all 3 points. And I think we can say some things about that. So thank you very much. I'm going to go this way. Fabian, did you want to come in? He needs a microphone. I see you. There's some. I didn't even. Yeah, here it comes.
Thank you very much. Yes, I wanted to make 2 points really on the subject of multipolarity. And it's interesting that we've so far had a US-China conversation. So maybe I'll bring in a European perspective to make it less bipolar in the direction. So I wanted to make one comment really on how does the polarity in the world look from a different perspective from countries which are not within those two, what is often seen as the bipolar power structure. And sometimes it's hard to avoid the conclusion that it's bipolarity when you see how certain countries act. If countries force other countries to make a choice, to decide to be on one side or the other, then it becomes a very bipolar world. And I think it is important that there's a recognition that those countries which have great power also have to exercise restraint and responsibility. I think the second point really I wanted to ask is multipolarity analytical or is it aspirational or maybe a bit of both? And if it is aspirational, how do we turn this into a concept which can practically engender cooperation? How do we overcome the barriers which are there for cooperation at the moment? And there, I think what really for me needs to be the focus here is the question of trade-offs, the question of transition costs, the question of distributional costs. Trade-offs, transitional costs, and distributional costs. Because a lot of the changes we're going through globally will have enormous consequences. So how do we deal with those in common when they affect different countries very differently?
Okay, thank you very much. I guess the way I would answer the multipolarity analytical versus aspirational is to go back to pluralism and just say to you that, because I think it's not easy to grasp, is the four elements that we think hang together on this are the pluralism that exists because of cultural differentiation being as powerful a force as it is. That no country is like any other country. Every country wants to be themselves and be different. So it has a cultural foundation which is ignored by economists entirely, but which is actually the most powerful force in defining the development trajectory of countries. And so pluralism exists as a domestic phenomenon that has international spillovers. And the shifting coalitions of consensus is something that actually does happen, where people align themselves differently depending on what issue comes up. It's not widely talked about, and it's an antidote to blocks. And if you put the two together, the pluralism with the shifting coalitions of consensus, and you think about doing this in the G20, you immediately realize where there are working groups and task forces on specific issues, that combination generates complexity. You sit down at the table and all of a sudden there are a welter of interests at play, which are shifting depending on the issue. It's not just the G7 staying together in a block. People are moving depending on what issue it is. And the substance of the issues themselves is complex enough so that it generates the fourth element, which is professionalism. And professionalism is a good antidote to polemics because it doesn't easily become a binary choice between, as we just discussed. So it seems to us, and we tend to think that the G20, since we have it, does embody perfectly a place where these four elements could play out and be nurtured by people being self-aware that this could be the dynamic that actually changes and diffuses and pluralizes the U.S.-China bilateral relationship, and it erodes the thrust towards blocks. So I'm glad to have this opportunity to sort of repeat because it took us a while to get to this point. I I mean, we didn't just in one session decide that this was what it took a half a year and half a dozen sessions. And we've talked about it a lot since. We talked about it a lot in Berlin, is we do think that this has the potential to be, if people would buy the idea and pluralism would become as much a part of the lexicon as multipolarity is, and realize that it's behavioral, and realize that you can actually encourage people to conduct themselves in this way, encourage shifting coalitions of consensus instead of blocks, you end up with a different dynamic in settings like the G20, where we really need to, where we can and should be getting more ambition and more cooperation and more results. So that's the sales pitch. I was going to go this way, so I'm going to go to you, Mr. Ren Xiao.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I'm Ren Xiao from Fudan University. I guess I have 3 points. First, I'd like to echo Colin Bradford's point, pluralism, which I think is an excellent point, because pluralism is a fundamental fact of the world in terms of political and economic systems, values, cultures, civilizations, histories, whatever. You name it. So it is a fundamental fact of the world. And therefore, it is the starting point of any talk about the world, about relations, about anything. And pluralism, it just means difference, meaning that there are all kinds of differences in the world. And that leads to my second point. The question is, how do we treat, how do we handle differences? 51 years ago, when President Nixon left the White House for his historic visit to China in 1972, people gathered together at the White House, members of the cabinet, members of Congress, and other people. President Nixon said to the group, saying that, well, government of the People's Republic of China and government of the United States have differences, but they do not have to be enemies. I think that spirit has to be inherited by us today. To go one step further, in my opinion, differences do not necessarily lead to conflict, but also differences could be a source of inspiration. Because things are different, one can learn from the other side and other sides, other people, about many things. So we must go one step further by pointing out that differences could be a source of inspiration for our progress and advance. However, well, I believe that the world would be a better place if the American policymakers accept this philosophy, that differences could be and is a source of inspiration, a source of progress for us all. I say this because it is based on my long-time observation of the United States politics, foreign policy, and philosophy. The United States has a very strong messianic sense, a sense of mission to change the world. The United States, as a national character, the country is exceptional in terms of it has a very strong motive to change the world and to make the others more like us, quote unquote, more like us meaning the United States. Now, China is different, and China is rising, and thus China is a threat. This logic is very problematic, in my opinion. Nowadays, the US policymakers use the term competition to characterize its relationship with China. And that, in my view, flows from the above-mentioned logic. But at least it is questionable. At least it is questionable. Someone is a threat simply because he is different, or that country is different, is very, very problematic, and is wrong. I think to use competition as a term to characterize the relationship between US-China is at least too simplistic, because that is only a part of the relationship. The relationship is very broad based. It has many dimensions, including people-to-people relationship. So I don't think we can just use competition to categorize the US-China relationship. So we need to rethink about it. We need to rethink about it very, very seriously. Let me end by echoing Dr. Pillsbury's comments. I think you are quite right by saying that communication, good communication, and timely communication is very, very important for our bilateral relationship. However, to blame the other side is easy. Well, I believe we in the room have legitimate reasons to blame the Chinese government and to blame the US government. We have probably many reasons to do so. That is easy, but that is not very useful. For instance, in the case of Defense Minister Li, when he was and is still sanctioned by the US government, how can we accept the proposal for the two our defense minister and your defense secretary to have a meeting? It would be very difficult for us to accept that, because that is simply an issue of dignity, right? So for me, that is very easy to understand. And I hope our American colleagues and friends can understand that too. So
Thank you.
the issue is not just blame, but to have a good dialogue on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. We're going to have to accelerate our and I'm sorry I'm going to jump over you because you just put up your flag, and I'm going to keep going around this way because there's some people over here who had their flag up since the beginning, so I want to make sure we get there. And so please try to keep the comments more brief. Henry set a good example this morning, and I'm afraid I've been lax. We started with some very interesting comments from you, Professor Xu. So
OK， 好
，Thank you。
非常感谢哈。今天我收到这个题目以后呢，是非常宏大的题。
Thank you very much. I got this topic. I think this is a big topic, but my time is little, so I made a little preparation for it. Just now, we talked about trade negotiations. Actually, Secretary of Commerce of the United States, when visiting China, at that time, the two sides just established the ministerial and vice ministerial dialogue mechanisms, and then the finance ministries of the two countries also established a financial dialogue mechanism too. So I think these dialogue mechanisms are smooth. And just now we mentioned trade negotiations. I think we are trying to go deeper into it. So I want to share with you my personal observations about the trade negotiations. We know that the appellate system of the WTO is almost stopped, so it is in crisis. So now we are concerned about this. Can we have any rules that can be mutually or universally accepted by both China and the United States? We all recognize the market economy, but the China's market economy is based on socialism. We allow different ownerships, but in the West, their market economy is based on private ownership. So for a long time, that has not ensured the smooth operation of the WTO system, because the WTO has the unprejudiced rule. That is to say, no prejudice against SOEs. So that means that that is to say the recognition of a country's ownerships should be within the scope of a country's jurisdiction. That is also reflected in CPTPP and many other agreements. In addition to WTO, they all say that, according to the EU also, their rules will not affect other countries' provisions about ownerships. So that reflects the inclusiveness of different ownerships. So we need to ensure that different economies at different stages of development with different systems can enjoy common development. But at the same time, our international trading rules need to be harmonized, whether it is based on public ownership or private ownership, whether it is SOEs or private companies should compete equally. The SOEs should not have any advantages because of its preferences from the government. So I believe that the reform of the WTO should reflect the inclusiveness and harmonization. And we should honor competitive neutrality and also ownership equality. And we need to improve the subsidy rules. And we should also ensure balance and equality in terms of procedural topics. We need to ensure that the outcomes should be implemented.
But instead, for some emerging issues, we could use the methods of consultation instead of dispute settlement. For example, like the investment facilitation for development agreement that was just concluded. We had this rule for sustainable investment. This is a very good case. So the experience of China over the past 40 years of reform is that we need to give full play to both the market and government. China's success in infrastructure, solar, wind, and new energy and EVs is a very good case in point. Today we're facing with the global issues, so I think that we should, China and the West, learn from each other to find a way forward. Thank you.
To thank CCG and CWD for providing today's platform for scholars from different countries to communicate with each other. I'm so honored to participate in today's panel discussion. So my research mainly focused on public opinion, public diplomacy, and U.S. country-specific studies. I served as a visiting scholar at the Brookings Institution for 1 year back in 2008. And last year, I spent 6 months at Harvard University. Currently, I serve as the Deputy Dean of National Academy of Development and Strategy, Renmin University of China. So, based on my observation and my research, I want to share 3 viewpoints. I will be very briefly. So, firstly, I think with the dynamic trend in the strengths, the strategic competition between China and the US is likely to become the defining factor of the first half of the 21st century. Whether such competition will be rational or vicious, that might harm the whole world, will depend on the policy choice and political wisdom of both sides. So far, I think we still have the opportunity window to build, to find common ground, to promote cooperation and maintain stability in Sino-US relations and Sino-Western relations. Secondly, there is an urgent need for China and the US to rebuild basic trust and enhance dialogue among multiple entities, fields, and channels, to construct a framework of competitive cooperation and work together with countries around the world to address global crises and build a community with shared future for mankind. If China and the US cannot avoid confrontation or even a war, it will be a devastating disaster for the entire human civilization. So to avoid a disaster, it is really necessary for China and the US to have an accurate understanding of each other. Any underestimation or overestimation can lead to incorrect strategic judgment. So lastly, I would like to say, in China-US relations and global governance, think tanks play a really important role in idea generation, discourse, negotiation, and public opinion dissemination. The professionalism, independence, openness, and innovation of think tank enable think tank like us to transcend the difference among nation states, conduct cross-national and cross-disciplinary, even cross different field and ideological uncommon challenge facing human society and promote international cooperation. Today's exchange and dialogue actually are precisely playing the important role of think tanks in international relations. Okay, I will stop here. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. My colleague, Matt Finch.
Thanks, Colin. I was going to bore you with more discussion about my interest in and what I've been speaking about the last week about economic statecraft and questions of de-risking and decoupling. But anyone who wants to talk to me about that, we can maybe do that later. Colin's already heard me on this a few times in the last few days. But this discussion has just spurred me to maybe make a slightly different intervention on this question of pluralization. And I guess there's just a couple of thoughts that I have, and they mostly center on how we can include younger people from different parts of the world in this. I'm aware that those of us sitting around the table are not maybe the youngest folks in the room, and I think it's really important that we think about what pluralization means in terms of generations to come, especially leaders who are going to have to take on the mantle of these massive challenges that we're all talking about here. And especially at a time when we've been disconnected from one another, when there are misunderstandings based on those disconnections. Professor Zhu, you were talking about these huge changes that have happened in the U.S. How do you understand that as a researcher of American politics? It's hard enough for those of us who are from there or who work on it. And I would say the same or even is more challenging for those of us who have spent time trying to understand how things work in China domestically and in foreign relations. These are massive challenges, and for those of us who have spent time trying to teach these issues, it's a big challenge. I would just say that it's really important that we try to include younger generations, students, and not just from the United States and China or even in Europe, all of where I have taught, but also in other parts of the world where this impact of US-China rivalry is felt the most intensely: Southeast Asia, Latin America, Africa. And I know there are students here from those different places, but I just think it's really important that as we talk about pluralization, that we keep this on our mind in terms of how to do good work, good research, and also come up with practical problem solving for shared challenges. Thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, Matt. That's an excellent point. I'm going to skip here and go to the three of you on that side of the table, because I actually saw you simultaneously when I'd already started up the other side.
Well, actually, Emmanuel was the first one to raise his name card.
I couldn't see it.
You want to speak first? I can follow you. Okay. In the interest of time, I'm just going to make 3 points. I actually had a prepared speech, but I'm going to skip it because I was so inspired since this morning and also heard a lot in this session. First of all, thank you, Henry Wang, for creating this opportunity for me to speak. This is a wonderful event. This is exactly what we need to have a lot more in both China and the United States. The first point I want to make is related to this morning's session when people talk about respect, dialogue, and I think the ultimate goal is to have more mutual understanding between the two countries, as well as trying to build trust between the two countries. And I have to say, I came from Hong Kong and I taught in the United States for over 15 years. One thing that I realized in the US is that academics, I'm talking about academics, increasingly had difficult time coming to this part of the world just to engage in some regular, normal academic activities. I tried my best to invite some of my friends in the US teaching in public universities to come to Hong Kong to give academic talks. And they told me they don't want to do it, not because they find Hong Kong to be very dangerous, it's because they had to go through multiple levels of approvals in the universities and the requirements from the IT department in the university for them to bring an empty laptop to Hong Kong, okay? So I think this is not encouraging for people to exchange ideas and to learn about each other. And I'm really seeing a downward spiral, due to this kind of restrictive policies. My former colleague, Hal Brands at Johns Hopkins Science, has written a piece in 2017, published in the Bloomberg magazine, pointing a very obvious point, saying that during the Cold War era, there were a lot of students studying Russian, the language, and also the country, Soviet Union. But now, in 2023, he started seeing basically all the universities shutting down departments on China, on Chinese history, on China studies. And this is not helpful for the Americans to know something more about China. And I'm pretty sure this is the same thing happening in mainland China too. And again, living in Hong Kong, I have the luxury to basically still go to the US without much restriction. So that's my first point. My second point is related to the title of this session, which is pluralism. And I think I would like to add a word that is related, and that is decentralization. When we look at all sort of global macro phenomena, call it de-dollarization, decoupling, deglobalization, whatever words that start with the word D, we tend to connect them to geopolitics right away. But in fact, technologies are also creating this kind of trends, allowing countries to outsource from multiple places, allowing companies not to produce everything in one single location. So I think, we need to think harder about, why we are living in such a world that is increasingly more fragmented, more fractured, partly because of geopolitics, but also partly because of new technologies like AI, blockchains, whatever. The third point I want to make is that due to the tension between the United States and China, there were up and rising stars, countries in Southeast Asia, in the Middle East, in Latin America. So those new emerging markets are exactly what we are going to see in the next 5 to 10 years. We are indeed going towards a multipolar world. And I understand, sort of the underlying meaning of Professor Nai's statement this morning. I think, we are too obsessed with looking at the two biggest powers in the world and to focus too much on the tension and ignore the global south, the rest of the world, and those are our strategic partners. No country wants to take side. You go to Southeast Asia, I would bet, besides the Philippines, most of the countries would say, I don't want to take side, don't force me to do so. And importantly, I'm happy to see new regional economic and trade agreements like RCEP or the new BRICS that has 6 new members. And I think a lot of countries are giving up to rely on some improving relationship between the two powers, and they started to do something that is important for the economy, and they don't want to be dragged in this many years of geopolitical tension between the two powers. So these are my 3 points. I can make more, but I should let Emmanuel and others to speak. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. All good points. Emmanuel, I think justice means that you should be the next speaker. I understand the logic.
我先要强调，汉语是一个国际公。
So first, I think that if Chinese is an international language, so I think that, but I think that it will cause some problems because this is an international setting. So I'll be speaking English instead, though I can speak Chinese.
The idea of the rectification of names, that is to say, 事物跟名字应该是一致的 names and things should be in harmony together, and that this is the primary cause of problems and breakdown in governance. And I think if we look at both the American and the Chinese side, that breakdown is really at the core. And since we don't talk so much about it in many of these discussions, I'll go out on a limb and say a couple words. First, I'm going to talk about the United States, but everything I say applies to China, although in a different, with Chinese characteristics. First is government. Obviously, government is critical, but we've seen a radical tendency to privatize government, whether it's in the legislative, in which government, elected officials and staff members go work for hedge funds for several years to enrich themselves, or the outsourcing of process to for-profit organizations with their own conflicts of interest. This spills over into the military, which is also increasingly in intelligence outsourced, often to multinational corporations whose interests do not correspond with the nation state necessarily. And the word bank, I'd like to say that the term bank we used, but in fact, in many cases, it no longer corresponds with bank in the sense that we knew it 40 years ago or even 15 years ago. The nature of banks, the nature of banking, the nature of money has profoundly shifted, and the term, the concept has not kept up with these transformations. Journalism, the passing on accurate information to the people about what's happening in the world has also been transformed by the nature of journalism and its commercialization, and this has had a terrible effect both in the United States and China and globally. And finally, I think the most serious, although it's probably not discussed that much, is the terms science and technology. I had a lot of problems, especially in China, but also in the United States. People use the term science and technology together as if they're the same thing. In fact, science is the complete opposite of technology. Science is the philosophical pursuit of truth, using a variety of methods, the scientific method being the most prominent, to ascertain what is accurate or true. Technology is a process or a system which produces a result, and often they're in conflict, as we know in this digital world, digitalized world in which we have systems of technology which often produce untrue results. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Now I'm going to ask the people on this side of the table if you could sort out among yourselves who was first. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Professor Bradford, and thank you, President Wang. I would like to make 3 points. First, managing China-U.S. relations. I'm not sure whether we can use the term China-U.S. bipolar dynamics because we are not in a bipolar world. Nonetheless, it's of vital importance to keep a stable China-U.S. relationship. It's so important for a stable world, for world stability and prosperity. Over the past few months, we have witnessed an interesting phenomena. On the one side, the differences between the two countries are rising. On the other side, the tensions between the two countries are falling. That might become a new normal in the few months and even years ahead, because both countries are seeking the way to stabilize the relationship based on the UN Charter and the principles, namely mutual respect of sovereignty and territorial integrity, non-aggression, non-interference of the internal affairs, equality and mutual benefits, and peaceful coexistence. No matter we have huge differences, still we can keep a stable state-to-state relationship. That will continue. That will also be beneficial or enlightful for our relations with the other Western countries. That's one point. The second point is enhance China-West relations. We know that China-U.S. relationship, no matter how important, is only a part of the China-West relations. We have a much larger perspective. Then what should we do? We know that 50% of China's trade is with Asia. Another 20% is with Europe. Only 16% of China trade is with North America. So we should have a much larger perspective. Over the past 10 years and more, trilateral mechanism has been playing an increasingly important role in stabilizing the world situation and addressing the hot issues of the world. We should continue to do that. So we should do a good job in China-West relations. But how to do that? We should not do that in general, but should focus on some hot topics. The third point is support re-globalization. I think that might be a good topic facing China-West dialogue. Now the world is entangled with geopolitical segmentation and geo-economic fragmentation. And now geo-economic fragmentation has a beautiful name, homeland economics. It's prevailing in many countries. However, according to an IMF study, the geo-economic fragmentation, if continues, will cost world global GDP growth by 0.5% minimum to 12% at maximum. That will be bad for all of us, including China, the West, and the developing world. So it is our task and perspective and obligation to address that issue. And the world is now facing the fourth industrial revolution, the big data, artificial intelligence, and the quantum computing, new energies, new materials. The fast changing technologies may exceed all our abilities of our countries, including the developed countries. So might exceed our differences. So we should sit together to focus on the topic, how to manage under this background to have a global supply chain to reduce or identify the differences, how to manage them or to reduce them, how to keep the relevant, reasonable security concerns. Under these conditions, how can we work out a global supply chain with the maximum benefit for all the countries with minimum risks? If we can do that, that will be a good contribution. In this way, we should work with the industry associations and the transnational corporations and learning from their latest experiences, knowledge, and wisdom. If we can contribute in this end, that will be good for both China and the West and good for the world at large. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go immediately. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe I could bring a little bit different perspective than most speakers here today. We all know politicians come and go. We all know policies change over time. But the cultural aspect, educational aspect of a human society will always stay, right? Which is why 97 years ago, American educators, John Dewey and Paul Monroe, and Chinese educators, Mr. Hu Shi and Guo Bingwen, they founded this called the China Institute in America in New York City. Now, 97 years later, we are still going on with one mission from day one, which is to build the bridge between the American people and Chinese people through programs in arts and culture, in education, in business, which is why I'm the CEO of the Institute, and I have my co-chair, Pete Walker over there. We are here to participate in this discussion, and we want to make sure the exchanges between the peoples will continue to be strong, especially in today's geopolitical environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So from the very beginning of the morning, I have been listening to what our top experts have in their mind about international affairs and China-U.S. relations. I have been deeply inspired. I engaged in some economic activities between China and the United States for some time, so I want to share with you from that perspective. We have experienced the economic globalization and China's reform and opening up. I can see that most of you are in your 50s or 60s, so I think the decades that we have experienced have brought great opportunities to China and to the whole world. And now we are facing unprecedented changes and a lot of dynamics in the international situation. We have seen the COVID-19 and the increasing tensions between China and the United States. So it is very necessary for us to talk about the China-U.S. relations, especially the business ties. When we talk about business ties in the past, we often say that business ties are the baluster and stabilizer of our relations. Without the business ties, yes, indeed, it is impossible for us to be here today. I still believe that business ties are crucial. As some scholars have put it, during the Cold War era, the former Soviet Union and the United States had no economic ties or engagements, but in the past 4 decades, we have become part of each other, and we are inseparable from each other. Our trade rose from 2.5 billion at the establishment of diplomatic ties to 750 billion or 690 billion according to the caliber of the United States, an increase of several hundreds of folds. So in the past few decades, our business relations have also gone through ups and downs, and we have experienced a lot of arguments or fierce negotiations, and finally we can find our consensus for common progress. So between China and the United States, we have established more than 10 mechanisms for dialogue, and economically we have the S&ED and GSCD. And also in the early 1990s, our textile products and the market access, the joining into the WTO, etc. We held a lot of debate between each other on these topics. We had a lot of verbal fights. But finally, we can see that it turns out to be the fact that we reached agreement and we finally joined the WTO. So my point is that the U.S. exports to China, for example, mechanical products, soybean, or services, or U.S. movies into China. For example, I just watched the Oppenheimer. We will never forget the Mackenzie era when it hurt the scientists of the United States, and we do not want to see the bad impacts of protectionism on the benefits of the two peoples. So in one word, economic ties have brought tangible benefits to both countries. They are good for our consumers and also promoters of regional and global economies. When we talk about decoupling, actually in the past 40 years, we have already established the complete ties and bonds and connections in terms of supply chains. That is the result of our exchanges. It is not happening within one particular country, but rather it goes beyond one country into the whole region and the whole world. So if now we want to cut it off, which was taking 40 years to be established. So does that mean that we will take another 4 decades to rebuild it? So that will be lose-lose. So according to some experts, when China's trade transfers to other developing countries, that will be good for those countries indeed, but in this process of transfer, it will also be negative too. For example, infrastructure, ports, roads, water, labor skill, gas. China has a lot of advantages in all those areas. When those replaceable goods move to other developing countries, those developing countries do not have so good advantages as China. So the export price to the United States will be higher. So the U.S. consumers will have to shoulder the burden of a high cost. Of course, we can tap deeper into this topic. However, I don't think it is the right time for us to talk about decoupling. Rather, we need to talk about dialogue and negotiation and working together. Just now, some friends talk about the first phase or the second phase of a dialogue, but actually in the past, we have achieved our progress today after going through all rounds of negotiations, and now we have restored the 3 working groups between the governments, economic, financial, and commercial at the ministerial level, deputy ministerial level. So through such negotiations, we can serve to resolve the problems. And also the export control and people-to-people exchange limitations or restrictions are also bad for our contacts. I remember in the past, 5 million visitors travel between China and the United States, and every day over 100 flights were flying between China and the United States every day. But today, we can never surpass that or achieve that level. So what we need to do is to restore our normal people-to-people exchanges. And through negotiations, we need to build trust and remove the conflicts or differences of opinions. And we need to expand further our market and in terms of rules, development, management and standard development, we also need to further open our market. We have over 20 pilot free trade zones, and in our pilot free trade zones, we can do a lot of experiments.
At the same time, China and the US should make the cake bigger because our total economy accounts for more than 40% of the world economy. So, as someone said this morning, our interests should outweigh the conflicts in energy and food and climate. We have a lot of comparative advantage that we could leverage. For example, I said a few days ago in petrochemicals and in energy, China has a lot of advantage. In terms of agriculture, elderly care, climate change, there's many opportunities for us to tap. So we should focus on tapping these potentials to make greater contributions to the region and to humanity.
Vigorous and ambitious speech about how we may be able to do more in trade in the future than we've been able to do so far. So I'm afraid we're not only out of time, we're over time. And so what I want to say, I'm sorry, I'm going to come and talk with you in a minute. I'm sorry to miss the two of you there on that side. Yes. Yeah. I think we just need to stop, right?
Okay, stand a few minutes, maybe we can finish. We
Okay.
extend.
We extend it. Okay. Henry's the boss here, so.
No. Let's extend 10 minutes. I know we.
Yeah.
3 minutes each.
Yeah. Keep it short. Henry set a good example this morning, and I'm afraid my chairmanship of this hasn't been quite as effective as his. So. Yeah.
非常感谢。
Thank you. For giving me this chance. So in the interest of time, I just want to say that maybe China-US relations are in a situation of mutual winning, a win-win, because in the digital era, the landscape has shifted. The opportunities for reaching an equilibrium has passed. For example, if we provide an operating system, suppose we provide the operating system, it can't be that all countries in the world are providing operating systems. So this is a new phenomenon of win-win through cooperation. We know that relations between states are largely founded on those between enterprises. For example, in 1984, the first Kentucky opened, and then in 1990, and McDonald's opened. The KFC, Kentucky Fried Chickens, they did a lot of research, but McDonald's just opened a store opposite KFC. They brought fast food, American-style fast food, into China. The same thing happened between Chinese companies, Mengniu and Yili, Hisense and Haier. So in general, digital economy or corporate competitions have brought significant taught us a lesson that we could expand the market through competition, increase the benefits for all people. So I think that this is also the EU and China are now developing third-party markets. So this, in the interest of time, this is all I have to share. Thank you. Thank you for this chance. There is a news that we failed to mention this day. It's the governor of California has already has arrived in Hong Kong and will soon visit Beijing and Shanghai. So if we look at the editorial by Global Times yesterday, if we look at the statement by the Californian government, we may have this impression that the US and China are very friendly countries in the world. So we need to consider that there are very good momentums of cooperation on regional levels in two countries. We have the Silicon Valley, Central Valley. Central Valley is home to over half of production of fruits and nuts in the US. So if we can take into consideration more of these positive elements between us, I think that the future, I wouldn't say will be brilliant, but at least it won't be dissatisfactory. Mr. Pillsbury, when trade negotiations were falling apart in 2019, he came to China and we had a discussion together. I think that our views were able to reach our respective political leaders, leading to the phase one negotiation results between China and US. But after the signing of the agreement, shortly afterwards, COVID-19 broke out and became a global pandemic. We saw US politics became chaotic, and we haven't still seen a correction in this chaotic trend in politics in the US. This visit by the governor of California, I think that it is more representative of the future of our bilateral relations. Under Trump's administration, when things were tough, we were able to reach an agreement. So in today's environment, I think it's all the more possible that we can reach a better agreement. Thank you.
I also want to make 3 points. First, I think stability is not something optional to the international community. It's the foundation of international society. Because I think Secretary Blinken argued a few weeks ago that geopolitical instability is a feature of current international order. I think the US strategy, competition strategy, include toleration, even taking advantage of instability situation. For example, in the recent Biden administration's policy towards the Middle Eastern conflict, the U.S. even taking advantage of the Middle Eastern conflict to promote more budget, not only for Middle East and the European situation, but also for programs such as AUKUS. I think we need to realize that if we want to promote stability, we should constrain allies, and we should promote more cooperations among the great powers. So I think the major responsibility of all the great powers include reducing and constraining instability and promoting stability. We have to facilitate a transition from instability to stability. And the second thing I want to mention is the revival of multilateralism in crisis management and the conflict management. Because right now we are facing major crises in the Middle East, in Europe, in the Asia Pacific as well. I don't think that any single great power or any single bloc can dominate in the management of this crisis and conflict. So we need a division of labor, and we need some trust among great powers to do crisis management and conflict management. The third point I want to mention is the so-called the AI arms control. I think that some people recently write some articles argue that we need to learn the lessons of the nuclear arms control during Cold War for the arms control of AI today. I think there are some differences between AI and the nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons is primarily nuclear weapons. I think AI is a technology can be applied to civilian life and the military as well. So I think the U.S. approach to AI related to China is a little bit confusing, because if you want to suppress the AI infrastructure and AI research and development in China, it's quite difficult for any serious negotiations with China on so-called military risk of AI. So I think we need a two-track approach to AI arms control. Track one, cooperation and exchanges on the application of AI to the welfare of every people. And secondly, serious discussions about uncertainties and risk of AI to both civilian life and military application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bruno, I think we're going to ask you to maybe speak in the next session. Are you going to be here for that? Yeah, maybe you could, are you going to be around for the next session? I think what we need to do, and I'm sorry to not manage the time better, is we need to take a 15-minute coffee break, come back here at 3:30, because we have to end at 4:30. We'll give it an hour instead of an hour and a half, which was given to this session. So I just want to thank everyone for being as expressive as you have been about issues that are on your mind that would fit into a process that this is part of, to formulate some concepts and proposals and concrete ideas that might be useful in the public square, and hopefully the process itself will generate some of the relationships, professional relationships, that we think is part of promoting mutual understanding and respect as well. So let's just take a 15-minute coffee break, come back at 3:30. Henry, does that seem right? Yeah? And then we'll proceed to talk about international norms and global engagement platforms in the second round. Thank you very much to each and all of you, and apologies especially to you and Bruno for not being able to fit you in.
Let's welcome to co-chair this session Professor Colin Bradford, non-resident senior fellow of the Global Economy and Development Program, the Brookings Institution, and Dr. Wang Huiyao, president and founder at the Center of China and Globalization.
下面有请分论坛主持人、布鲁金斯学会全球经济与发展项目高级研究员、中西对话发起人科林·布莱特福德先生和全球化智库理事长、国务院原参事王辉耀先生，大家掌声欢迎。
好的，我们今天这个很高。
We are very efficient today, and we are now starting the second roundtable.
Table of this afternoon, and as we have seen in the first roundtable, I mean this theme is very highly relevant. Is that we're having the China-West dialogue, and how we can find ways to really find out where we can coexist and collaborate. So this is very important. I think we have heard many good views from a roundtable, and of course we're going to hear more this time. And then we're going to collect them, and then we're going to digest them, and then put them into a good recommendation. Perhaps I could also start with some personal views as well on this issue. Is that we are we are very fortunate that we are, having this roundtable with so many think tanks from around the world, particularly from China, from US, from EU, and from other countries. And so we can have really in-depth dialogue, and that's why we set enough time to do that. So we talk a bit about the difference we have in our the morning section, but particularly the afternoon first section, how we can really, shorten the gap and minimize the differences. And that's really the topic we're talking. So, we know, as Colin has mentioned, there's a social divide, there's a gap of wealth, and that has all driven up of deglobalization and populism, and also the social media. So and also constant communication among people and spread of the any sentiment or dissatisfaction that second minute you can really transfer to the whole world. So in that kind of new situation, where can we help? So we talk about this morning about China-U.S. relations because that is probably one of the key between China and the West relation. I'm thinking about it is really into a multipolar world, but of course U.S. is still the key pillar, but we can't deny there's other pillars coming up, and so how we can really cooperate together in this sense. So what I hear, I'd like to propose a few ideas. I've been talking that to Colin in the past. First, of course, is the climate. I think climate is really the enemy number one for the mankind. We all know that. We whether we like it or not, we felt the impact. For example, I never heard in Beijing, this summer there was a flood and there's a few dozen people dead because Beijing has a flood. And you can imagine how serious that can be. And now worldwide, everywhere, it's fires and floods and everything, and even earthquakes and things like that. So the natural climate and climate change it's really happening and is affecting every one of us. So in that sense, I think we all have the common ground. I was so encouraged by the dialogue I hosted last month in Beijing at 9th China and Globalization Annual Forum. I invited Minister Xie Zhenghua, the Chinese climate envoy, and also I invited Nick Burns, the current U.S. ambassador, and also EU ambassador Toledo to the roundtable, and then we have a 30 ambassador also attending with 150 people there also. At that roundtable, you hear cooperation, how we can really work together. Minister Xie said he has actually, in the last 2 months, he had 50 Zooms, dialogues with John Kerry. They are very, very much working on, and then he expressed interest to visit the United States. And Ambassador Nick Burns welcomes that. And so was such a good spirit. And also EU Ambassador Toledo talked about how EU can be more active. So I think, climate change is probably the most low-hanging fruit that we can build up the consensus to work. I think right now, if you open the television and the radio, there was always negative news, except what Professor Liu just mentioned about Governor of California. We hear some good news. But most of the time, you take on the television, it's all bad news. And then in that kind of environment, how can you collaborate? I think the collaboration needs good environment. So I think climate change is something we all feel in common. And actually, Minister Xie said at that time at the roundtable, he said, President Xi said at the UN summit, before 2030, China reach carbon neutral. Before 2060, China reach carbon peak. 2030 carbon peak and 2060 carbon neutral. It was not by, it was before. So before means that could be a few years ahead of schedule. So let's really see. Minister Xi mentioned that the other day, which is very important. So I think, we have a lot of common knowledge to work on that. So I think think tank like this, roundtable like this, we should really expand, the common denominator, like climate change, facing this threat of all mankind, and we need to work on. And particularly China, US, and EU, the three largest economy, the three largest emitters in the world, have a moral responsibility to work together. So that's my first recommendation, that let's really focus something that we can work on and make it happen, and so create some good atmosphere to continue other cooperation. The other thing I would like to talk about, the second recommendation, is that infrastructure now become a globally recognized, public good, and deficit for that for the developing countries is enormous. We all know that China realized that first. There's a saying in China: if you want to be rich, build roads first. And then China started earnestly on that for the last 4 decades. And it's greatly transformed China. Anywhere you go, 5-6 hours by fast train. 70% of the world 5G stations are in China. 7 out of the 10 largest, container ports are in China. And this infrastructure has transformed China into a second largest economy and lifted 800 million people out of poverty. So 10 years ago, China launched the Belt and Road Initiative, which basically aimed at the global south and developing countries to provide infrastructure. But I'm very glad to see, out of China's initiative, now US has put infrastructure into their agenda as well, Build Back Better World, B3W. EU has put this into their agenda, EU Global Gateway. I'm also hearing that EU is going to have a summit about EU Global Gateway right after Belt and Road very soon now, which is good. I mean, we all talk about this infrastructure deficit the whole world, particularly developing countries, are facing. So this is another area we can work together. Why not we have the World Bank, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, Asian Development Bank, African Development, European Construction Bank, and Latin American Bank. They all, build on the similar charters, and they share the same language. We had a conference last month. The World Bank said they had worked very well, extremely well with the AIB. They have many projects working together. So why don't we really get those international development banks work together? And and let's really take a part of the BI, B3W, EU Global Gateway, and also this India, Middle East, and Europe Economic Corridor. Let's go all those infrastructure together. So that's the other thing we could work together. Thirdly, which probably is my last recommendation for this roundtable, is that we know there's a migration crisis and there's global talent crisis going on, in different parts of the world. And then, China is the largest talent circulating country. US is the largest talent attracting country, and of course European too. So on the talent mobility and talent supply to the developing countries, can we really restore those Peace Corps and all those different programs? Let's get world talent, global governance to some degree, and then China, US, EU, that we can all work together to help in developing countries. And then, for example, universities of the world should work together. I mean, academics should work together. And the same is true of the think tanks. So really, I felt in that perspective, we can do more to find similar common objectives so that we don't really go so differently with each other on the geopolitical tension. So that's what I really want to open this second roundtable, and I felt that we have all the think tanks. And also the global digital is another area, and I know Bruno has a lot of knowledge on that, which I think China, US, EU should set good examples and then find a way to work. And EU has a good position. China has a position, and US has a position. EU is in the middle of this in terms of regulatory. But then we can really try to maximize the similarity and minimize the difference, so that we can pave the way for the standardization of the world in the future to come. So I really think that it's so important we get this dialogue. We had 50 think tanks from different parts of the world, over 10 from US this time. So it's really great, and we hope that and also 2030 think tank from China participated. And we hope that the voice out of China, particularly if we have some joint statement of similar views, will be really set a good example for the policy community to take our recommendations and move things forward. So I'm really happy that we are having this dialogue, and I want to also congratulate calling on this initiative. We've been planning this for quite a few rounds, but we did the Berlin Forum, we did the Boston Forum, now we have the Beijing Forum. And next time let's do Washington Forum. So let's work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, I mean, it is really interesting to realize that as important as the global challenges are intrinsically, that maybe one of the most important things about them is their capacity to force the kind of cooperation that otherwise wouldn't happen, and that the results of that might actually be as important as addressing the problems themselves. So that there's this interesting sort of use, if you like, of the fact that we're in a terrible moment of simultaneous systemic crises, which actually provide an opportunity to compel cooperation when otherwise it might not happen. I'd just like to begin this session by recognizing that I'm very pleased that there are 4 additional people besides Henry and myself from the China-West Dialogue here, the first of which is Françoise Nicolas next to me from IFRI in France, Julia Ganter from the Korber Foundation in Berlin, Martin Albro, my good friend from the UK, who is not only a China expert but a writer, he's now calling himself, and Mabel Miao, who was with us in Berlin in May, and of course in the July 28th meeting in Boston. And in addition, we have Christiane Kastrup and Agnes Michalek from the Global Solutions Initiative, where 21 of us from the China-West Dialogue self-funded ourselves to go participate in the Global Solutions Summit in Berlin in May. So let me just start out by saying to try to give some context for this particular session on international norms and global engagement platforms. I think a good point of departure of why did we decide, it may be obvious from the session we just had, but why did we decide that international norms would be a good thing to focus on? Well, one of them is this concept that I mentioned this morning about reputational capital. But the other was, quite frankly, the Bali G20 summit. The 4th paragraph of the Bali summit, which, as I said this morning, was something like 50 pages long. I'm going to read it all to you because I think it's an astonishing paragraph for the G20 summit which thinks of itself as an economic governance forum, global economic governance forum, to have embraced what I'm about to read to you. It is essential to uphold international law and the multilateral system that safeguards peace and stability in the world. This includes defending all the purposes and principles enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations and adhering to international humanitarian law. And let me just pause there to say that the term international humanitarian law applies to the Geneva Protocols on protection of combatants and civilians. So it's a very specific thing, which is actually quite relevant at this particular moment in history, including the protection of civilians and the infrastructure in armed conflicts. The use or threat of use of nuclear weapons is inadmissible. The peaceful resolution of conflicts, efforts to address crises, as well as diplomacy and dialogue are vital. And this is a phrase that was put in by Prime Minister Modi. Today's era must not be of war. So it's quite a remarkable thing in an economic summit that it tells you something about the moment. And I myself for years have as a G20 proponent and watcher and sometime contributor, have felt that it is a broader forum than just an economic one, and that it was perfectly legitimate for it to be that because it's a leaders forum and leaders have broad responsibility And furthermore, as unfortunately we're learning in some of the more negative dimensions, that economics and security are connected in any case. So that it seems to me, sort of sticking to economics, which itself is a silo, is a little bit limiting when it comes to political leaders who have maximum responsibility for their countries. So we've thought that illustratively, some of the things we might do is to consider putting, actually writing some language that gets into more detail about international humanitarian law. And the International Committee on Red Cross has actually enunciated 10 things the rules of war do. And they're quite poignant now when you look at both the conflict in the Middle East and the conflict in Russia, in the Ukraine with Russia. So that is one area. The other area that I think is quite important, I was reading something yesterday on the fast train here from Shanghai, that it won't surprise you to know that France is the country with the most nuclear plants, which is 56. But it might surprise you to know that China is the second largest number of nuclear plants, which is 55. And so not far off the trail of the leading country with nuclear plants. And China's planning to build potentially 70 more. So I think this might be a case in terms of not only reputational capital, but maybe self-interest, in which China might be inclined to support what are called the 7 pillars. I won't read them to you, but the 7 pillars for nuclear safety of nuclear plants. Because in a way, if there's to be nuclear plants, they need to be secure. And we've seen in the Ukrainian case where they haven't been. And so I think it's sort of a kind of sweet spot to go into, because it tightens up the kind of consciousness about the importance of safety at home of your own nuclear plants, our own nuclear plants in the U.S. and everywhere else, but also the fact that this should really be off bounds in terms of war. I mean, the fact that 2 plants in the Ukraine were invaded and jeopardized in the war is, war is war. But this is a case where it seems like taking a stand could really be quite productive. And there's the World Organization of Nuclear Operators, which I happen to know from my personal experience, having known someone who is French, actually, who is president of WANO, the World Association of Nuclear Operators. They have been in the past very reluctant to take strong positions on all of this. They are no longer reticent, and I think we might find some useful language in that area. And there are other areas which we might go into, and we would seek having your advice and contributions on what you think might be useful ways to strengthen international norms in ways that would impact the geopolitics of the current moment. I'd like to call first on Bruno. I'm not going to try to pronounce your last name, Bruno, because he is in the regulatory area on artificial intelligence and technology, and has some thoughts about how to bridge the session we just had to this one. So Bruno, if you'd lead us off, please.
Thank you very much, Colin. I would like indeed to talk 2 minutes about the link from perhaps the limits to pluralism, and how do we move from the limits to pluralism to international norms and standards, which I think is the topic of this session. We agree then that pluralism is about respect of each other's identity, values, culture, collective preferences. But and it's clear that the fact that you, and I say you, anybody, is different from me is not a good reason from not being in business with him. However, there are limits. And the limits today, for instance, is respecting the integrity of a sovereign country. And this has immediate consequences at the international level. I know that you talked about Bali. I wonder whether you were talking about Bali or Delhi. I think it was Delhi you talked about, the communique that you read.
No, it was Bali.
It was Bali.
Bali
Okay.
in November of 2022.
Okay, so I'm talking now about Delhi. Delhi,
Yes.
September 23.
Right.
And you could see that, we tried with our project on the global governance of the digital ecosystems, we tried to push the concept of a global digital board, which would be an inclusive body where governments, industry, NGOs, civil society would try together to identify the areas on AI, on data, etc., where there are conflicts and where it's difficult to move forward. We were blocked because a number of major players told us, sorry Bruno, G20 is not the right forum for that. So we went backwards, and that is how you had G7 and G7 plus. G7 plus Hiroshima, which is a way to be as inclusive as possible, not to limit the government of world's affairs to a limited number of rich countries, but to try to widen it. Now, of course, we know that it's not widened enough. There's a limit to it, but it's already an attempt to move forward. So my point would be, despite the fact that today's global, because of the global challenges that we've mentioned, and we could have added a number of others, health, for instance, it's clear that we need to concentrate, and that's perhaps the way forward, to concentrate on the strategic issues on which each country cannot afford not to engage. And that's basically, and Henry has mentioned it, that's what's happening in climate. Climate is a good example where we managed to move forward in the right direction. Now, on digital, we have a number of initiatives, in fact, a myriad of initiatives on AI. And we see that some of those are within the G7 plus forum. And I'm happy to see that the UK has taken the initiative of inviting China to the conference that they're going to organize that Rishi Sunak is going to organize in September. So I think the only way is to manage our difference, to make them coexist. But again, let's not forget that there are limits, because a number of our countries are subject to public opinions. They need to be re-elected. And this is something that we have also to take into account. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's try to do, that was a good length of introduction, Bruno, good to set a good example, but let's try to do crisp 3-minute introductions so we can get around the room and maybe go around the room, or at least have some people who are able to intervene more than once. And can we do I learned this at the OECD, can we do this to indicate your interest in speaking? I see Francoise right away, so the rest of you have a bit more time to put up your flags. Francoise, good to see you.
Okay, well, good to have me here. Okay, well, I would like to pick up on the points that Henry made, at least 2 of the 3 points that he made. And I would be, I guess, a little bit negative. I'm sorry for that. It would sound a note of caution, which goes a little bit in the same direction as what was said right before. On climate, I agree with you that it is the thing that everybody mentions as the possible area for cooperation. That's the obvious one. The problem is, I think, that it is easy to say. It is slightly more complicated to act on climate. So there are a number of declarations, but then to walk the talk is slightly more complex. And one problem I see with regards to climate is that you bump into economic interests very quickly, even about climate. If you look at what the US is doing with the IRA, IRA is, well, to help the ecological transition in the US, but then, well, it clashes with other countries' interests. Same thing for the anti-subsidy investigation that the EU is launching. Well, if you exclusively think about climate, you may think that it's a good thing to have cheap electrical vehicles coming from China, but we do not see it exactly the same way because of economic interest. Because the car industry in Europe is huge, and we don't want the car industry to disappear. So, okay, we agree on climate, we agree that something should be done about climate, but very, very quickly, national economic interests pop up, and this makes things quite complicated. So that's my first point on climate. Second thing about infrastructure. So there are two things I would like to say about infrastructure. Well, the first thing is that infrastructure, at least as far as the digital dimension of it is concerned, is really a package. So when you have competition, I agree with you that competition may be healthy in infrastructure. That's good. We have a global gateway, Belt and Road, Build Back Better World, etc., etc. That's good and healthy. The problem is that very often, together with hard infrastructure, comes soft infrastructure, standards, norms. And so when you have competition in hard infrastructure, you also have underlying competition in soft infrastructure, in norms and standards. So that may make things slightly more complicated than what we think at first. So that's one first point on infrastructure. Same thing about the digital thing. Well, it was rightly said right before that norm standards reflect national preferences. I agree with you, and if you look at what the digital governance looks like in different parts of the world, they reflect very different philosophies. We have basically three digital realms. The EU one, which is more people-centric, I would say. The US one, which is very much big company-centric. And the China one, which is control-dominated. And so these are three very, very different approaches. And so it will be quite difficult also to reconcile these various approaches. So on digital, I don't see much scope for cooperation, at least for easy cooperation. Well, I guess I'll leave it here at this stage. And sorry for sounding so negative, but I think we have to be, well, candid and realistic and not naive about the possibilities for cooperation.
Absolutely. So the first placard I saw up was you, madam. So if you calling you first.
Okay, thank you, Professor Brandford. My name is Dai Ruijun from Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, and it is great honor for me to be invited to participate in this grand event. And I would like to start with one of the keywords of the Charter of the United Nations, that is human rights. Yeah, and it is also one of the three pillars of the United Nations. And after that, I would like to try to explore some convergence, if there are some. We could work together. As for human rights, I think many people may believe they are based on norms stem from the Western civilization. But actually, it is not the whole picture. And as we all know, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which was adopted in 1948, this year is the 75th anniversary of this document. And this declaration is considered as the cornerstone of international human rights law, and it embodies actually a global moral consensus on human rights. Drafters of this declaration came from both West and East, including China. And the Chinese representative, Dr. Zhang Pengchun, or Pengchun Chang, maybe, yeah, he was the vice chair of the drafting team of this declaration, and he had successfully incorporated the Confucian philosophy into this declaration. Besides Mr. Zhang, there is still another Chinese scholar named Luo Zhongshu, and he had also made some contribution to the birth of international human rights law. Actually, he participated in a survey which was carried out by the UNESCO in around the 1940s to assist the draft of the Universal Declaration. And Mr. Luo also proposed some ideas of the human rights philosophy in China. And because of the time limit, I will not go into detail of his contribution, but most of his contribution or his proposal got positive response in the later International Bill of Human Rights. So studies have already showed that the source of international human rights law are embedded in various civilizations, and the Western view of human rights is only a local discourse, and also it is very influential. Therefore, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights is proclaimed as a common standard of achievements of all people and all nations. Actually, I would like to mention another case, a recent case. It is the 54th session of the Human Rights Council, which was concluded a few days ago. And during this session, a resolution initiated by China and some Western developing countries named Promoting and Protecting Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights in the context of inequalities was adopted through consensus. Why this case is special? Because firstly, this resolution was adopted by consensus, not by a vote. Actually, this is rare in the history of Human Rights Council because in the past, whenever there is a resolution proposed by China or some developing countries, the Western countries, especially the United States and the UK, would oppose it and ultimately put it to a vote. But this one was adopted by consensus. And secondly, because this resolution is related to related to the rights of economic, social, and cultural rights. And but the EU and the US expressly, clearly expressed their willingness to join in the consensus. This is also rare because, at least for the United States, it's not yet a state party to the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, and the United States is always challenging the human rights attributes of economic, social, and cultural rights. So this adoption of this resolution, maybe to some extent, demonstrate that there might be some convergence or common sense between the West and the East, between the developed and the developing countries, even in today's conflict and confrontation era, to reach some consensus in the area of human rights. So at last, when it comes to exploring some convergence beyond the climate change, I think maybe some topics in the area of human rights, such as equality and non-discrimination, protection of rights and freedoms of vulnerable groups, or not let anyone to left behind, especially in the digital area, digital age, might be some convergence. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. I'm not going to go into it, but we have actually had a session on quite a productive session, or two actually, on human rights, and your comments are quite in line with what you gave. Some historical background that I didn't know, but quite in line with what we've been thinking about on that issue itself. So I'm just going to go down to the next two. Sabina, is that your name? I can't
it's
read
all right,
vertically
Colin.
very well.
My name is
Yes.
Shada Islam. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. And I'm really very delighted, A, to be here. Henry and Mabel, thank you. And B, to speak after you. Because what I'm going to say is a bit similar, but I'm going to put it a bit differently. I am Senior Advisor at European Policy Center, and I'm Visiting Professor at the College of Europe in Natolin. That's who I am. I know that the world likes formality and structures and hierarchies. And a world that is patriarchal, in essence, adores formality and officialdom. But I think in the world that we live in today, and we're seeing it in our streets of Europe and across the world, there is a real desire for informality and to work to tackle our challenges not through official structures but through informal channels. And that is why I think this multipolar world, Colin, that we're talking about, and that you call the shifting coalitions of consensus, and I say often in what I write and what I tell my students, it's a mix and match world. It's an a la carte world. Countries are not being put in silos and channeled into binary choices. They're not doing it. It's spontaneous. And we're seeing it now, and we need it now. We need it now in the Israel-Palestine conflict. We need it now in Russia-Ukraine. We've seen countries coming in. It's Turkey, it's Qatar. The United States and China cannot handle it. The European Union cannot handle it on its own. So we need these alliances. We need these partners to come in at this point. So that's the first thing, is it's an informal world. This multipolar world is going to break away from the constraints, and I would say the shackles of institutions where countries will have to work. Whether they're global north or global south, collective west, global south, they'll have to work together in informal alliances. And G20 is good for the moment, but it has to break up into smaller groups, minilaterals, plurilaterals, a la carte, as I was saying. And the second point that we're seeing now is the importance of young people. Young people, very, very important. I think we have to break away from this generational divide that exists as well, where the policies are being made by elderly gentlemen, if I may put it that way, whereas the young people, as we're seeing in the streets, want peace and reconciliation. I myself am not very young, so I'm saying this knowing what I'm saying. So the three areas where I think we need to work, of course, climate change, and my friend Françoise has said very clearly the dangers and the challenges there, but I think it's sustainable development goals. SDGs, I mean, I know that we all sort of talk about the SDGs and then put them away and say, okay, that's done. But those are essential if we're going to build a more equal world. If we're going to protect the vulnerable, if we're going to protect education, health, etc. So I would say multipolarity in many ways is a challenge, but I would say that it is also a blessing. It's a reality, and we have to work with it and not try and impose structures on it which actually will not be of benefit to us. Thank you very much.
Yes, Colin, you.
Okay, thank you, Chairman, to giving me this chance to have my talk, because previous panels I lost the chance to talk, right? Now, I would like to give us the 3 points in my presentations. First, I do think that we should go beyond the ideological politics. Unfortunately, we look around the world, we have been divided into different camps of ideology, right? So more democracy or non-democracy. But I think that's this kind of patterns that make the world get into the tragedy, patterns, like the Cold War period, right? And now we're heading closer towards the new Cold War. So there will be real problems. But I do think that all of us would like to, go beyond the kind of Cold War mentality and the patterns. The reason why we all sit down around this table from all over the world. So I think that we should do something to go beyond the power politics and the ideological politics. And the second point, I would like to say that this world also have been composed by the plural culture and civilizations. Of course, we are different, right? But regarding the background of culture, nobody, even no country, can take the opposition, against each other. So I do think that our American friends would like to, to respect the Confucius, right? And our Chinese would like to respect the Western's Jesus Christ, or other philosophical, key scholars in the Western academia. So I think that's regarding the world, even though we are make differences between us with the background of culture, but we should share this culture. So the reason why our Chinese would like to set the value, which is the civilizational value, not just the political value. And our Chinese love the freedom democracy original from the Western academia and civilization. And I do think that our Western scholar also love the Chinese civilizational value. So the third point I would say that maybe we should reshape the new style of politics. I would like to use a word called civilization politics. Go beyond ideological politics and power politics. We know that in 19th century, power politics makes so many war among our human society. And ideology differences make the Cold War in the 20th century. And now, in the 21st century, we should try to move ahead towards the civilization politics. I mean, all the countries based upon our own civilization. For example, like in East Asia, China, Japan, South Korea, or some country in Southeast Asia, we all belong to the East Asian civilization. We should have our own community based upon our civilization value. Of course, the United States as a sympathizer of the Western civilization, that's good. China respects our American civilization or Western civilization. So that's the reason why I would say that East and West could sit down together like this round table. And even I would like to propose to Hui Yao, maybe next year, if you have set the themes for this dialogue, maybe could give a word like this: We Forum. We Forum means West and East. So West and East, we also belong to the humanities, right? And we share our global civilizations, and also we, even though we have different civilizational background, but we can sit down together as a human being. So the We Forum could be united between the East and the West for our human activities, like anti-globalization, and like the climate change, and in the global community. Okay, that's my point. Thank you.
So could I just call on the three of you here in this corner? Yeah, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Today, our topic is dialogue between China and the USA. Really, we have one dialogue. But usually, frankly, dialogues between China and the US were not like dialogue. Factually, they were more like argument. It is normal to have arguments, and arguments are not a bad thing. The debate between China and the US basically rooted in the following three levels. First, the interests. China and the United States are each other's important trading partners. China and the United States share many common economic interests. If this partnership is undermined, both sides will suffer huge losses. But China and the United States also have different interests. China is a developing country, and so far, China's greatest interest is development. The United States is already a developed country and is the richest country in the world. Development is not its greatest interest. Its greatest interest is to maintain hegemony, economic hegemony, military hegemony, and a cultural hegemony. There will certainly be conflict between the two largest economies. One is for development, and the other for hegemony. Second, responsibility. There are different understanding of rules. In the past few decades, the international economic balance of power has changed profoundly. But the global governance system has failed to reflect the new changes and is not representative and inclusive enough. An important difference between China and the US is the different understanding of rules. When Americans talk about rule-based international relations, they mean a set of rules. The Chinese also speak of rules, but they are referring to a different set of rules. That is an international system with the United Nations at its core and an international order based on international law. Third is value. It is a different understanding of political systems and political values and a development path. There are fundamental differences between Chinese and American political values. Americans consider their nation as a city on a hill, and the world should look up. The political values of the United States are universal values, and the whole world should adopt such universal values. Any governments that does not conform to the democratic model is authoritarian. What Americans understand as modernization is westernization. The Chinese believe that countries have different national conditions, different cultures, and different histories. Countries have the right to choose different paths of development. The debate on the three levels will continue for a long time and will not go away anytime soon, and there is no need to rush to complete agreement. Our mission is to transform argument into real dialogue. How? It is a good way to seek truth from facts, more inclusiveness, more constructive, more mutual respect, more equality, more negotiations, less prejudices, less speaking from the position of strength. Treat each other as equals, respect each other, and then we can hear each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. My name is Shifeng Zhu from Tsinghua University, Dean of the School of Public Policy and Management and the Executive Director of the Institute for Sustainable Development Goals. Today's session's topic is the international norm and international cooperation. I think for international organizations, the most inclusive and authoritative international organization is the United Nations, which plays the most important role in resolving international conflicts, economic, social development, and sustainable development in the world. The UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals, adopted in 2015, includes 17 goals across economic, social, and environmental domains, as serves as an important document for the global development. Since the adoption of the 2030 Agenda, countries have made significant progresses in implementing sustainable development goals. Some goals has already been achieved, such as China's early completion of poverty alleviation tasks by 2020. In addition, the international community is strengthening cooperation and coordination to jointly address global challenges. However, in the process of implementing the United Nations Development Agenda, there are also a lot of difficulties and challenges. First, some developing countries lack the economic, technological, and human resources to implement the Sustainable Development Goals. The second is some developing countries still face internal and external imbalances in political, economic, and social aspects. In addition, the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic and the Russia-Ukraine war in particular has strengthened the imbalance in developing among the countries. especially the LDCs, least developed countries that have just lifted themselves out of poverty, have rapidly returned to poverty. So in terms of China, Chinese President Xi Jinping proposed the Global Development Initiative in 2021. The initiative proposed that the developing countries should strengthen their capacities to achieve economic, social, and environmental coordination and development and eliminate poverties. So the GDI is of great significance for promoting the implementation of 2030 agenda for SDGs globally. First, the GDI provides important support and guidance for the LDCs to achieve sustainable development. This initiative emphasizes that importance of the poverty alleviation, promoting economic growth, improving education and health levels, and protecting the environment, and proposes significant actions, plans, and goals. Second, the GDI has received widespread support from the international communities, including the United Nations, governments of countries, and international organizations and non-governmental organizations. The establishment of group of friends of Global Development Initiative in 2022 show that they have a strengthened partnership. So in summary, the GDI provides important support and assistance for the least developed countries to achieve 2030 agenda. So currently, the implementation of GDI still requires joint efforts and cooperation for all parties, bridging the preferences in opinions and politics that existing among different countries, and further promoting the achievement for the Sustainable Development Agenda. In the future, we need to international community to continue to strengthen cooperation, jointly promote the globe to achieving sustainable development goals. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman. I'm Tu Xinquan from the China Institute for WTO Studies of UIBE. So I'm a WTO man, not a tariff man. But to be honest, I'm afraid that the effective functioning of the international system does not depend on rules or norms, but on the leadership of the hegemony or the cooperation of hegemonic states. In the case of world trading system, since the 2008 global financial crisis, the U.S. has gradually lost its confidence and interest in sustaining the multilateral trading system to pursue and defend its own economic interests. The shrinking of U.S. manufacturing, the rising internal income inequality, the narrowing gap between the U.S. and China are perceived to be the outcome of the multilateral trading system, which offers more opportunities to China's rise. The permanent goal of the U.S. as a hegemony is to maintain its hegemony permanently. Although China has repeatedly claimed that it is not intending to take over U.S. position, the U.S. doesn't believe it, and even heightens its suspicion over China's hidden ambition or conspiracy. At the same time, China also believes that currently the U.S. will take whatever measures to contain China's development and sustain U.S. supremacy. So the fundamental dilemma for the current world is that there is neither absolute hegemony nor cooperative powers. Therefore, we should not expect the international system could function effectively as in the first 2 decades after the end of Cold War. We have to live with this reality that the two competing powers have deep mutual distrust on each other. In my opinion, the best hope for now is to keep the great power competition peaceful as much as possible, both economically and militarily. In terms of economic competition, we should encourage and urge the two major powers to generally stick to the existing WTO rules as well as other international rules, and at the same time to reach interim deals about some controversial issues, such as national security. Most importantly, the two powers should give each other more policy space to take certain restrictive measures to defend their essential security interests and agree not to take tit-for-tat retaliations for their own domestic political purposes. Both sides should exercise restraint in initiating dispute settlement cases regarding national security, since the two sides' ignorance of WTO rulings will even hurt the authority of the WTO. Secondly, the two powers are trying to promote more active industrial policies in certain sectors. They could work along with other interested parties to reach temporary or permanent clarifications about the agreement on subsidies and countervailing duty measures, giving more policy space to each other to make and implement their industrial policies, especially those related to environmental protection and climate change, which could produce global positive spillovers. Moreover, if economic theories are right that subsidies won't work finally, just let all of them fail. Domestic politics will punish those incompetent governments. To conclude, for now, we would better adopt a kind of appeasement policy with looser constraint on each other and give more time for both sides to adapt to the evolution of global power structure. Thank you.
So I think we'll just shift over here to the other side of the table and just begin with you, sir.
我可能是个例外，我要用中文。
So maybe I'll be an exception, make an exception, so I'll be speaking in Chinese. Thank you for your invitation.
I am a CCG advisor. I have been engaged in international studies for a long time. I have been deeply inspired today. I want to talk about how to strengthen international norms and increase international cooperation. I think we all feel that we are at a crucial moment. There are a lot of deficits in governance, in development, and we are lacking in cooperation platforms. And the existing international norms and international rules on relations have been challenged. And China's role in the world has also been misunderstood to a great extent. Actually, China is working hard to become an advocate of respecting international norms. Since the end of the Cold War, the world is developing toward multipolarity, and economic globalization has also experienced a lot of twists and turns. The international community hope that the big countries will shoulder more responsibilities in international governance to ensure that we will build a community of shared future for development and for common destiny. And Chinese leaders 10 years ago already said that in dealing with other countries, our goal is to find common ground and promote lasting peace and build peace and prosperity in the world. So to follow international rules and uphold international governance and promote international cooperation are the choices made by China. Our goal is actually to find the converging points among different countries and share responsibilities with different countries. And through the universally accepted approaches, we will work together to find a way for common growth and development. Second, actually, China has also made specific and practical proposals for global governance. For example, China wants to participate in science and technology governance through increased cooperation. And second, we have taken the initiative to make good use of international innovative resources to participate in the international innovation networks and build our capacity for rules making in the world. And to participate in environmental governance, we want to build good ecology in the world, and we want to ensure that our actions are environmental friendly, and we want to find the solutions to sustainable development. And China wants to participate in security governance. We hope that we can combine our own security with the common security of all mankind. That is why I have been the most active in the international peacekeeping missions. We are engaging in the fight against terrorism. We are engaging in the cooperation against human trafficking, against drug trafficking, etc. So those are all good examples. Finally, I also want to say that China has always been following the spirit of openness and inclusiveness. We are now not engaging in geopolitical little camps or blocks. We are against power politics, Cold War mentality, or bloc politics. We believe that the developed countries are not in a position to dominate world affairs. Global governance should reflect the rights and needs of all parties so that we will build a consensus for joint actions. So without cooperation, there will be no governance, and China has never denied the necessity for developed countries to participate in international governance. We want to work together with the world to promote global governance. For example, China and the United States actually have a lot of shared interests in global governance. That is something made clear by President Xi Jinping. To be together in this process will enable us to make good use of our advantages and work together to address global challenges. And China also will make a pioneering effort, take proactive actions towards this end. And President Xi has also made vivid descriptions about this Chinese commitment. We want to build efficiency, we want to fight corruption, and that is also an important requirement from the G20. Actually, G20 is another important platform for addressing global challenges. We hope that it will play a bigger role. In recent years, we have heard a lot about the three global initiatives. They are in line with the BRI, actually. They are all aimed at expanding third-party cooperation. Our purposes are simple. We want to ensure equity in development, ensure reliable security, expand our cooperation, and to implement these new initiatives, we will build more platforms for cooperation for the world. We hope that the whole world will take a more active part in the development of all those platforms. That is all from me. Thank you for listening.
That's a good summary. Martin Albro, please.
Thank you very much, Colin. I wonder if I can be a bit autobiographical. I can remember seeing the destruction of Hiroshima and Nagasaki when it happened. I was very lucky. I was 8 years old. And in those days, a young kid could go to the cinema and see newsreels. The first newsreel would be American Cowboys, Roy Rogers. And then after the film, you would see the Pathé News. And the Pathé News showed you the explosions over Hiroshima and Nagasaki. For an 8-year-old, it was pretty shocking. In other newsreels, you saw the results of the incarceration and the burning of Jews in the German concentration camps, and you saw the open pits, the lime pits, and the skeletons. This was a vivid impression for an 8-year-old of what clearly was something pretty dramatic, and it was mirrored, of course, by President Truman, who said, "We have entered a new era." I think this was probably the first time new era was expressed in global politics. And these intellectuals of the time followed suit. The great German philosopher Karl Jaspers echoed that. The great philosopher of civilizations, Arnold Toynbee, echoed that. Now, this was the immediate impact of the end of the Second World War. Of course, the end of the First World War had a similar intellectual impact, and Toynbee himself was echoing somebody called Oswald Spengler, who wrote a book called The Decline of the West. A forgotten book now, but Toynbee expressed a great interest in it and argued that its message was valid to his day. And Toynbee himself, of course, was a great admirer of China and saw China as eventually the civilization that could, in fact, provide a more peaceful world. Now, I give that as the background to what I'm saying simply because I think you have to look at the long term, and you also need to take account of the fact that, yes, there was wide recognition of the deep differences between civilizations then throughout the 20th century. And my own feeling is that we possibly overestimate the contribution that understanding between civilizations can bring. After all, let's face it, within the Arab world, the divisions in the Arab world go back 1,400 years or 1,300 years. They still haven't been solved. That's only within the Arab world. The misunderstandings at the level of the civilization are not something which we can allow to impede us in dealing with the existential crises of our time. And that first existential crisis was, of course, the recognition that the nuclear weapons and the discovery of the power of the atom could destroy human life. That was the first existential crisis. The next existential crisis we've already been talking about, which was environmental pollution and possibly the degradation of the environment to end human existence. The third one, of course, came very rapidly after, which was global warming, and the fourth one is even more rapidly after that, which is the potential of artificial intelligence, again, to end human life on this earth. 4 existential crises coming faster and faster on us. They are not solved actually by reconciling civilizations. There's no way we can do that. Because it's not civilizations which negotiate with each other. It's human beings, it's people. It's not even primarily, I would suggest, governments. When we meet as a group of think tanks and focus entirely on what governments do, we forget the fact that the world is now a multiplicity of organizations which cross boundaries. We only think of the most prominent ones, like, say, Greenpeace or the Red Cross, organizations like that. But the multiplicity of organizations is enormous, and it's from those, I trust, that we can see a future, and it's those which I believe will be more important in dealing with existential crises, because, of course, there we have the experts. We have the people who, in fact, find out things, create things. They actually handle the technologies. The scientists are there to direct those things. And we have to remember, modernization was never led by countries. Modernization was led by scientists, technologists, and so on. So we ought to be negotiating directly, my view is, with what broadly I've called in the past global civil society. It's global civil society we need the next conference. Henry, yes, the next one is for you and your centre to have a conference for global civil society, and then I think we might get a bit further forward in dealing with what is the existential crisis at the moment for human beings on this earth. We haven't got a lot of time. We really have not got a lot of time, to my view.
Thank you. Christian, welcome.
Thank you, Colin. I would first of all thanks a lot for this conference. That's really a great thing. So also to the Chinese friends and to the China-West dialogue. It's really an awful gathering. I'm from a Global Solutions Initiative, which is a kind of an offspring of the G20 group. So we work with respective presidencies, and we are right now starting to work with the Brazilian presidency on their G20 portfolio. And so I will bring more into practice, and I know quite a bit about the G20 because I was part of the program team in the late 90s when the G20 was then a proposal and was then decided at the so-called Cologne Summit. So that's a very interesting history, but I will not allude longer into that. So, but what we clearly see right now, on top of what happened to the G20, in fact, we really see, and I would support all those speakers before me who said that, there is a kind of a, it's a substantive breakdown of the global governance and of a 70 years consensus of an after-war system. And I have to say immediately that this is for sure not useful any longer for the global future, for our common global future. So there's this famous say, Houston, we have a problem, and I would say it again, it's not just Houston, but the world, we really have a problem. So, and of course, we have this problem in spite of all these pressing problems. We have the global commons, the global common goods, and they were mentioned here already. So it's about, I just had one of the panels of the World Health Summit in Berlin 2 weeks ago, and it is really, really a big issue. Pandemia is looming again. We have a health issue, we have energy, we have natural resources which are very uneven distributed all over the globe. We have an issue with climate anyway, but beyond, it's also digital and artificial intelligence. We need to have also some rules of the game here, or say really at least a little bit of a common global ethics of what we do with this, also with respect to disinformation, privacy, and all other issues you all know very well. And of course, they have to be seen in different political environments, and they are all in a way to be respected. Let me also say that very clear. And then there is, of course, the issue of science and technology. Value chains will also change a lot, and this will also influence our economic system to a large degree. We will now talk more about the security of global value chains and about the sustainability of global value chains, and we will probably less talk about ultimate efficiency of global value chains, and so it's not just the cheapest alternative, it's the best alternative given all other things of common goods which are involved here. So, and then let me also mention one point where we really try also to work with our annually Global Solutions Summit in Berlin in May. That's about reducing inequality and really trying to get the people along again, and this is what we mean with the recoupling the global society to the given environment. So what are we going to do now? Coming back to my open sentence about that we have kind of a collapse of global governance. And I think I would be rather open in formulating a new, say, global governance system, and I think we need it. And it will take time. I'm pretty sure we will not solve it today or in the next year. But I think we should really accept a multipolarization. We should really accept that every player in the world, and it's not just the old global players from the late 50s or the late 60s, must have an equal say here. And I think this is very important. Hard to begin. Maybe we can also check for the new global governance, again, an institutional reform. We would probably also need some front projects where everybody would like to join in. I think we could probably at least define some of them, and it's one of my pet projects, how to define these projects. We need probably also a flexible geometry of global governance, which means that we do not need anymore always unanimity. This will probably not possible on all issues, but it may be possible on some issues, and we should really refrain from this issue of building certain blocks. I think we are all sitting in the same boat, as we say, and we will all, and this was also alluded here by my pre-speaker, that we are all in trouble if something goes wrong on global governance and saving the global common goods. So I stop here, and but I would just like to remember you at this very topical points, and we really need to solve them. We need global solutions quickly and soon, and we do not have another 50 years to fight several philosophies. We just have to do the job.
Thank you, Colin. The world is transforming from the carbon civilization to silicon civilization. Some people say industrial civilization to digital civilization or ecology civilization. I think this is the major background of our discussion. In China, political narrative we saw, the West is the American-led West, 美西方. But in the digital world, American leadership is relatively declining. That's the reason I think the European Union put forward the digital sovereignty. European Union was strategic autonomy. So you cannot blame the rise of Europe to challenge American leadership. It's the new world. What is implications for China and the West dialogue? So for the United States, I think firstly, you should distinguish what kind of challenges because of China's rise as a power, so power politics, or because of the world transforming, the new civilization. And then the American political system or civilization not adapt so kind of this new trend and then blame China. It's like this globalization, China as a scapegoat. Put China as a scapegoat cannot solve the Americans' problem. It's like the trade deficit. It's American US dollar hegemonic power, so it's not because of China, made in China too much. So that's very important. So every country, every civilization need to adapt a new environment. So that's Yi Jin, we learn from that. I think China also faced many challenges for the digital civilization. And what is the competition or dialogue between China and the West, particularly China and the US? In the morning, many people mention about cooperation, competition, but this is always combined together. So the competition is who can provide more suitable public goods for the human transformation of the civilization, not public baths, it should be public goods. I think the China-US, China-West competition is about that. In this regard, of course, cooperation, competition combined together. So what do we understand of this dialogue of China and the West? There is no pure China or pure West. China is in the West, West also in China. It's like we learn from Ubuntu, I am because we are. So maybe US define China, China also define the US, although in the general of the West. So the West is not the ideology meaning, but it's also civilization meaning. It's not the old civilization meaning, it's a new kind of civilization meaning. So in this regard, I think what's the norms competition between China and the West we can provide? The conclusion is, first, we should change the paradigm from the capital-driven to human-oriented scenario. The second, power and the rights always need to combine together. But there is no power to define rights or right to defend power. They are mutually connected or twinned. This is a shared, not just a shared power, shared rights. Even the power and the rights also be shared. Thirdly, I think the proposals, regionalism of the new initiative, compete each other between China and the United States. For instance, like Belt and Road Initiative, Americans like the B3W, whatever. There's the, which community will be most inclusive to every participant in this planet, then will be more welcome. I think the maximum or the most inclusive definitely is, Martin says, a global community of the shared future. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Chen Yang. I come from Kicker, a more realistic think tank. When I received the topic about the international road and this global engagement platform, I was a little surprised because I think those concept is all about the global governance, and global governance is a dying concept in such a new area. And for example, the Chancellor or Chairman said about the Zeitwende, and the EU Commission used to be the strong supporter of the global governance. Right now, you want to build the geopolitical commission. I was so delighted to see so many idealists here to participate in this meeting to talk about this global governance. Frankly speaking, I do not think it's the right time to talk about that. These domestic issues occupy the priority in so many countries' agenda, especially in big powers. And under the extent of the persistent geopolitical confrontation, there is not so much space and dynamic left for cooperation of international issues. I just come back from a trip around Paris and Berlin. I heard so many people talk about China, but sadly I have to say most of them are negative. De-risking, systemic rival, economic peak of China, and recently panic of the Chinese EV. They said China had dramatically changed economic, political, and style of foreign policy. Overall changed. They mentioned about COVID, support evil Russia or Putin, confrontation with the United States as the cause of the change. We have to explain our policy time and time again. And one day when I went up, I see the mirror. I say, this guy is no change. And during the meeting, I see the guys run the table. I see they are not change. We are not change. But why? Why come those so many of difference? Suddenly I know that the whole Europe's perception of China has changed. I don't want to judge this change right or wrong, but we have to recognize that they exist and will prevail among the social groups for a long time. And they reduce the trust between China and Europe, added burden to cooperation in this relationship. Nowadays, Russia and West Bloc are at war, and United States hostile towards China are growing. If Europe and China cannot build their mutual trust, the world may tear into two opposite blocs, and whom the global governance can count on. So we need to do something to save the paralyzed systems of our world in order to avoid the human civilization falling apart. Firstly, my personal view, we should focus on the fact, but not some exaggerated language. Just like Europe's security depends on US and economic depends on China. I don't think it's true. If you look at the FDI, China only accounts 70% of Germany's outflow FDI, and US count on the 22%. Many scholars criticize China supporting Russia or Putin, but that's not true. If China stands with Russia, the whole picture of the Ukraine conflict will change. Many articles and papers said China's ambition is to surpass the United States and dominate the world. That's not true. You can see many articles and papers discuss about great rejuvenation, but no word mentioned about dominating the world. As the number one superpower to dominate the world is not in the Chinese culture, nor least in the Chinese dream. We should not fall into the perception or negative trap. I see the trap. For example, the three dimensions of Sino-European relationship. We all know that there are so many differences between China and EU. They always there and didn't change too much since Sino and EU relation set up. But if we put the difference into the strategic guideline, that would seduce people to think about the difference and turn the policy to more defensive but no cooperative. also about decoupling, between China and USA. In my view, there is no coupling, between China's and USA. Always, de-risking. If you emphasize the de-risking, maybe the real risking will come in. So, second, I think we could explore some areas that needed urgently for global governance. Something like the professor has mentioned about the nuclear. I think in today's world, the threshold of using nuclear weapon seems to decline quickly. Nuclear proliferation seems cannot be stopped. We need a new mechanism to stop the use of a nuclear weapon. When I was in IFRID, the Goldman has said that the nuclear age is coming. It's very dangerous. Another area that I think is about AI. One of the regions that I think that Ukraine can resist the powerful Russia's attacks, and Hamas dare to challenge the dominance of Israel's army is the drone participate in the war. If the war more and more looks like a media game, the conflict could outbreak anytime, anywhere. There is an old saying that the earth turns around with you or without you. I sincerely hope that will not be the destiny of the human being. Thank you. That's all.
Great. Thank you very much, Chair. I wanted to comment a little bit on the concept of pluralization, and I think this is a very powerful concept for the reasons that you set out earlier, Colin. I think it does a lot more conceptually for us than the idea of multipolarity. It helps cope with the century of complexity and uncertainty that we're currently facing. It seems good as a method, as a sort of intellectual method, but also as a policy approach to bring more players into the discussion. I think it can also operate as a norm, which is the subject of this current panel. You know, it's a good thing in its own right. And based on that, I had two slightly granular comments relating to your initiative. The first of those, if you don't mind me making this comment, is I just wonder if the name China-West Dialogue really does justice to the richness of the concept of pluralization. It sounds a little bit binary and perhaps a little bit constraining. So I wonder if in a further development you've got a way of headlining that notion of pluralization a little bit more. I confess I wasn't very familiar with your initiative until the preparation for this meeting.
I'll just respond to that straight away because we've had, first of all, I mentioned this morning that we founded this in 2019 with 11 people in the room, one of whom was Nicolas Véron from France. And he immediately objected to the name, and with good reason. But we sort of plowed ahead. It seemed not to detain us too much. But what happened later was it came up again, maybe provoked by Nicolas or not. I can't remember who provoked it at that point. And a few of us did spend an hour or two kind of thrashing it out, trying to think of something else. And to make a long story short, we just couldn't find anything else that was better. But it is problematic, and we understand what you mean. So,
thank you, Colin. And unfortunately, I wasn't able to think of anything better myself, so I can't contribute more meaningfully to that discussion now. But my second comment, I think on the outline, the one-page outline, you have a reference to establishing dialogues to replace confrontational narratives. And I think that is an incredibly good and important objective. But for the reasons that many people have outlined here, including the excellent comments from a previous speaker, Mr. Chen Yang, confrontational narratives are not going to go away. They're not going to be replaced. They're not, unfortunately, replaceable for reasons of domestic politics, for reasons of international structure, of interests, of power, and so on. I wonder if the concept of pluralization can be brought to bear on this, though, that rather than replacing confrontational narratives, we seek to find ways to pluralize the narratives that are out there. And clearly those narratives are very negative about China in Europe at the moment. I totally agree again with the previous speaker, but trying to find space and to encourage a wider range of narratives, because there are alternative narratives, but they tend to be at the other end of the spectrum from the very negative ones, and there's not very much in the middle, there's not very much space in the middle. And I think those of us who sometimes try to occupy that space with things we say or write find it very difficult to do. So pluralizing narratives, I wonder, maybe a more realistic and in the long term perhaps more productive goal than trying to replace them with dialogue or with alternative narratives. So apologies for being slightly granular on your concept note, but I found it very inspiring, and I think the concept of pluralization has a lot of power to it, and wish you every success with the initiative. Thank you, Colin.
It's good to get your support. You're a political scientist, are you not?
My background is in China studies, but I'm more on the politics, international relations, political economy side. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it's just good to get that support, because I realize today how often I need to sort of spell out what it's about for people to clearly understand it. And I do appreciate coming from a political scientist. I have the misfortune of being a dismal scientist and economist, and so it means we may be making some headway. But I'd also like, in light of the previous conversation, just to insert here, is think about this, Tim and the rest of you, is if pluralism is a significant, could be a big debate about whether it's currently the dominant or potentially the dominant political dynamic in the world. But if it is, in fact, an existing force, an existing dynamic, I think one of the things it implicitly does, quite frankly, is address the issue that a number of you brought up today, which is the desire for hegemony on the part of the U.S., and potentially debatable about whether it's the desire of China or not, but the concern that the U.S. has that China has the same ambition that we do. And I think implicitly, if you think about it, I'd be curious to have some discussion of it if you wish, either now or by email, is implicitly I think it does put some constraints on the capacity of any, I think if no country wants to take sides, or most countries don't want to take sides, it's probably a better way to say it, it seems unlikely that people want to follow a leader, that they want to embrace, and the reason they don't want to take sides is to protect their political space in the world arena. It seems like the seeking to be a hegemonic power, or continuing to be a hegemonic power, is a fool's errand. Because it simply, if pluralism were to flourish, it wouldn't work. So I just throw it out there. Thank you for bringing it up. So, Gladian, yes. Gladian.
And Richard, Peter Walker there.
Where's Richard?
Peter raised his plate before.
Peter Walker, yes. Yeah, I was just getting him. Yeah.
Who's up?
You.
Okay. I just wanted to put one additional topic forward, not to open a whole nother aspect of discussion. But when we talk about international norms and sustainable development, I think from the Hungarian perspective, one issue that has typically been missing in those conversations, but it's an issue that we encountered directly and tried to come up with a solution for, is demography and family formation. So a society that is forming families in which people are having children is a growing society, and one which can be more economically dynamic. A society where families are not forming and where children are not being born and raised is one that becomes more sclerotic and more oriented toward a different type of industrial production, toward medical services and things like that. And this does, I think, relate to, I think for the most part it's been considered a part of domestic policy. What are the policies that a country pursues in order to incentivize family formation, family stability, etc. But I think it should actually be considered as at least one aspect of international discussion. And I think if we check back in on this conversation 5 or 10 years from now, by that point it will be, and so we might as well go ahead and start to think about it a little bit now. I mean, through most of human history, family formation and the production of and raising of children has just been taken as a given and as an input. And if anything, in the latter part of the 20th century, international institutions were a little bit more oriented toward concern about overpopulation, and there was a thought that maybe migration is something that could solve this problem because there are some parts of the world whose industrial development isn't adequate to their population, and there are other parts of the world that need the western parts of the world are not forming families and children as frequently. Well, Hungary encountered this problem because we had a declining birth rate from the middle of the 1970s until 2010, and the country was basically bleeding population. And so we reoriented our social services systems to promote marriages and family formation. There's been an almost 90% increase in the number of marriages per year in the last 15 years. So I don't want to go on a long rant about this, but I think it is something that's worth considering, because if we think about geopolitical conflict, I don't have a well worked out theory about this, but it seems that there's something to it that that a very much aging society is more averse to risk. It's more inclined to sort of hoard its wealth and try to keep that for itself and pass it on. A younger society, at least in an industrially successful place, has a more risk-taking, more conceivably it could have a more positive approach. So again, I haven't thought it through, but I do just wonder if some of the urge toward decoupling and de-risking and the divergence and separation of the world economy is motivated in part by this fear. But anyway, for that reason and a lot of other reasons, I think in the future this topic will probably have a place in our discussions.
We'll have the Peter Walker and the Richard Walker, together.
Great, thank you. Is it on? Okay, yeah. Well, let me give just a little bit about my background. I spent many years at McKinsey focused on business. I did over 80 trips to China, serving many Chinese SOEs in the financial services world. And I never was an author, and I wasn't inclined to write. But I got so tired of every time I came over reading the US press and what was said about China and how naive and wrong it was. So I wrote a book called Powerful, Different, Equal. To cut a long story short, when I put it on the market in the US, my royalties took me out to dinner at a mid-sized restaurant with no wine in Manhattan. There was no interest. I went to the Times, I went to the Journal, I went to the FT, which I thought were pretty thoughtful editorials. The response was always the same. There's no market in our audience to hear that story. So I had to translate it into Mandarin. Actually did very well in China. Not because it was pro-China, simply because it was balanced. So on this whole issue of what can be done constructively on the relationship, I think one hidden asset we have that could be tapped much more aggressively. I've spent a lot of time with senior executives in the U.S. over my career. They are, by and large, totally opposed to what the U.S. is doing to the China relationship. But it's so polarized from a political point of view that every time I finish up a conversation, the response is, don't use our name. But if you look at the long-term interest of these corporations, they have a lot of clout, they have a lot of market presence, they have a lot of capital, they want to come to China, and they're hesitant right now. Why? Because they want stability for a long-term investment. They were very nervous about the whole issue of favoring SOEs at the expense of private enterprise, even though private enterprise accounts for over 100% of the wealth creation in China over the last 10 years. But they would be ready allies They would like to see a much more laser-focused approach to national security, a much more laser approach to tariffs that met genuine security needs as opposed to things that were basically political in nature. So I think that could be a very important source of support once we get through the election in the U.S. and it's no longer the hot topic of the day. The last thing I'll say is what would be helpful on both sides of the equation. First of all, the U.S. really should stop lecturing China on its domestic policies. All it does is anger China. It has absolutely no positive impact on anything. And the other thing is, you know, China just needs to be sensitive to every time they criticize the U.S., the media completely eats it up and it's all over the papers. And so for all the people that you would want to influence over time, every comment about the U.S. is in decline, whether it's true or not, or any other criticism is just feeding the flames, and it's very counterproductive. Okay, that's all I wanted to say.
Richard Walker, yes.
I should clarify that we're no relations. I think you could probably populate an entire country out of people called Walker. Thanks. I just want to make a little observation and leading up to a question before tomorrow, just by way of introduction. I don't think I'm in the pamphlet. I was a late confirmer, but Richard Walker with Deutsche Welle in Berlin. And I just want to make a comment and then lead to a question about sort of self-reflection. And this was kind of prompted partly by a couple of people here mentioning that they attended the Global Solutions Summit, which Christian Kastrop just referred to just earlier, where I had the pleasure of interviewing Chancellor Scholz on the stage. And as an opening question, we were all talking about, you know, the Ukraine war was hanging in the air. So I asked him, you know, as the West, as Germany and other Western countries try to seek support in the global South for their position over Ukraine, does it need to look itself in the mirror about what it did in Iraq, what it did in Afghanistan? You know, is it time to kind of think about even saying sorry? And this got quite a response, and a couple of people here have mentioned this to me, and Chancellor Scholz did start talking about the West having to avoid double standards. And that was a moment of self-reflection and self-criticism from Scholz, which I found very interesting. Okay, what's this got to do with today? Well, I've just been listening during the course of today, really, but I've been really struck that there has been a lot of criticism of the United States. You would almost get the impression that it's only the United States' fault that the relationship between the US and China is so bad. But that cannot be. There's also been a lot of self-criticism from the United States and also other Western delegates here, which I think is appropriate. Self-reflection and self-criticism is good. But I haven't heard that from Chinese hosts. I haven't heard that from Chinese delegates here. And I'd be very interested, you know, maybe moving into tomorrow, in the discussions tomorrow, to hear from Chinese delegates, you know, do you feel that there are areas where China has made mistakes, where it could have acted better, where it could have acted more constructively? It's a big question to raise at the end of the day, maybe something to take into tomorrow. I'll certainly be listening and curious to hear what people say. Thanks.
Okay, I think we still have a bit of time before we go to the reception, and so we'll extend a bit. But I see there's a few delegates on this panel, like Julia from Kobo Foundation and Mr. Zhang Wei, you know, and also Andrew, you know, haven't spoke yet, and also Mabel, yeah. So maybe we just finish all the panelists on the list.
Yeah, maybe it's a good moment for me to talk because I'm German and I can represent maybe a little bit the discourse in Germany. As you've mentioned, there is going on quite some self-reflection at the moment, and I think actually it's a good moment to talk about how will we make multilateralism work in a multipolar world. And I think this is especially the question that is being asked in Berlin at the moment. It was a question that was also raised by the Chancellor in his speech at the United Nations General Assembly in September in New York. But when I was reading the description for this panel, I was asking myself, should we really think about alternative platforms of multilateralism? Because we have quite a few. Shouldn't we not rather think about a potential area of cooperation between China and Europe that is a reform of the existing platforms that we already have? Maybe another experience from Germany is that our Western-led alternative platforms, they haven't really been a big success. I just want to remember the Climate Club, for example. There's many countries in the Global South who did not really pick up on this idea. And the reason is that they don't feel like they want to align in any of those camps. So I think, why should China care to reform these international multilateral platforms? Because, I mean, China is part of BRICS, and we've seen a BRICS expansion. It looks like quite a successful moment for the BRICS. Why should China care when they are part of these existing alternatives? I think China should care together with us, because if we want to engage more with our partners in the Global South, and global partnerships is quite a buzzword at the moment in Berlin. So it's a good opportunity to look at other places in the world. Then it should also be in China's interest to not make these countries pick a side. And I think that should be a big motivation to really work together. And I could imagine that some European colleagues maybe might wonder how this fits into a narrative that we have also of China, not only as a partner, but also as a competitor and a systemic rival. So how can we work together with a systemic rival on our international system? But I don't think that, at least from a German perspective, this is a reason why we couldn't work together on international reforms. So maybe one last word. I think to do this, both sides have to make concessions. And Germany for many, many years now is trying to advocate for a known permanent seat in the United Nations Security Council. Now what I've heard in the speech, I haven't talked to officials about that, but what I've heard in the speech from the Chancellor was rather a focus on not a permanent seat, but to support others in non-permanent seats. And I think one concession that Germany could make is to focus on campaigning for others to join the United Nations Security Council. It looks like that an expansion of existing formats in G20 and BRICS is quite a trend at the moment. Why not make a P5 plus? Why not engage China and also Germany and other European partners on a P5 expansion? And I think Joe Biden has already campaigned for a Latin American country to join the group. So I know that's kind of a big endeavor and many people think it's not possible, but I think at least from a European perspective, from a German perspective, the global partnership reach out is quite a moment at the moment. So there would be a window of opportunity to campaign for this idea, at least. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Zhang Wei, yes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your invitation. I've been abroad 3 times this year, twice in Geneva and 1 time in Oslo this year. I feel very big problem that which is very different from before the pandemic, that we had much more discussions around the globe with many different countries. But now I feel that many countries are closing the door in many aspects. And I think that the relationship between China and the international society becoming very politically sensitive issue, even among scholars, which is a pity. Scholars should be open to all discussions and suggestions. So in this regard, I really very much want to thank Ms. Wang for organizing this forum. And this is actually a first
probably the first time for human rights scholars to participate in our forum. And when you talk about the international relations, human rights is, of course, a part of the international relations. For a long time, China has been a very big target for international criticism. But on the other hand, we have to see that China has been growing also from international criticism, and also we learn a great deal from other countries for the past over 40 years. I personally participated in international conference, all kinds of international conference for over 24 years time. I have to be frank to you that most of the time China is the focus for criticism, but we learn from that. And for the past years, China has moved from change a lot in our legislation, in our legal practice, to catch up with international standards. For that reason, China has been upholding UN standards for the past over 40 years, over 50 years time, to learn from international society. And we benefit from this learning process. And I hope that we'll continue in this regard. And in the past several months, I've been reaching out to try to organize international conferences on human rights. But unfortunately, I see all the blocks. Every time I reach out to different friends around the world, they were telling me that, sorry, my friend, not a good time, because now we don't want to be criticized by the media. Because every time when you have any contacts with China, then you will suddenly become a media focus for criticism. So many of my friends say, no, let's wait until time is permitted. So I hope that through this forum we are able to create a healthy atmosphere for international exchange and dialogue instead of blocking all the ways for China. Thank you. I thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Zhang. And I want to, Andrews, you represent Global Solution. We were there in April.
Yeah.
Excellent forum. So both Colin and we had a big roundtable there too. So we'd like to hear from you, which is also G20 think tank. So why don't you speak something?
Yeah. Thank you so much. Yes, I'm from the Global Solutions Initiative, which we've heard already something about. So I want to make it quite short, and maybe with all the, I would say, challenges that we've heard about today, I would like to maybe end on a very hopeful note, and I think this reflects also some of the conversations that we had in Berlin in April together. I think we all saw here that we can all agree that there are major challenges that we have to face globally, that we share, and that we need to find common solutions on. And we've talked about climate being the obvious one, we talked about digital, but there's also food security, there's financing the global commons, and there's health. And I think from our perspective, we need to maintain the global platforms and the dialogues open, and I think having think tanks and engagement groups on board is a really, really good example of that, because we can see their sway also within the G20. The G20 is not only the G20, it's also the engagement groups around them. It's the think tanks, it's the civil society organizations. And I think that is a really, really good starting point to solve the issues that we have and to maintain the cooperation open, and I think this is also what the Global Solutions Initiative stands for. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrews. And finally, I think Mabel, I saw you put a sign. Dr. Mabel Miao is a co-founder of Center for China Globalization, and she's the last to speak. Okay.
Thank you, Henry and Colin. Hello, everyone. I'm so delighted to see so many international scholars and think tanks gathered here for our International Think Tank Innovation Summit. And I should say thank you and congratulations to CWD as well, Colin. Finally, we make this happen. through our Boston dialogue, through our Berlin dialogue, through our so many webinars. Today we talk about multilateralism. What is the alternative international cooperation platform? I think we have existing platforms like UN, like G20, G7, and BRICS. A lot of those dominated and emerging platform. But from my perspective, I think people can pay more attention on the young people, young generation, and the women's part. I would like to propose the 2 points. The first one is, like Shada mentioned, the young generation. Of course, we should stress the dominated power, like the ancient, the existing those think tanks and many platform, as I mentioned. But like the young generation, we know that Julia from Corber Foundation, I'm also the young leader of Munich Security Conference. I'm also the founder of GYLD Global Young Leaders Dialogue. Those 2 platforms are the both platform for young people engagement. And I also know the Global Solution, you have a very great platform for young people engage with each other. This is the platform category for young people talk with each other. And I think what is our measure, what are standards for young people's engagement? I think SDG itself, it's a basic consensus for global community voted by all the UN members. I think we can talk about more about SDGs, how to achieve that. Of course, people sometimes say, oh, the people-to-people exchanges, those topics are not so sexy, not so hot topic, but I think it's a basic topic. We should improve it and do something for that. I think today we engage so many scholars and think tanks itself is a multilateralism success. So that's why I say congratulations to Colin and CWD. In the future, maybe we can engage more young people to participate. I just got back from this morning. I was not here because I'm the representative of the delegate of the 13th National Women's Congress in China. All the political bureau standing members of CPC participated. So the CPC and the Chinese government paid a lot of attention on the women's leadership and women's rights in all fronts. This morning, the Congress also urged all the Chinese female try our best to tell the true stories of what happened in China and the women's true stories in the modernization of China's path to modernization to the world. So we should conduct more engagement and international cooperation with the world. People will ask a question, why CCG can gather so many international experts today, physically here. Let me tell you a secret. The secret is that in the past few years, during pandemic, we still very active around the world to meet with so many scholars face-to-face and invite most of you face-to-face. This is the secret of the people-to-people exchange. This is the secret of our common mission to build up the global community for the humankind of shared future. I think this is the basic rule for our dialogue. That's why I would like to call for more the engagement. And finally, I would like to say the think tank exchange itself is so important, playing the significant role for our global governance. Like this month, we invited a delegation of American young politicians visited CCG office. We had an in-depth dialogue. Those people are the bipartisan delegates of the legislative young staffs of congressmen and the senators of U.S. Those people ask a lot of questions to our counterparts of young Chinese think tankers. For example, they ask BRI. They are so interested in what happened in BRI. And we we answer the question, and the further question related to the 3 initiatives initiated by China, including the Global Civilization Initiative, Security and Development Initiatives. So it's on surface, maybe in English media, those people are not so interested in our Chinese policies and the new platform initiated by Chinese government and Chinese side as Chinese think tank. But through that kind of young generation's dialogue, I found out that those people are so interested in our initiatives and the international norms initiated by Chinese side. So maybe all of us should be the observers to see what happened in the future and build up a new platform for the global engagement. So thank you again, and I would like to express my gratitude to all of our participants. Thank you again.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Miao. And so, as a co-host of this roundtable, maybe I'll just share some thoughts before ending for the reception, and Colin will do the summary for the whole section. I think that the theme of this platform is international norms and global engagement platform, which I think is very, very important. And we talk about that. And Julia actually just now said, where are the mechanisms that we can still work on together? I think that is really great. I think we should probably work on the, first I would like to propose we work on the existing system that is still there, like UN, like WTO, like WHO. So let's improve that, let's really work on that. And for example, we heard also Mr. Zhang mention about human rights, and I think, Colin, we had 2 or 3 China West dialogue webinar devoted to that subject. And one of the proposals I thought it was good is the SDG 17 criteria. A lot of them are human rights related, poverty and women, equality, employment right, and everything. So if that 70 criteria has been agreed upon, why can't we start from there? So 193 countries voted yes for those 17 criteria. Largely also reflect human rights, and we should probably work on that and improve on that and add more things to that. Because sometimes just judging by the value, it's difficult, and because of different culture and backgrounds. But let's work on the existing things that are already established, like climate change and Paris Accord and things like that. On the platform, I would like to say a few words. I think there are some new things we need to work on. I mean, I just got an email from Graham Allison 2 days ago. He said he just published a new article in the Foreign Affairs magazine with Dr. Henry Kissinger on the AI, and he's calling for the President Xi and President Biden to talk about this issue at APEC summit to be held in November in San Francisco. So that's true. I mean, if 2 biggest AI power can really reach some consensus, even though sometimes they may have a lot of difference, like France, Nicola was mentioned, every country has a different agenda, and it's so difficult. But still, even though it's difficult, climate or infrastructure, we still have to talk. We still have to reach consensus. I mean, that's my philosophy. We really have to do that. So for AI, it's like that. But I think talk about the theme of this platform, a global engagement platform. I think there's enough global engagement platform. We should really work on it. For example, there's APEC. We've just been there for over 30 years. I mean, we should really work on that and improve on that. I was just attending a conference yesterday. We talk about FTAP, Free Trade Agreement among the Asia Pacific. It was proposed by the US. And China is very, very interested to continue that, and let's do that. And of course, I know that US has proposed the IPAF, Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, but it's okay. We published a report today encouraging China to join that. Just like China to join the CPTPP. Unfortunately, we see US is pulling out of the CPTPP, but the UK is joining that. But we'd like to see US come back again. And so those existing platforms could be a future way of building the global mechanism. And same is true for the RCEP. I don't see the reason why US and EU cannot join RCEP. I mean, we should really expand those platforms. And DEPA, the same, digital partnership, digital economy partnership, which is launched by New Zealand, Singapore, and Chile, and China is applying that. I would like to see EU and other U.S. countries join that too. And of course the BRICS. I mean, BRICS doesn't have to stick with just BRICS. I mean, we could have the developed world in there. So, I mean, there's many ways we can, find the existing platform and let's get open. Like China said, they are open to see all kind of an initiative. We're going to have China-European dialogue tomorrow. And I know that Joseph Borrell and Foreign Minister Wang Yi both said, China's BRI and EU Global Gateway is not contradictory. They could be complementary in some way and can find a way to collaborate. And China is willing to, as Foreign Minister Wang Yi said at the Belt and Road Summit, China is open to BRI, to B3W, to EU Global Gateway, and all the other infrastructure mechanism. Let's find synergy. And it's not easy, as Francis mentioned. I know it's not easy. There's different standards, criteria. But let's do it through the international development banks, World Bank, AIB, and ADB, and all those things. So if we really want to find a way, we could really work together. So that's exactly the purpose of this conference, is really to build up consensus, find out new suggestions, new solutions. And I think that's why I really appreciate Colin. He's been doing this for the last several years dedicatedly, and CCG is willing to be part of that to really push this common consensus. So I think we have covered quite a lot, and we'll let Colin to summarize and before we go to the reception. Thank you.
Well, Henry, your enthusiasm, energy, and ambition is part of what keeps this thing going. So it has really been your role in it, and CCG's role in CWD has really made a substantial difference, and especially in this period where we're transiting since the spring from the initial period where we were talking to each other through Zoom sessions to showing up in Germany at the Global Solutions Summit in May, and then a smaller meeting in July, and then this larger meeting here and at the Shanghai Institutes of International Studies, where we just spent the last 2 days with Chen Dongxiao, who was a founding member of the China-West Dialogue. So the transition is something that is really important to our efforts, and I want to say the next steps in this, as I said, one is we need to draft a paper, and when we do that, we can rely on CCG, I'm sure, for the email addresses of the participants here, so that we can send it around to you. I just want to give you, I'll repeat it twice, my own email address, which is fairly simple: cbradford@Brookings, where I hang my hat for the last 20 years. Not literally physically inside, because I've been a non-resident senior fellow, but been associated with it. cbradford@brookings.edu. Brookings is very proud that it has a university. Instead, it's not brookings.com. The Peterson Institute across the street, for which I have great respect, by the way, and friends there, is PIIE.com. Brookings. So I'm saying this in order to put it in your memory. cbradford@brookings.edu. So please do feel free to proactively communicate with me as the kind of catalyst for some of this, and I'll be sharing it with Henry, and we'll get a draft around and have you comment on it, hopefully before the meetings in November in Washington that we're planning to do. And then we'll revise it after that. And I should say to you here, and I should have mentioned perhaps earlier, is we're going to seek signatories for this. The document will be in 2 pieces. One is a full document, which I think may be quite long, and Susan Thornton, our good colleague, has been concerned from the beginning, and that's why you have the single-page summary draft. And so we revise that when we finish the longer draft. But I think I welcome everybody to participate in this, and if you get to the end of it and you have participated in it and you still don't want to sign it, that's okay, I suppose. But understand that the more people who sign it, the better off we are. If we have 20 Chinese, 20 Americans, 20 Europeans, and 20 others, it begins to add up to something and show that there's a broad set of concerns. So we do have ambitions to do that, but I don't want to inhibit people from participating in the process, which has its own intrinsic value, I think, because you would prefer not to sign it. I think that's not, so there's no compulsion to, but I think if you think this is an important exercise, it would be the more the merrier, as the phrase goes. So I think that wraps it up for today, and I really appreciate I've taken lots of notes, and it's been good to get this input, and more importantly, perhaps to engage in person as we have today, and to realize how much common concern there is, and how much energy there seems to be to try to find alternative ways of framing it, of reframing the relations, and ways forward, as Henry used this morning for the first session, as a way to somehow change the dynamics and improve the situation, not only for the U.S. and China, but for the world as a whole. So it's a pleasure to meet all of you, to hear your views, and I thank you very much for your coming and your contributions. Thank you.
各位领导、使节、驻华代表们、女士们、先生们、朋友们，大家早上好！欢迎大家出席由全球化智库和欧洲政策中心主办的中欧智库交流，来探讨中欧关系的重要话题。
Distinguished guests, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you, and welcome to EU and China think tank exchanges, co-organized by the European Policy Center and the Center for China and Globalization, with the vision to strengthen consensus and deepen dialogue on issues that matter to both the EU, China, as well as the world.
下面有请全球化智库创始人兼理事长、国务院原参事王焕耀先生主持致辞环节。
Now, to host the opening session, let's warmly welcome Dr. Wang Huiyao, President of the Center for China and Globalization and former counselor to the State Council. Let's welcome.
Ambassador Wu, Ambassador Toledo, and President Zulek. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, and of course we have scholars, people from academic, business, and diplomatic corps here in Beijing, and also some media friends. So this is really a great privilege for me to introduce our forum again today, because we had a very successful 8th China Global Think Tank Innovation Forum yesterday. And we're very pleased today to gather again, and Center for China and Globalization, and of course also European Policy Center is jointly organized this EU-China think tank exchange dialogues and roundtables. So we are very pleased to welcome all of you here today. And so we have actually seen the China-EU relations has been evolving for the last number of years, and recently we see quite a few high-level visits. Joseph Borrell just visited China not too long ago, and we know Ambassador Toledo is very active promoting China-EU relations. I'm very pleased to report that just last month, actually, Center for China and Globalization held its 9th annual forum in Beijing. And at our opening panel, we had China, US, and EU climate dialogue. And Ambassador Toledo was a keynote speaker, and of course Ambassador Nick Burns, and also Chinese envoy for environment, for climate change, Minister Xie Zhenhua was there, and also Chinese also former Foreign Minister, Deputy Foreign Minister Liu Zhenyun. So we had an extremely good discussion, and also many ambassadors who presented here was on that part of discussion. We also had the China-EU dialogue. A second roundtable that day is about China-EU dialogue. It's about 20 European ambassadors participated. So CCG is really dedicated to promoting this China-EU relations. And also I'm pleased to report that for the European Policy Center, will be extremely productive. And even during the pandemic, we have jointly worked with the European Policy Center and other partner think tanks to work on this EU-China think tank exchange program that funded by EU. And for that purpose, CCG has worked with EPC, and we have paid several visits, even during the pandemic, to the Brussels. Personally, I went there 3 times to meet our EPC colleagues and then to really engage this project. And of course, also we had produced 4 reports and 7 webinars and events in the course of 2 to 3 years. So today is really a major event that highlighted our past research and exchanges. So I'm very thankful to our partner EPC of my friend President Fabian Zulek. So he's always very participating, very supportive, and his team also worked very hard. So I want to thank them for that. But today, to open this important panel, I would really like to invite 2 most distinguished guests and also very important top experts on China-EU relation or EU-China relation. And first, I would like to also introduce Ambassador Toledo. He's a seasoned diplomat and has been positioned has been worked, of course, many years in the diplomatic career, and outstanding diplomat. And also, he was ambassador to Japan, and before posted in Beijing. And since he's in Beijing, he has visited CCG, has attended many CCG events, has been instrumental in securing China-EU relations. And he, of course, he worked at the span for the EU many years for European policy issues. So without further ado, I would like to invite Ambassador Toledo to give his opening keynote, and let's welcome Ambassador Toledo, please.
Ni hao. Dear Henry, dear Mabel, dear friends of the China Center for Globalization, a think tank, an organization which is always so helpful to facilitate exchanges between the EU and China. Dear Ambassador Wu, dear colleagues from the EU, I can see some of them there, and dear participants, especially dear participants in the EU-China think tank exchange. It is really a pleasure to speak at the opening of this conference, first of its kind since the lifting of COVID restrictions in January last year, and first of its kind in the last 4 years. 3 years of pandemic measures left a significant, extremely negative impact on people-to-people exchanges between Europe and China, between China and the rest of the world, in fact, including this kind of person interactions between researchers of both sides. Today's conference is fortunately a step in the right direction. It coincides with the steady resumption of in-person, high-level dialogues and political meetings between the EU and China, between China and the rest of the world. Just 2 weeks ago, 10 days ago, High Representative Vice President Borrell visited China and co-chaired with Foreign Minister Wang Yi the 12th EU-China Strategic Dialogue. Let me make a few remarks on the importance of the EU-China think tank exchanges, which we are determined to promote, to take them back to the level they had before the pandemic and even to a higher level. Because think tanks are one of the most powerful engines of knowledge, innovation, and policy formulation. And this both, I must say, both in the European Union and in China. I have personally witnessed how important think tanks are in China for policy formulation. You provide valuable insights, research, and recommendations that shape the decisions of governments, businesses, and civil society. And you are civil society, so you feed your civil society. You are the representative of civil society, which feed policy formulation for governments. You also serve as bridges between academia, policymakers, and the public, and you facilitate a deeper understanding of complex issues and the development of well-informed policies. The EU and China face a multitude of global challenges, such as climate change, security issues, conflicts and wars, like Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, but also, unfortunately, the very recent war in the Middle East. Again, we are also facing an imbalanced economic relation with China, the EU and China, especially when it comes to trade. These challenges, as difficult as they are, demand cooperative solutions, fostering exchanges between think tanks from the EU and China, in this sense, can be extremely useful as a platform for effective collaboration. Because think tanks promote mutual understanding. While the EU and China have different political systems, different economic models, and different cultural backgrounds, it is important to recognize the areas where our interests, even sometimes our values, converge. These intersections exist, and by facilitating dialogue, we can identify common ground, share experiences, and build trust. Secondly, think tanks exchanges provide an opportunity for robust, evidence-based discussions. They pool resources, expertise, and data, so think tanks from both sides can conduct joint research and analysis that is objective and impartial. This collaborative research can help address global issues like climate change, again, sustainable development, public health, ensuring that the best available knowledge is at the heart of policymaking. Furthermore, think tank exchanges can lead to innovative solutions. Our world is changing rapidly, and traditional models and approaches often fall short. By bringing together experts from the EU and China, we can generate fresh ideas and unconventional solutions, out-of-the-box solutions to tackle today's challenges. These new ideas can redefine the boundaries of cooperation and innovation, enabling us to create a better future together. But, there is always a but. It is essential to approach these exchanges with openness and transparency. I have to note with regret that some of the recent development in China run counter to the benefits I just described of free and open exchanges between civil society and between think tanks. And I'm talking, for instance, of the difficulties we are encountering for foreign experts, for European experts, to research in China, something that has become more difficult recently, that is encountering with more bureaucratic obstacles for these exchanges. And I'm also talking about the national security inspired legislation, like the recent counter-espionage law, or the extremely rigid requirements for data transfer, which we are trying to make more flexible in our exchanges with the Chinese government. But let me turn briefly to the EU-China relations as we see it now and for 2024. As I already said, the High Representative Vice President had held 10 days ago with Director Foreign Minister Wang Yi his strategic dialogue. First time in person in his tenure as High Representative. This followed some other important exchanges between the EU and China. And it was one of the high-level dialogues that we held this year. We also held in July the high-level dialogue on climate and environment with Executive Vice President Timmermans, the high-level dialogue, the high-level digital dialogue with Vice President Jourova at the beginning of September, and the high-level economic and trade dialogue with Executive Vice President Dombrovskis. 4 Vice Presidents of the Commission have visited China in the last 3 months, plus 2 commissioners, and these exchanges, these in-person exchanges, were inaugurated by President of the European Council, Charles Michel, on the 1st of December, even before the pandemic restrictions were lifted, and were followed by President of the Commission, von der Leyen, in April. So we are re-engaging with China, and this is good. We have our differences. They have not gone, we have not narrowed the difference we have yet, but at least we are engaging, and we are engaging much more frequently. As High Representative Vice President repeatedly told his Chinese interlocutors, China and the EU are partners, competitors, and also systemic rivals. Chinese interlocutors always tell us and told Vice President Borrell and all our visitors from the Commission here that they don't like the word systemic rivals. But unfortunately, we are indeed also rivals. We are partners, we are competitors, but we are also systemic rivals because we have different systems. But as I'm saying recently, this is a description. This is not a strategy. A description of the facts that we are partners, that we are competitors, and that we are rivals. We are rivals because our values and benefits are different on many subjects, including democracy, the universal character of human rights. This way in which we as Europeans view our relationship with China will probably not change in 2024. But we are systemic rivals, we are competitors, and we are partners. We are partners in very important issues that we have to solve together. And our partnership in climate, in fight against climate change, in the protection of biodiversity, in the protection of the environment, is going rather well, I must say. We have a very good coordination, we have a very good cooperation, and there are other global issues in which we can partner, in which we are partners. One of them, for instance, is global health, but other even international issues that are conflictual issues where we can partner. We are competitors, especially when it comes to trade and when it comes to investment. We are trying to get to a more level playing field because we feel that there is no level playing field. We reached the highest trade deficit in the history last year, and we think, we believe that this is not only because China, we recognize, makes very good products at very good prices, but because we find market access barriers that we have to solve to get to a level playing field. But what we hope is that China understands that being rivals on values and systems does not mean that we are enemies. We want China to understand that the European Union is not afraid of China's rise, nor does it want to stand on its way. On the contrary, we would like China to become more involved in collective efforts to tackle global issues with us, and we are doing that. Like climate change, I said, but also on important issues like restructuring the debt of developing countries. The future of EU-China relations in 2024 is marked by a complex interplay of economic interdependence, where we will press ahead seeking, as I said, a more balanced relation, seeking to cooperate on global challenges, and certainly on security issues like the war of aggression on Ukraine waged by Russia. In this sense, let me stress, as I always do with my Chinese interlocutors, that China's position, China's reputation, China's image in Europe is being extremely negatively affected by its position on this war of aggression, which is not called, you can read the newspaper, never called in China, never called in China war of aggression. Not even the words we use are the same. In any case, the relationship between the EU and China is essential not only for our own prosperity, but also for the stability and progress of our interconnected world. So, to sum up, I wish you a fruitful discussion for the first time in 4 years in person. This is essential for us policy makers, policy implementers, that we need you to meet in person, to develop relationship, and to feed us with the results of your research and the results of your collaboration. Let me end by expressing sincere thanks to Fabian and his team in EPC, to Henry and his team at CCG for making today's event possible. Thank you very much. 谢谢.
Thanks, Your Excellency, Ambassador Toledo, for your very comprehensive and also stimulating discussion. And I think I can agree with you that think tank should really be playing more important roles in terms of facilitate dialogue and enhance understanding and also improve the cooperation. So this is extremely important. That's why EPC and CCG that we are engaged on this project for the last 3 years. I also would like to say that through the dialogue, we felt there was more area to cooperate. You know, like we had yesterday, we have Joseph Nye, a Harvard professor, mentioned about, you know, we have competition, but also we have a cooperation. And Graham Allison actually also invited to our CCG roundtable at the Munich Security Conference, and he was saying, we've been talking too many competition and less about cooperation, and we should at least talk about same amount of cooperation to competition. So thank you, Ambassador Toledo. I know I forgot to mention Ambassador Toledo was a seasoned diplomat. He was actually the secretary of the SPAM for European and Spanish affairs, European and EU affairs for a number of years. And of course, he was ambassador to India and Japan. So now he's in China for the EU. So this is a good position. Now I'd like to really strongly recommend our next speaker, you know, our keynote opening speaker, which is Ambassador Wu Hailong. You know, he actually is a very seasoned diplomat. He had joined the Minister of Foreign Affairs a long time ago. He even actually he was in a multilateral position. He was in Hong Kong as a deputy special envoy there, and then he was the also envoy to the United Nations in Vienna and other international organizations, and of course he was the ambassador to UN and United Nations Atomic Energy Agency as well. He was Director General of International Department of Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and also he was Assistant Deputy Minister of Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and of course, most important reason, he was also served as ambassador to EU in Brussels and ambassador to Geneva, and also as the president of China Institute of People's Diplomacy, and now he's the president of China Association for Public Diplomacy. So ambassador will have so many titles, but I think he's a key person that understands European affairs and is being European posted many times, and really knowledgeable, and we're very fortunate to get him to our conference to share his views and to have his opinions about China-EU relation. Let's welcome Ambassador Wu.
各位来宾，
Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, this is my first time at a meeting organized by CCG. The reason I am a participant today is that I am very interested by the topic we discussed today. In recent years, I am not officially engaged in China-EU affairs, but I still pay a lot of personal interest and attention to the developments. It is something that's very close to my heart. I think that there is a significant difference between China and the EU. China looks more on the bright side, whereas the EU looks more on the negative side of our China-EU relations. Just now, Ambassador Toledo gave his intervention, and in his speech, we could see that. And I think that we should give more focus to the positive side. Basically, his narrative follows Mr. Borrell's speech made at Peking University. So my talk today will also be focusing on some of the words or expressions by Ambassador Borrell in his speech made at Peking University. He said that, I quote, we need to work with China just as China needs to work with us. The world today is heavily interdependent. It's full of conflict, and that's why we need cooperation even more. China has, I think that China has always been very positive in promoting China-EU relations for more than for decades. China has treated the EU as a comprehensive strategic partner. China also believes that EU is an important force to be reckoned with in building a multipolar world. China firmly supports the diversification of the EU. China has made it clear that there is no fundamental conflict of interest between China and the EU. Agreement is outweighs conflict, and cooperation outweighs competition. Foreign Minister Wang Yi said not long ago at the high-level meeting between China and EU, made that point again. China is not just something that China says, it is also something that China does. Some dozens of years ago, when China was facing a debt crisis, I was China's ambassador to the EU. China lent a hand during the financial crisis. When we were fighting COVID-19, when there was a severe shortage of materials, the China-EU train sends non-stop these essential materials from China to Europe. China has helped European countries build ports, railways, bridges, and highway, addressing issues that local population had been dreaming of addressing for generations. Some might argue that China did this because of geopolitical reasons, and some even said that argued that China wanted to fragment Europe. But this is hardly the truth, because there is no geopolitical conflict or fundamental conflict of interest between China and the EU. China has never thought of influencing the EU. China never exported its own values to EU, so there is no ground for such an argument. China's cooperation with many European countries, cooperation mechanisms, were built on a voluntary basis and focusing on cooperation and mutual benefit. They are open and transparent. The dozens of years have shown that China has never sought to fragment or split EU. Has China ever sought to distance some countries from the EU, or I think that there's none such case. China has also never released any negative documents or policies against European countries, but there is striking difference in that regard. In the past few years, there has been a major shift in EU's policy towards China, whether it is a policy document of the EU or the China strategy released by member states like Germany and France. They focus more on the part of our relationship as rivals, of the priority of de-risking, the definition of friend, competitor, and systemic rival. The EU has repeatedly tried to explain to us these three-tiered definition. This definition has, you, Your Excellency, has also mentioned in your speech, but I think that it is not convincing, and we can hardly accept that. Our representative's speech at Peking University once again explained that, because he explained that China holds a fundamentally different views and opinions on human rights issues. Ambassador Toledo also touched on that. He said that on this point the two sides are rivals, and the fundamental reason is the incompatibility in our value systems. I think that this makes little sense, because on the issue of human rights, there has always been differences between China and the EU, and it's hardly something new. And China and the EU had always kept in touch on issues of human rights. So why now? Why treating China as a systemic rival now? I was DG of International Affairs at the Ministry of Commerce, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of China. Each year we hold 2 human rights dialogues with the EU. I led a Chinese delegation 10 times, and my feeling was that the dialogues were fruitful and constructive, and I was more than willing to hold these dialogues with the EU. On the issue of human rights, I said that this explanation, this reason is not really convincing. Differences in values, these are also hardly convincing. There are 24 words or terms in China's core socialist values: prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony, freedom, equality, equity, justice, patriotism, and respect of work, honesty and friendliness. These are the core socialist values of China. These, I think that these terms are all acceptable to the EU, and there's hardly anything that you might object to. There's not something that is incompatible with the EU's values. As for China's political system, this system was confirmed or established since the founding of the People's Republic, and the European countries have all acknowledged that.
A few years ago, when I was ambassador to the EU, I heard the European people saying that China-EU cooperation is a great example of cooperation among different countries with different systems. So why can we become rivals today? Mr. Greeley during his speech at Peking University, said that there are conflicts and there are interdependence, and I don't think that is accurate. Yes, China and the EU have disputes. However, yes, sometimes the disputes are serious. However, I don't think they are disputes. They are conflicts. If we do have conflicts, can we really depend on each other anymore? So that is a self-conflicting. It is not logic. That is not a logical thinking or saying. Mr. Borelli, in his speech, complained about the imbalanced China-EU trade, and he said that this imbalance is aggravating, and he attributed it to the difficulties suffered from the European investors in the Chinese market. He said that EU's investment in China declined a lot, reaching the lowest level since 2018. And now we can find no new European investors in China anymore. I think the deficit of our trade comes from different reasons. It's not just about the difficulty experienced by European investors in China. The EU can sell a lot of products to China, and China wants it, especially the high-tech products. But does the EU really want to sell it to China? China wants a lot of European investment, but the EU has established a lot of obstacles, especially the foreign investment review mechanism against China. So that has closed the door for the Chinese investors. China's investment in the EU has thereby declining so seriously. And Mr. Borelli said that the EU investment in China is declining and there are no new European investors. I think that is because the European companies are not optimistic about investment in China. So they are waiting and see. I think that is closely related to the negative policy of the EU against China, and the EU said that they want de-risking and they want to put security above economic interests. So does anybody really dare to make any investment in China anymore in that context? So now we're facing challenges between us. So I don't think it is right for the EU to blame everything on China. We also need to find reasons in ourselves. If the EU pursues a proactive and friendly dialogue policy with China and they can approve the China-EU investment treaty, I believe a lot of EU business people will come to China and a lot of the trade issues will be settled as a result. About de-risking, Mr. Borelli, in his speech, made a lot of explanations. He said that it is for protecting the EU's economy. It's not out of political considerations. It is not hostility against China. He said that China has also made similar points, but actually all of us are very clear about this. Any country or any company, when they do business or make investment, they need to have the awareness of risk prevention. That is just a common sense. However, if we just use de-risking as a policy, when we deal with a country or we use it to target at a particular country, it is no longer a common sense business issue. It has become a political issue. It is a kind of policy against a country that is unfriendly at all. That will prevent our bilateral cooperation. The Chinese government has never said anything about de-risking against the EU, and China will never do that. And Mr. Borelli, in his speech, also said that China is ambiguous in its position on the Ukrainian war. And China refused to make a choice between aggression and victims, such terms, and that is unwelcome in the EU. And on the Ukrainian war, China has its clear position, and China has its clear understanding of the root of this conflict, and the EU should not impose its position on China, and even less should it use double standards. The U.S. has done so many things against the UN Charter and has done a lot of things about aggression against other people. Has the EU ever blamed the U.S. for that? And the EU has chosen to remain silent on many international affairs. That is not rare at all. So, on the Ukrainian conflict, China knows what it should do, and other countries do not need to teach China how to do it. And Mr. Borrell also expressed EU's position on China, and the key is that it doesn't recognize Taiwan as a country. Taiwan is at the heart of our relations. It is also a very sensitive issue between China and the EU. However, in recent years, some of the EU countries have just crossed over this red line of China by developing official relations with Taiwan and upgrade its level of engagement with Taiwan officially. That is bad for China's sovereignty. That is also interference in China's internal affairs. It is unacceptable to China, and China must make a warning to others, and we will have to react to it. But the European countries say that China is doing it out of coercion or deterrence. That is totally wrong. If anybody harms the core interests of any European countries, will you refrain from issuing a warning or react to it? And if we say that you are doing it out of coercion or pressurizing, will you accept it? I hope that the EU, when dealing with China, should learn to think in the shoes of others. I appreciate Mr. Borrell's speech about the need to build trust between China and the EU. It originates from the people-to-people exchanges. We have the complicated international situation, the COVID-19, and the changing relations between China and the EU. The mutual understanding between the two sides has been undermined. So we need to try our best to overcome all kinds of difficulties and carry out all levels of dialogue and exchanges in all areas, especially people-to-people exchanges. But now I think that on the EU side, they do not have such a strong desire to exchange with us, and they are not so active in doing so. Just now, Ambassador Toledo talked about the difficulties we have experienced in our communication and some of the bureaucracy we have suffered from. I can give you an example. Last Wednesday, I called the French embassy in China. I saw the presence of a French consular here, and I made a call to them. I want to meet with the French ambassador. I want to talk to him. But the operator said that you must send an email to me. You tell me who you are and why you want to meet our ambassador. I don't know whether my assistant has sent the email to it, but by now I have not received any reply from the French embassy. So it's already been 5 or 6 days. So probably those experiences can be encountered with Chinese agencies, but that is also true with European agencies too. So anyway, communication will bring us closer, will narrow our differences, and increase our mutual understanding and trust. I have been quite blunt and direct and candid, but I have full confidence in the outlook and prospect of the China-EU relationship. When we just to talk about China and the EU, we do not have any big conflicts or conflicts of interests. We can do well in shelving differences and seeking common ground, depend on each other, and work for win-win results. My organization will be fully committed to promoting the people-to-people friendly ties between China and the EU. This year, I took a delegation to Greece, Romania, and Poland in Europe. Next month, the China Public Diplomacy Association will also take a delegation to some European countries for exchanges. We are fully confident in the future of China-EU relations. I hope, finally, this event will be productive with more common ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Wu, for your very comprehensive, of course, very frank, and also very hopeful discussion. I especially agree with you. I mean, particularly on this comprehensive agreement on investment treaty that China-EU agreed about 2-3 years ago, and it's very unfortunate that we didn't see that happen. But that is really, I think, the business community from both Europe and China can really cooperate a lot. So I'm also, as Ambassador Wu, very hopeful that through our think tank dialogue, we can maximize our common ground and minimize our differences and find a framework and recommendation to continue to promote China-EU relation and China-European relation. Of course, being the two largest civilizations, and as Ambassador Wu said, we have no geopolitical conflict, and we are very really hopeful that this relation will be continue ever strong. So thank you again, Ambassador Wu. And now I think we are going to have President Zuleg will host the roundtable, but from the European Policy Center, I don't know if we need a break for before doing that, but let's have probably 5 minutes break, and then we'll continue with our roundtable, even though a little bit delayed, but hopefully we'll have a very exciting roundtable. Okay, yeah, you can say that.
Before the break, we invite our speakers for session 1 and session 2 for a group photo, please. Good morning, everyone. Now we start the first session of today's EU and China think tank exchanges, a look ahead EU-China relations in 2024.
下面我们将开始今天的第一场主题讨论：中欧关系回顾与展望。
Let's invite our moderator, Associate Director and Head of the Europe in the World Program at the European Policy Center, Mr. Ricardo Borges de Castro.
主持本场讨论的是欧洲政策中心副主任兼中心世界中的欧洲项目主管理查德·卡斯特罗先生，有请。
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back again from the short coffee break. I think we had a very good start, and I think we will also continue with a good discussion now at this session. So for those that don't know me, as it was just said, my name is Ricardo Borges de Castro. I'm an Associate Director, and I lead the Europe in the World program at the European Policy Center. So also on behalf of the EPC, I would also like to welcome you all. I want to thank naturally the CCG, Henry and Anne and Mabel, all the team for hosting us. And of course, it's very important that the EU allow us to have and supports us to have this dialogue. So also thank you to the EU delegation here, but also back in Brussels. If you allow me a personal note, this is, the last time I was in China was in 2013, so 10 years ago, almost 10 years ago, for the 16th EU-China summit, accompanying President Barroso and President Van Rompuy. So it's really delightful for me to be here today to join you in this discussion. The session's title is A Look Ahead, EU-China Relations in 2024. But as I've grown accustomed to these EU-China think tank exchanges, we might look ahead, but there are many and very diverse views. And that's what I hope that we are able to do today, is actually look ahead to EU-China relations, but also have the diversity and the plurality of views that are important in these discussions. We have 6 speakers. I was not very prescriptive precisely to allow them to look ahead and share their views on how they see the EU-China relations moving forward, and particularly also next year. So I will give the floor to the speakers. I will start with a European colleague, then I'll call on a Chinese colleague. And then I will open the floor to the table, also to the floor back there. We want an inclusive and participatory discussion. We have about 90 minutes to discuss and to present. And so without further ado, I would call on Fabian Zulek for his first remarks. I would call all the speakers to do 5-6 minutes introductory remarks so that we can have an opportunity for a good discussion. Fabian, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here. And thank you also from my perspective to CCG and to Henry in particular. We've had many activities online, but it is very nice to be able to do this in person again. So very happy to have this discussion. These are challenging times. I think we've already heard some of that in the opening remarks. And in that context, it's even more important to have open and frank exchanges and to enhance mutual understanding. And my thanks again to CCG, but also to Egmont and CIS and all the think tanks who are participating in these exchanges. And I also want to thank the EU delegation for the funding provided and the support they've given us. I also want to thank the ambassadors for their very frank opening statements. I think it's a very useful start for this debate. And in the context of open exchanges, I also want to note that it is disappointing that Miku Otari, who's senior advisor with EPC and head of MERICS, didn't receive a visa to participate. We think it's important that all think tanks can be able to have these exchanges, and we hope that is possible in future. Turning to EU-China relations, this is a difficult moment, especially since Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. And for many, China's perceived political support for Russia is a major issue, but we also see that the frictions between China and the US are spilling over into the EU-China relationship. I want to emphasize that there are many areas where the EU and the US diverge, but when it comes to Ukraine, I want to make it very clear that from my perspective, this is not coercion by the US, but this is a direct security threat to the European Union, and I think there's a very broad consensus that we have to support Ukraine to resist and to preserve its territorial integrity in line with international law. I want to look a bit into the areas of competition and cooperation following on from the discussion we had yesterday. I'll try to keep it brief, but I think there are a number of areas of discussion, and I want to start with what has been named Europe's strategic autonomy, or in some iterations now economic security. I want to start with saying this is an old concept. This is not something which has only been on the agenda very recently. Energy security, for example, has been around for a long time. I would also want to emphasize that this is not something which only relates to China. Certainly the move towards strategic autonomy was driven also by Trump. And certainly the concerns around Russia and dependence on Russian gas have been around for a long time. There are a number of new measures which are being considered in that context, from anti-coercion to better managing supply chains, to investment screening, and a number of other issues we could talk about. But from my perspective, I think it has to be clear that these are not protectionist mechanisms. These are not part of a protectionist agenda, but these are about addressing Europe's vulnerabilities in a world of weaponized interdependence. And I think that is the context in which I would see those measures. Clearly, these will distort competition. I think it is inevitable. But in many ways, I would say the European Union is doing in those areas what many countries have been doing for a very long time. So these are not necessarily very radically different. We also have a number of measures being put into place to manage the transformations, the transitions which are necessary. The transition towards sustainability and climate action. Again, these are controversial because they are going to distort the free exchange. Certainly the carbon border adjustment mechanism, for example, has been mentioned as an issue not only in the relationship with China, but with many countries. Industrial policy measures which have been taken to drive these transformations. But again, these, in my view, are not aimed at protectionism. They're aimed at achieving the global transformations we need. And in those areas, I think there is also scope for global cooperation and global governance. A further area which was also mentioned is fair competition. And this is a different issue than the security issue. I think it is a discussion about how fair the competition is between China and the EU. And I would see the investigations which are there around electric vehicles, the discussions around steel in that context. So there I would very much emphasize that these are investigations. We will see what evidence there is for distortions to competition. But in this context, I would emphasize that it is actually, in my view, a benefit not only to the European Union, but also to our trading partners to have these measures at the European level. Because if we have measures at the European level, we have to have a common legal framework which is commonly enforceable, which is transparent, and which has to be based on evidence, given that it is challengeable also in the courts of law. So I think this is actually a benefit rather than a difficulty. All of that raises the question of how do we cooperate in this context on global challenges, and it was emphasized also yesterday, but I want to emphasize it again, that clearly we all collectively have to deal with the major global challenge of climate change. It is not an option. but it is a necessity for the continuation of humanity, and in that context we have to find ways of overcoming the difficulties and dealing with the trade-offs, the transition costs, and the distributional consequences of the actions which need to be taken. I think it's very important to think about how we can align incentives, in particular for companies, to make sure that we're driving that transition. So what does all that mean for EU-China relations? I think in the economic field we will see a continuing discussion around fair competition. We will also have opportunities for cooperation, especially with regard to the global challenges. I think the one area where we can think whether it is possible to make significant progress is on common global governance, on the multilateral system, which is under pressure, so this is very much a challenge. But I think what is very important is that we continue to have an open dialogue, that we continue to foster mutual understanding. So I'm very happy to be here and to have this discussion with think tank colleagues from China and from the rest of the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fabian. I believe that everybody knows who Fabian is, but I should have introduced you. He's the Chief Executive and Chief Economist of the European Policy Center. I would like now to give the floor to Kui-Yong Zhang. He's professor at Academy of Regional and Global Governance at Beijing Foreign Studies University. You have the floor. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair, and all of the guests. Especially, let me take a few seconds to express a more emotional feeling. Exactly today, even is not so easy, especially after some difficult time for person face-to-face communication. So it's my great pleasure here to meet with some old friends again, Fabian, Islam, Shada, and some other. So I think it gives, I mean, a strong confidence for me that no matter what happens for the global situation, for regional situation, and for China-EU relations, I think I still believe strongly that this communication between think tanks, people-to-people contact, always the most valuable thing we needed to do. Because if we look at back or ahead, people mention that today is a crossroad for China-EU relations. And to some degree, it reflects the reality. If we look at what happened for this keynote speech, both ambassadors, they do have a very, very clear and candid understanding and attitude towards these bilateral relations. So I think that that's also give more space or more reasons for think tanks, for peoples to find out more reason for us to have more communication and to, deal with the situation. And I want to just have some points. If we look, we take some more consideration on history or yesterday and tomorrow of China-EU relations. I think firstly we need to understand maybe two approaches. One of them is we need to go inside of these relations to understand what's the change took place in the past years, and also we need to understand the logic behind some policies or some regulations from both sides. And then we need to go beyond this situation realities. We need to look for some more reliable solutions for these relations, especially when it is on the crossroads. I think firstly, we can find a disagreement between two sides now on this firstly multifaceted description or concept from European Union side on China. I think always from Chinese side, the question is, once it is established in concept, I mean partner, competitor, and rival, it would be pragmatic or practice in policy and or even in actions. I think a very obvious case is how about the CAI, the CAI's fate. As we know, once it is in the logic of partner or even the competitions, I think now we will have this CAI now. But unfortunately, as we know, now it has been frozen in European Parliament. It looks like the European side has been coping with this issue in the logic of rivalries. So I think it gives a very, very big question for both two sides, for policymakers, for scholars. How could we keep the balance of the policy? I think one of the big risks for this, multifaceted concept from European side on China is very, very, it's easy to reach an imbalance situation between all of the three policy approaches. Another, I think, a very important issue is even China and the European Union, there are more and more, geopolitical, coexistence. Maybe there's a new dimension for these relations, not only in economic and trade, not only people to people, and because of Ukrainian crisis or even Israel-Palestine conflict, both sides need to have some more geopolitical exchange. So China is a natural competitor or even rival with European Union, or China would be a flexible choice for European Union, have some more strategic trust. Also, just like Fabian and also the European Union ambassador here mentioned that the European side not so satisfied with the attitude from China on Ukrainian crisis, and especially its relations with Russia and some other. But I think maybe for China, the most important thing is once there is not the current situation, especially in the relations between China and Russia, maybe the situation will be worse. Maybe Russian side will go far away from the current situation. So how could we try to keep the strategic stability? I think it's not only the consideration for China. It should be also a major consideration for European side. And beyond all of these, difficult issues, I think now we need to try to find some solution going beyond the difficult situation or reality. For example, how could China and the European Union side, if we are wise enough to find out maybe long-term solutions to have some more crisis management or uncertainty management. Always for China and the European Union side, it looks like recently we are in more and more uncertainties, some more anti-subsidy investigations, and less and less mutual trust on some issues, and mostly from a third part. For example, once there are close relations between China and Russia, there will be some more worry or suspicions from the European side. At the same time, once there are some more coordination of policy between Washington and Brussels, there will be also more concern from Beijing. So how could we try to go beyond these, twists of the relations? How could we find a more endogenous dynamics from China-EU relations? If we look at the economic trade, yes, it looks like there are some more barriers from both sides, frankly, on a kind of over-regulations. But how could we try to stop these tendencies? How could we try to convince policymakers from both sides that once we have some more favorable environment for both China and the European companies and enterprises, there will be more confidence from market, from both sides with each other. And finally, I think that not only we need to deal with this influence from a third party, and also we need to try to find out the real pragmatic solutions to manage these relations. Of course, I think we need to make clear the destination for this management of uncertainties between those two sides is to try to find out a more cooperative, not competitive relations. And if we look at the logo of this conference, interesting thing is the logo looks like a boxing glove. So it gives us a message. It looks like both China and the European side, they are going to a boxing field. But of course, we can find that it's also a charter box, which means that we need to have some more communication to avoid we are going to the boxing field. I should stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Kui. I'm just going to be a moderator, but I do not see. I'm a boxer, and, I amateur, do a little bit of boxing, and those look more as dialogue balloons. So I think that, at least to me, but anyway, it's. I think that. Out now, but thank you very much for your views also on the look ahead and on EU-China relations. If I can now give the floor to Janka Ortel. She's director of the Asia program at the European Council on Foreign Relations. Janka, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ricardo, and thank you for the kind invitation. It's a great pleasure to be here in Beijing again. Please allow me to also kind of stay within the spirit of the two ambassadors' remarks with regard to the candidness that I would like to engage in. Let me start by reiterating what Fabian has mentioned, that it is very unfortunate that the member of our delegation was not receiving a visa. I think that is not in the spirit of dialogue, and I do think that Mikko Hotari from MERIX belongs at this table to have a really good conversation. It is a very unfortunate situation, particularly for us in Berlin, if some of us can and some of us cannot go to have direct face-to-face conversation. I just wanted to point that out at the beginning. On the state of EU-China relations, before we look out, I do think it is really important to be honest about the fact that it is grim. We're not in a state where we can sugarcoat what is happening. And I would even say 2024 is likely to get worse. So for us, I think stopping the deterioration of the relationship must be the key goal at the moment. But that is, I think, the aim, the kind of humble aim that we can have for the next year. Not to talk much about where things can improve, but about stopping the current trajectory. The list of grievances on the European side is long. I do think that it kind of corresponds with the list of grievances on the Chinese side. But obviously, as Fabian has mentioned, market distortions are a huge issue for us at the European side. A level playing field is something that the European side keeps bringing up, but quite frankly, it's not in the interest of China right now, because it is not in China's favor if the level playing field would actually exist. Therefore, I think maybe we have to give up on the idea that it will ever exist again, or that it ever has existed. There are developments within China that are obviously very troubling for the European business community, and I do think it is important to underscore that the main movement in the change of the European relationship with China and the development of the holy trinity of the partner, competitor, and rival started within the German business community. This is not some lofty idea of diplomats or weird think tankers. It was the concern of German industry that has started bringing this concept to the table and that has kind of put the rivalry at the center and the competition at the center of the relationship. And I do think that this is absolutely key for the relationship with regard to China and Russia, which is, I think, the absolutely central development of the last 2 years in EU-China relations. For Europeans, it increasingly feels that geopolitical turmoil comes at high costs for Europe, not just high energy prices and inflation, but also migration pressures and huge investments in the defense sector, but that these developments are actually beneficial for China. And this puts the trajectory of the relationship at a very complicated outset. For us, it is not about the long term right now, and I do think that this is also important to underscore. This is about a short-term crisis that Europe is facing. Europe has a war at its borders that is challenging it at its very core and at its very heart. And the fact that China-Russia relations over the course of the last 2 years have deepened is obviously a smack in the face for EU-China relations. It is problematic for Europeans to watch a Belt and Road Forum unfold in which President Putin is received with great honors. These pictures are being viewed in Europe on TV and are seen with great disdain, because this is currently the largest challenge to our peace and prosperity in Europe. The pressure on Europe at the moment is enormously high. This is the largest security crisis that we have faced, and now we have the Israel-Gaza crisis on top of things, with the aggressions of Hamas kind of challenging further our security environment and further enhancing migration pressures. Right now, I think the world would really need different signals than a quasi-neutrality that is not neutrality, but that is siding with the aggressors in two conflicts that are of key importance to Europe. So realistically, there's not much of an expectation that we can find common ground right now. I think even on climate change, which is mentioned often, COP28 will have to show how much common ground there can actually be found. For Europe right now, this is a time for de-risking. It is a time for de-risking because the world around us has changed very much not in our favor. In practice, that puts us in 3 areas in key kind of challenges: the import area, the export area, and market dependencies. On the import front, I think we're making good progress when it comes to critical raw materials and new partnerships, when it comes to diversifying from where goods are from. I do think that the EU is on the right track. On exports, it's going to be more difficult. And the most challenging for the German economy is going to be the market dependence here on the Chinese market. But quite frankly, the current developments within the Chinese economy are helping to reduce that dependency for the German side. Dialogue, and maybe to kind of be clear about that, is important, but not just to achieve dialogue for dialogue's sake and to have a kind of cooperation idea. It is important to manage our competition, but between think tanks, I think I expect more of this form of dialogue. So maybe I will end with a few research questions that I'm actually interested in comparison to all the things that we can throw at each other in terms of list of grievances. I want to know where the Chinese economy is headed, and I would really like to know what Cui Hongjian is thinking about that, and where things are going and where things are moving. I want to know what the concrete room is for cooperation in creating fiscal space in developing countries for the green transition, and what Chinese ideas for that are, where Chinese solutions for that would be, so that we can discuss them and that we can talk about them very concretely. I would also like to discuss whether competition is not actually better for climate change than cooperation. If we actually really compete and race to the top about who's faster in implementing decarbonization and green technologies, maybe that's even better. Let's discuss that. What is the state and the time frame of renminbi internationalization? Where are we on that? And what does this mean for Europe? I would love to discuss more about that. How can we maintain peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific, and what role for Europe does China see in that? And what are our respective expectations of 2025 and the post-US election timeframe that I think sends shivers down European diplomats and policymakers' spines when they even think about it. And I do think that a really frank exchange about that with our Chinese counterparts would be helpful. I think having a real conversation about this is very valuable. And this is why I'm here, and I think this is hopefully what we can engage in. Thank you.
Thank you, Janka, for coming. Thank you. Let me now give the floor to Mr. Sun Yung Fu. He's Senior Fellow at the Center for China and Globalization. He's also former Director General of MOFCOM at the Department of European Affairs. Sir, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is a great pleasure for me to attend today's event. I think such candid dialogue is good for both sides. I would like to say something about our practical cooperation, or specifically business cooperation. I want to talk about three things. First, for the EU till 2019, EU had been the most important trading partner to China for 16 consecutive years, the top trading partner to China. In 2020, it was surpassed by ASEAN because of UK exit from the EU and the U.S. imposition of tariffs on China, so some of the trade shifted to ASEAN. So now the EU became the second largest trading partner to China, and the ASEAN is the largest. It is fair to say that in the past few years, our business relations have always been the stabilizer and baluster for our relations in all other areas. But now the situation is really worrying. Just now, our colleagues talked about Germany's important role in China-EU ties. In the past, Germany took 1/3 of the total trade between China and the EU, and it is always the most important trading partner in our business ties. We know that Germany has the strongest auto industry, and China is always the top market for the top 3 German automakers. So that is very important for Germany. So to replace this huge market of China is not something good for the European exporters, especially auto exporters. The second thing I want to say is this. China-EU business cooperation has more and more been influenced by our relations, ideologies, and values on human rights, for example. And of course, there are some also negative impacts from China-US relations. And the two ambassadors in the opening remarks talked about the positioning or cooperation, competition, and rivalries, systemic rivals. But I feel that there are more and more occasions for Europe to talk about systemic rivals, and less and less they are talking about cooperation. So they are focusing more on conflicts and less on cooperation. That is very bad for our practical cooperation. And third, I want to give you some numbers to show that our practical cooperation between China and the EU is now in a state of great danger. From that is the first 9 months in 2023. According to China's latest number, our trade was $594 billion, down by 7.7%. So according to my experiences over the past 30 years, it is really unprecedented. In the past year, even, the trade grew slightly. It was about $800 billion. It was still growing, but now it was a negative 7.7% in the first 9 months. That is really something I have never seen since I worked as the DG of the European Affairs Department of MOFCOM. I think this should be a top concern of both sides.
So China's export was 300 billion to EU, down 10%. Import 210 billion, 2.1% down. So you can see that export was sliding much faster than import. So 10.6% export versus 2.1% import. The Chinese surplus of more than 100 billion. It was down 19%. So we have seen that the reduction of China's surplus was more than 20%, which is, I think, more beneficial to the EU side. In terms of investment, from January to September this year, EU investment in China, non-financial, was 921 million US dollars. China's investment to the EU, 509 million. That was 13.8% higher. So in contrast to trade, there is still an increase in investment. In any case, negative growth in trade should be an alert for us. This is not good for both China and the EU. Also, seeing that HED, high-level economic dialogue, has resumed. I think that this will help our bilateral trade. HED reached many outcomes, which is good in addressing some of the EU's exchanges, which bodes well for our future cooperation. China also expressed its readiness to import more EU goods. Cooperation for example, on the Belt and Road Summit, China announced the full opening of its manufacturing sector, which I believe will create more opportunities for European companies. As to my knowledge, there will be a leaders' summit by the end of this year. So my feeling was that highest level contact will help us increase mutual benefit and mutual trust and understanding. De-risking does not mean de-cooperation. So I think we shouldn't talk more about systemic rival, but we should focus more on how to expand cooperation. There are many areas, especially in the area of facing the climate, new energy, energy storage. So I believe that China's high-quality growth and the recovery of the EU's economy would be helpful to both our economies. I believe that as long as we work together, our economy will return to its normal track, but of course it requires some bilateral efforts. Thank you.
On my left, Françoise Nicolas. She's director at the Center for Asian and Indo-Pacific Studies at Institut Français de Relations Internationales. Françoise, tu as la parole. Merci.
Well, thank you, Ricardo. First of all, let me thank the organizers for having me here. It's a great pleasure to be back in Beijing. It's been 4 years since COVID, so I'm quite happy to be here. First thing, I'm afraid I will not disappoint Ambassador Wu, and I will tend to sound rather negative, as Europeans usually are, apparently. You know, I do agree with Janka that if we look at the EU-China relations for 2024, what can be expected is continuation of very tense relation. And I think there's no point in trying to sugarcoat or put on rosy-colored glasses. The situation is not good. Let's face it. And if we exclusively try to look at the bright side of things, we may miss a number of things which are rather negative. So let me highlight perhaps two areas where I see major difficulties between the two parties. The first is, of course, trade and the persistence of unbalanced trade. On this specific point, let me get things straight right from the start. I am not against unbalanced trade. If the trade is unbalanced between the EU and China, it should not be exclusively blamed on China. If the trade is unbalanced, it may be simply because China is more competitive than the EU. So I'm all in favor of competition. I'm not in favor of managed trade. So I strongly disagree with those who would like to impose balanced trade. This would be like managed trade. And this is not something that is desirable. I think that we should not set the score of the match even before the game starts, which is exactly what managed trade is doing. So that's not the point. But the point is to ensure that the competition can develop freely. So what we are looking for is fair competition, fair trade. And for that, we do not want any distortions. And this is exactly what the EU is trying to do with the anti-subsidy investigation that it has launched recently against Chinese exports of electric vehicles. The point is simply to make sure that there are no distortions. And so the investigation is about checking whether the electric vehicles benefit from illegal subsidization, and whether, on top of that, this subsidization causes or threatens to cause injury, economic injury to EU producers. That's the point, just to make sure that the competition is fair, period. And on this specific point, I think that the Europeans have gone through a former experience, a former episode of a similar nature in the past, and that was all the story and the episode about the solar panels. So we know exactly what is to be, the other party may gain and what we may lose with subsidies granted to some productions. So it is very unlikely that the investigation will be withdrawn. First of all, because it is at the EC level that it has been put, plus because of this former experience with the solar panels, we will certainly stick to the investigation. So, of course, this will create tensions with China, but I think that it should be very clear what the point of this investigation is, and it's really about ensuring fair competition. It's not about protectionism of any kind. So it should be clear, but I'm not sure that it is well understood on the other side, and this is why I stress this point very forcefully. So that's the first area where I see what potential frictions, tensions, not necessarily conflict. Let's not play on words. These are frictions, simply frictions, not fundamental conflicts. And let me stress one major point here, which is that the EU or the EU-China relation is very different from the China-US relation. The EU perceives China very differently compared to the way the US perceives China. We do not perceive, we the EU, we do not perceive China as an existential threat. And this is very different from the US position. And again, this is something that I think is quite important that has to be really well understood on the part of China. So we are not into a confrontational approach to China. And on this specific point, I think we differ quite substantially from the US position. The second area where I see a major problem is, of course, the war in Ukraine. Here there is a deep misunderstanding on the part of the EU about China's position. As far as I know, China is all in favor of national sovereignty, of territorial integrity, and in the case of the war in Ukraine, well, there has been a clear violation of international law. There has been a clear breach. And so this is why, on the part of the EU, we do not understand why China is taking the position it is taking, not calling a spade a spade. This is a war. And why is China still adhering to the Russian rhetoric about a special operation, about a provocation on the part of NATO. There has not been any provocation. I mean, in this story, there is an aggressor, which is Russia, and there is a victim, which is Ukraine. It's extremely clear. And so we do not understand why it is not, this vision is not shared by China, which, on the other hand, shares all the values that are encapsulated in the UN Charter. So this is something that, that sets us apart, but I think it should be discussed more openly, more candidly, so that we better understand what is the other side's position. But honestly, I personally don't quite understand why China is sticking to the position it is sticking to. So this is another major reason why I think that the EU-China relation in 2024 will remain rather tense or even grim, as Yanka said. Well, perhaps if I want to end on a more optimistic note, perhaps not to be criticized for being all the time so negative, well, there is one definite area where there is scope for cooperation, and it is something that is repeated over and over again, and this is climate change. Okay, fine, but on this specific point, I think that a major contribution of this discussion would be perhaps to come up with concrete actions that could be taken to push this cooperation on climate change ahead or forward. Everybody's talking about that, but I think it is very important to go beyond the rhetoric of let's cooperate on climate change to come up with very concrete suggestions of what could be done together between the EU and China on this specific issue. It may have to do with financing, it may have to do with I don't know what, but let's come up with concrete proposals about what can be done together. Because just saying, well, climate change is an ideal area for cooperation, this is very nice, but let's walk the talk and give concrete suggestions. So I'll end up here on a more positive note.
Yeah, merci, Françoise. Thank you for your remarks. And now, last but not least, I would like to call on Mr. Dai Changzheng. He's the Dean of the School of International Relations at the University of International Business and Economics. Sir, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. I should first express my thanks to President Wang Huiyao who invited me to join in such a big event, and thank you, moderator. Frankly speaking, that we are now facing a, increasingly fragmented world, splitting international order. Okay. And you see that two worlds are just happening, going on, and the frictions and the economic and political competition between China and the US is becoming more serious now. We are really facing a world that never seen since 20 years. So, both China and EU are most important civilizations and most critical players in regarding international political relations. I think that there are more difficulties and problem emerging towards the Sino-US, Sino-European relations, no doubt. Okay. But the most important is that we should look into things why those situations happen. I'm a scholar of political science and international relations. However, first of all, if we see the ongoing situation of Sino China-Europe relations, we may find that the policy contradictions, controversial concepts and policies issued by EU. Actually, this is, from my perspective, this is the main, reason why we feel confused with the policy of EU toward China. For me, the three roles, three aspects of strategies toward China, the concepts itself actually is very controversial. How we can balance rival, competitor, partner, and what are the relationships between these three two? And in some aspect, EU needs China to be partner. In economic and trade realm, EU wants China to be kind of competitor. And in terms of security, in terms of political problems, EU look China as the rival. How do we understand such a controversial, contradictory, concepts and policies? How can we divide such three concepts? Are they, a level and a sub-level, general and sub-level? This is for the scholars, for common people. We do not understand how your EU stand on its points. So we may find many, contradictory actions and practices, policy practices. For example, China and EU now both are facing serious challenges economically. We need cooperation. We need to understand each other's interests. However, investigations, anti-subsidy policies, investigation and anti-dumping investigation initiated by EU seriously harm these kinds of relationships. We need to increase trade. However, in terms of semiconductor, green products, and the digital industry, EU just practice the policy of de-risk China. On one hand, EU need to express its stance to communicate with China. On the other hand, practically, EU actually continue or launch this policy of de-risking China. And how can we understand the relationship between so-called dialogue, conversation, and de-risk China? As for, I noticed also the Borrell speech in Beijing University. On one hand, Borrell says that we never intend to establish the so-called official relationship or diplomatic relationship with Taiwan. However, still EU look at the policy of China toward Taiwan as a so-called coercive action. For the Chinese side, we see that this is obviously an interference with the domestic affair of China. So these policies or the value viewpoints behind the policy themselves are controversial and obscure. It's hard to be understood. Okay. And other, political and economic issues. So this has created a very hard environment. Many, international corporations headquarters, moved out of China. And more of the industries and businesses are skeptical about the future, about they took a stance, just a look. So both sides feel that we need to converse. We need to begin our dialogue. So in the half a year of 2003, the second half, we see that more European side leaders come to China, and also China has taken proactive actions to initiate more communications and conversations with the European side. However, if we do not change such contradictory policies and viewpoints of values, then we cannot build up our trust. So as Boris also said, we need trust, but mutual trust between EU and China is deteriorating. Of course, we know that EU has its own, difficulties and problems. For example, the pressure from the United States and the political and economic situation in EU itself. So how can we, resolve the contradictories between value rival, governance model rival, economic competitor, and interest partnership, and logically, as a professor and scholar, I cannot find the way of logically, analytical. So, if we look at the future of Sino-EU relations in 2024, perhaps more grimmer than today's situation. Of course, more negotiations, more conversations are still better. We need to take actions. We need to understand each other, because we are two big civilizations. big, the most important players in today's world. We have power, we have a capacity to change the world. I hope that we begin from both sides. China should recognize that stance, the interest and the hope of EU. And at the same time, EU should understand more about China's stance, China's interest, and China's policies. So that's for my speech. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Dai Changzheng. I will now open the floor for questions, remarks. I would invite you to put up your name tag if you want to make a contribution, or if anyone behind the desks would want to make also a question or a comment, please go ahead. Very good. So I will just go to Henry. Henry, you have the floor, and then over there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ricardo. Excellent roundtable. Very stimulating discussion we had this morning, and I think it's very important that we had China-EU relation in respect, in focus. I'm not that pessimistic, actually, as Francois. I think that 2024 maybe we'll have a better relation between China and the EU. I have several reasons for that. First is that, of course, China now has totally open. So we have so many visitors coming, from US, China. So people will come and see, Chinese economy, Chinese viability, the growth, and then also all the things are still, ongoing and are interrupted. Not as people thought as badly, because when we were out of China, we heard all the time that China is collapsing, China is dead again, and all those, is full of the news every day. But now you come to see, the resilience, and then the vitality is still there. That's optimism number one. Number two, I will say that the world is really a more dangerous place than every year. We haven't finished this Russian war in Ukraine. And then we have the Middle East, Israel-Palestinian war broke out. That's very, very tragic. And particularly those times, and China and the EU needs to work together. And then, absolutely, we see also in the US, the election year is next year, and then we see some Republican already, hesitate of continue to strongly support the war in Ukraine, and then, that war is going to drag on. And then the only country in the world that has a huge influence on Russia is China now. So, you're right, absolutely. China stands by all those principles of UN, territorial integrity, sovereignty. Mr. Wang Yi said that at Munich Security Conference about 2 years ago when the war broke out, and also China strongly said, no nuclear war to be fought in Ukraine. If Russia cannot fight for nuclear war, what strength does it have? So, and no bombing of civilians and children. So those strong positions, I think, is very, very important. Of course, China didn't go to 100% of what the US and EU position in condemning Russia, because China wants to keep a channel open to talk to Russians, to influence them, to really make things to work. China is the first country to propose a 12-point position paper on the peace proposal for Ukraine, and China has an envoy for the Russian-Ukraine war that is visiting Ukraine and all other countries related. And Chinese president already phoned Zelensky, and the dialogue is still there. So, and China participated in the Saudi Arabia, the Ukraine-Russian conflict summit there, and And now China is starting to play more role on the Palestinian and also Israel war, which is going on right now. I mean, China has already, set an envoy on that, and so I see the world is in a more dangerous place, and we all need China. And in compare with China and the U.S. and EU, China probably get closer with the EU on many similar views. So we're going to save the world if we are not careful. So I mean, absolutely, China is so important, and EU has really absolutely all the reasons to work with China. So I kind of agree with what Ambassador Wu said this morning, because if you define Chinese-EU relation as a systemic rivalry and the risk, I remember another Ambassador Wu, Mr. Wu Hongbo actually said a month ago in my conference, he said, basically you are saying, here's the red light, here's the yellow light, here's the green light, and then nobody knows, the risk the company has no, guts to go ahead because the government, the signal is not clear. So I think some of the problem could be founded on both sides, and EU is not really free of that on its policy. So I think that is really things that we need to really work on. And then I think there's a big issues. Like climate change was a champion of EU, European countries, Paris Accord. China has went along, and China has proposed its concrete plan, and we need to work together. And it's very sad to see that EU has proposed this anti-subsidy on the China clean vehicles, clean energy vehicles, because that's the thing we want to do to really accelerate the speed of climate, fighting climate change. So, and then again, because all the major European automakers are in China, they are developing fast, they are clean vehicles in Chinese market and technology and everything. So this is really complementary, but then if you have really starting this trade war with the European warning that, okay, we're going to take measures, we're going to sanction you or whatever, just like US, put 1,300 Chinese companies on the sanction list, individuals together. So European hasn't gone that far, but if Europeans starting that, I think it's going to be very, very, dangerous for the bilateral relation. If China retaliates, I mean, all the European auto market in China will be affected. And then the technology progress, the clean vehicle, going to fighting climate change, will be slowing down. We're going to face an even bigger threat of climate change. I mean, that nobody is calculating on those casualties of climate. So I think we really need to work together and refrain from starting a trade war or trade sanctions and whatever. So this is really what I would like to emphasize. Finally, I would like to say, I mean, past April, we were in Berlin. We were attending this, Global Solution Summit, and Richard Walker from DW, he's here. He was interviewing the German Chancellor, Scholz, and Scholz said, the unipolar war is gone. We are getting into multipolar war. So, the German government recognized that. French president said we should be more strategically independent. He was in China. So, I mean, I think we should see a difference between China, EU, and US. We should not really, follow all the, on that part. I really, I also want to talk to the, calling that China-West dialogue, because West has quite a few narratives. US has a narrative, EU has a narrative. We see the converge of US and EU narrative, but we really want to see the difference. So it's really like I'm not saying three kingdoms of romance, but three, different views, but China and EU have a lot of things in common. And we even have now the US, even have so much difference. We have the majority leader of Senate House, Schumer, visit China, very successful. And CCG has just recently hosted a delegation from a young assistant to the congressmen and senators. So we hope to have more European parliamentary people coming to China. And we can talk about all the cooperation on the digital, on the climate, on all those things. So I think there's a lot of things in common. We could work together. I'm still, and also student exchanges and tourism is reviving. I'm sure there will be a lot of tourism going to Europe rather than go to US. I see the flights resume very fast between China and the EU, faster than the US. So I'm cautiously optimistic. I'm not that pessimistic. Also, next year, the US is facing election, so I think we have maybe a bit tough time ahead. But I'm seeing the summit of APEC in San Francisco in November. President Xi and President Biden might meet there, and we can probably also reach another level of understanding. So after all, we have to really work together. We are fighting a common threat. I mean, we've gone through this. We have to avoid the conflict. All the EU, US, China, we have to work together to save the world, to save the war. Further deteriorating from Russian on Ukraine, and this Israeli and Palestinian conflict as well. So I really hope that the dialogue we're having today with China and EU think tanks can come up with some, common productive proposals that we can really submit to our different governments and make things. I'm glad to see. I'm really thankful for EPC now with the think tank delegation starting to visit China now. This is probably the biggest think tank delegation we ever hosted after the post-pandemic. I mean, we already host the U.S. congressmen, senators, Congress assistant. We still wait to see more from Europe. So I'm sure this dialogue, roundtable we have here, will stimulate this kind of a constructive, productive climate, and I'm cautiously hopeful that we'll find the solutions to the common challenge we face in this world. Thank you.
Thank you, Henry, for your remarks. So the organizers tell me that I can go until 12:45. So I'd encourage everyone to be very quick in their remarks, because I'd also would like still to give the floor to the speakers for 1 minute each before we end, if they wish to still react to any of the comments that were made. But I'll go by order that I've seen the name tags going up. Ma'am, you have the floor. And I think ma'am needs a microphone. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, first of all, to CCG and President Henry Wong to have invited me, and Mr. President of the meeting to give me the floor. I have followed the discussion this morning with great interest, but that reminded me of the background of China-EU relationship. If we all recall, the EU-China strategic agenda for cooperation adopted in 2013, and that called for cooperation in area of peace, prosperity, sustainable development, and people-to-people exchanges. From there on, we are witnessing the EU-China summit, which is being held every year to discuss political and economic relations, as well as global and regional issues, and so on. However, the recent development, which I can summarize in 3 categories, have caused some friction. One is geopolitical turmoil, as we have heard this morning in extenso. The second one, of course, is spilling over of the US strategic approach to Europe. And the third one is trade imbalances. But let's talk more about the common ground between China and the world. I'm not only referring to Belt and Road Initiative, I'm sorry, but I'm referring to the regional and international organization in which China actively participated in various areas, including United Nations, WTO, WHO, and etc. China is also have been engaged very actively as a second largest economy in the world and has been a major player in global trade. We have seen China's active participation in 2014 and 2015, particularly in discussion with regard to climate change. And it was, I recall very vividly, China and United States, they were the two frontier and champion for discussing the issues on climate change. And everybody became very hopeful that something very productive will come out of it. China has been also engaged in peacekeeping operation in various international security issues. But of course, China has got its own principle, and this principle, understood or misunderstood by the world, has to be also respected. I do believe in the light of what China has done, the world also has the responsibility to come together with Chinese principle and try to find a common ground in light of what China can do, and because what we need in this world is rather more cooperation than less. The world is going through a very important crisis, not only this year but next year, and further cooperation between these two powers can solve most of the problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your remarks. Shada Islam, please have the floor.
Thank you very much, Ricardo. So Shada Islam, I'm Senior Advisor at EPC and Visiting Professor at the College of Europe. 4 points, Ricardo, I'm going to be very brief. So first of all, a little bit of historical context, and it's true, I was a journalist when China joined the WTO in 2001. I followed it blow by blow, and it was a momentous moment. So my relationship with China goes back quite a few years. I've never seen similar shrillness to the conversation as I'm seeing now. And I feel that it's potentially very dangerous. So for me, taking forward what Henry has said, in 2024, I think we will need very cool heads and possibly also warm hearts, because we are sharing a humanity after all. Elections in the US, obviously a source of great unease in terms of who will be elected, but also elections in the European Parliament, so that's for us as well. First point. Second point, I do believe that think tanks should be honest, and I appreciate very much what our colleagues have done today. But I think also we were asked to be innovative. So I'm going to try and be a little bit innovative in three seconds. So first of all, to my Chinese friends, who I respect and hold very dear, we can hold several thoughts at the same time. We're often told, don't be binary. And there is, we can hold 2-3 thoughts. So we can cooperate, we do compete, and we can be rivals. So that is not contradictory. We can do those things together. Fourth point, you know, François, as you often say, climate change, yes, but what? So my suggestion is loss and reparation, climate justice. The Global South has been asking for it at the last COP meeting and the coming one as well. Let's do it. It's a real devastating crisis for many countries in the Global South. The SDGs, we talked about it yesterday, source of inequality, let's do something about it. China has the funding and the know-how to do that, as well as the European Union. And finally, connectivity. I'm sorry, this is something I've been saying for several years now. Why are we competing on this? Why are our egos getting in the way of reality, where a number of African countries, Asian countries, need connectivity, and yet we're working in very different silos? So innovative, yes, please, and let's look ahead. It's going to be tough in 2024, but once again, with cool heads and warm hearts, I think we can get something really important done. Thank you.
Thank you, Shada. I'll give the floor now to Mr. Wang Ye.
I think the Chinese side need to understand more about the Europeans' very emotional and strong reactions to Ukraine. Because for the Chinese in the past 45 years, there was no war in China and in China's neighbor. So the Chinese, you know, they live in a very peaceful environment. They don't understand that the Europeans actually suffered so many wars, from the Kosovo War, Georgia War, and then Ukraine War, and even maybe now conflicts, you know, neighbor, the refugees. And then the European Union also is, we say, is built on the values and on the World War II, and it's a legal rule of law. So the Chinese need to understand this, that the European Union is so sensitive. Basically, the Ukraine war also challenges the Westphalia system based on the sovereignty, territorial integrity. So I think maybe that's the reason we need to understand each other, the Chinese side, not just defend the policy on the relations with Russia. But frankly, the European side also need to understand that China never support Russians' behavior in Ukraine. That's the reason we never recognized the 4 states in Ukraine was a part of the Russian territory. Even we didn't recognize the Crimea as a part of the Russian territory. So that's, we have good relations with Russia. It's not for other purposes. It's not just support any behaviors that Russia did to you. So that's be distinguished. But one quick question for you, the panelists from Europe. Recently, the ECFR, European Council for the Foreign Affairs, released a proposal, or so-called the strategic independence. What's these relations with the strategic independence with the middle powers, with the relations with the de-risk from China? And then this independence also maybe cause a new risk from the middle powers. And also, what's the relations with strategic autonomy for the European Union? So I do not think you pay attention to the ECFR report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will go now to my left to Mrs. Jingling. Please, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I will only have a very short comment. Start with Yankar's point that the so-called partner, competitor, and rivalry come from the business community. I'm here to share with you my observations. Actually, the business community don't share the same view as regards to China-EU cooperation, definitely. In last month, when I visited Germany and France and Brussels, actually, especially I hold talks with BDI, the DIHK. I think all of these institutions represent the business communities, but their views are actually so different. So why, my question is why the BDI's narrative has had the upper hand? This is my question, and also very similar perception this time during my visit. I talked with a lot of think tanks working on economic issues. They shared with us the so fierce internal debate as regards to de-risking and also as regards to EU industrial policy. So it seems to me that it's far from a kind of consensus there. So my point is, when we talk a lot about a balance relationship, my point is whether in next year, the debate as regards to China-EU relations should also be balanced, since we have witnessed how it has been dangerously slipping into the so-called competition and even rivalry dimension.
Thank you very much. We're going to go to Bruno, please. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Bruno Libabert du CER, Center on Regulation in Europe. When we talk about international relations, we talk about strategy, strategic positioning, we talk about values, we talk about economic interest. But what is also equally important is perceptions. And perceptions matter. Yesterday, we heard a colleague from Hong Kong University saying that he was surprised that the American researchers who come to Hong Kong are being advised to come with empty computers and burner phones. So I think that it's very, very important that to understand that if there is distrust in the fact that the integrity of the electronic communications will be respected, this is not something which is conducive to trust. This is not conducive to the fact that we can work together. So I think this is something that we need to add, and the story of the visa, which was not available to one member of my colleagues from EPC, is another element which is absolutely not positive. I think that to move ahead, we need, as was already said, to focus on concrete actions. concrete actions on climate, but perhaps also on one area which has not been mentioned, and which is the digital area. It's clear that norms and standards are being discussed on artificial intelligence, on data, trusted flows of data transfer. These issues, resilience of digital infrastructures, norms and standards are being discussed at world level for the moment. I think that there is a necessity, urgent necessity, that we can talk to each other and work together in the international areas, in the International Telecommunications Union, in the other UN fora, OECD, etc., G7, G20. This is something where we are really creating the infrastructure for understanding each other in the years to come. These norms and standards are not technical issues for experts, they are fundamental basis for a fruitful dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bruno. I go to the Ambassador of Luxembourg. Please, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you, first of all, for inviting us. It's my first time. I've arrived only a couple of weeks ago. My first time to participate in such an interesting exchange. I would like to pick up where my predecessor just left it, so to focus really on concrete cooperation. You mentioned digital transition, which I had on my list as well. I see a few other areas, and I would like to put it a bit more concrete than just talking about climate change. But I see in this country and also in Europe, I think we have still a long way to go when it comes to improving our energy efficiency standards. I think there's a lot to be done. Circular economy, there are some interesting experiences in this country, but we also have some in Europe where maybe we could get the engineers to working together and develop common projects and also reach common standards. Then last but not least, green finance. I know that there is cooperation on a common taxonomy on green finance, and I hear there are some positive developments. I think that's another very important area in order to help us finance the green transition that we aiming at as well in China and in the EU. And then last but not least, maybe a question nonetheless. Mrs. Shada Islam already referred to it. We will have in 2024 elections, European Parliament elections. We may be getting a new commission. So how do scholars and colleagues, how do you see potential impacts of that on the EU-China relations, although obviously it's very difficult in knowing how this is going to come out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. I'll go to Michael on this side. Please, you have the floor. Thank you.
It's working? Okay. Thank you. This question is for Janka and Francoise. I hope Ricardo and Henry will give them 1 minute to answer. You come from very famous think tanks, European Council and IFRI. I noticed when we all talk about having a list of grievances or a list of issues where we can be innovative and constructive, it sounds like we are all deliberately leaving out strategic nuclear issues. Colin Bradford yesterday mentioned a space code of conduct. Usually the idea is to avoid arms race in space, which has already started. It's to have stability and exchange. In the nuclear weapons area, both IFRI and European Council have sometimes addressed the issue. So my question really is it a good idea when we have EU-China think tank exchanges? Should we exclude all security issues? Should we exclude Ukrainian victimization by Russian aggression? Should we exclude space race? Should we exclude China's new military and nuclear buildup? Our military now is talking about strategic nuclear breakout by China, going to double or triple the number of nuclear weapons. China now has more ICBM silos. Silo, by the way, if you're a Chinese language student, is called Fa She Jing. So in the Cold War, if the Soviets or the Americans had a huge strategic breakout, this would be a matter of negotiation, a matter of think tanks looking into it, looking for fresh ideas. So Henry, are we intentionally ruling out Ukraine or security issues, or should great think tanks like EFRI and European Council of Foreign Relations also include this in their thinking? Because I think there's a real need for innovation in these areas. But I don't want to violate any rules about the Shirley Fanwei and the division of labor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. Mr. Hans Dorville, please.
Thank you very much. Let me also thank CCG and the organizers of this forum for a very appropriate discussion, which is stimulating. And what Shada Islam said, she was shocked by the shrillness of the debate this morning. I only can endorse that, because being a European, I was listening to the EU ambassador, and I couldn't imagine that this would be really a common line of all 27 member states of the EU. Even in one country, my own country, Germany, you have the differences between the Chancellor and the Foreign Secretary. So they're speaking different, or they're singing different tunes vis-a-vis China. So this is a little bit complex, but what Bruno Liebherberg said, that we need a stronger element in talking to each other in a regular manner and in a more civilized manner, I think is very important for the multilateralism. It's not only the UN and the UN principles which come out in the Ukraine, but it is also recently when the United States joined UNESCO, rejoined UNESCO again, they said they go there in order to control or to suppress the influence of China. Now, if you're going to a multilateral organization, you better cooperate rather than control and suppress. So these are the difficulties which we are facing these days, and I think one has to reflect a little bit stronger how that can be brought to a much better and much more direct relationship. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Wan, please, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thanks to the CCG organizers for providing us, to the scholars, ambassadors, and all the policymakers this platform to communicate with each other the sincere views on EU-China relations. I just have a follow-up question to the His Excellency Ryland just raised about next year's election in the European side. As far as from my personal observation, I find possibly when we look at the EU-China relations in the next year, we could not overlook the political shifts and the political forces changes within the EU itself. It's a little bit concern. It seems like the right-wing political force are gaining a momentum in the EU side. And I have a question to the panelists. Would this affect the next year's EU-China relations? How do you view the right-wing forces, voices are becoming more and more stronger in the EU, within the EU? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to you and to all those that contributed for your questions. I will now give the floor to the speakers in reverse order so they can address some of the questions were very direct to people. Others were sort of more reflections. So I would invite our speakers to reflect on the points that they will find that they can contribute or they want to contribute. But I'll do it in reverse order. So Mr. Dai Changzheng, you have the floor. If you.
Yeah, I agree some points of view of our speakers. First of all, I should say that, yeah, we need dialogue, we need communication. However, the situation, we just, wish, positive optimistic future of the China-U.S. Europe relations. However, we need, most importantly, create chances, create, to have more practical ways to change such a situation. That is the most important. And I just say that we have, from my point of view, there are some contradictory elements in the policies. And you see, European side is just another concept is the strategic autonomy. What does this mean? If it means that it should keep a strategic autonomy with both China and the U.S., that is okay. If the strategic autonomy just towards China, just attack, very different stance, different attitude and practices toward United States and China. Now how can the China side, what does the China side will think? So we should keep concept, theories, policies actually cohesive with our practice, with our policy. If our concept, our acclamation, our assertion is not getting cohesive with our practices, then how do people think of your policy, of the logic? So it's okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Françoise, we have the floor, please.
Well, thank you. So very quick points. First of all, about the elections, well, I would tend to challenge the idea that the right is gaining ground in Europe. It's not all that obvious. The recent election in Poland proved exactly the opposite. So, elections are elections. The results are not known in advance. So we'll see what happens. You can never tell. So it's extremely complicated to anticipate what the results will be, and as a result, what the next commission will look like. So I think it's extremely complicated to do such a thing. Second, about strategic autonomy. Well, I'm pretty comfortable trying to explain what it is, since originally it was a French concept. And I think it was a very unclear concept, which was interpreted in very different ways throughout Europe, even throughout France. And as you will have noticed, perhaps, President Macron is now using less and less the strategic autonomy concept and has shifted towards sovereignty. And I think it perhaps describes much better what he had in mind. Strategic autonomy was about the ability to define your own interests, your interest on your own, and not to simply align with the US. That was the point. So it's more about sovereignty than anything else, but it was, I guess, badly understood everywhere, and as well as in China, including China. And this is really a problem with a number of concepts. Same thing is about de-risking. De-risking is badly understood. De-risking is not about China. It is about reducing vulnerabilities associated with excessive dependence. So it happens that, China is one of the economy on which the EU depends a lot for a number of products, but it's not about, China specifically. It's really about, limiting, reducing dependence. But I think it's badly understood. And same thing is true for the Holy Trinity. I think Shada explained very well that we can do many things at the same time, 3 things at the same time. And so there is absolutely no contradiction behind this Holy Trinity of rival, systemic rival, partner and competitor. But again, this is something that is badly understood. So I guess we require a lot of pedagogy to explain exactly what we have in mind. And this is something sometimes very, very complicated. Well, I leave the tricky question about nuclear to Janka, because I'm simply a modest economist, so nuclear stuff is not my stuff. And finally, well, thanks for the concrete proposals about what can be done between the EU and China on climate finance, energy efficiency, circular economy, etc., etc. With regards to data governance, I agree that this is a really big issue. And I agree that the discussion about norms and standards with regards to data governance is also of utmost importance. But as I said yesterday, but perhaps some of you didn't attend the session yesterday, this is a tricky issue again, because the philosophies underlying data governance in various parts of the world are very different. And so, there needs to be a discussion, but to get to a common ground will be, I guess, complicated. But let's discuss.
Thank you, Françoise. I turn now to Mrs. Sun Yongfu. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I think we have a very frank discussion. This is helpful to our bilateral relations, not only in the political arena, but also the economic and trade relations. I share the view of our German friends that saying that, either China or any country join the UN agencies, they would like to cooperate, not to, to dispute. To my understanding, and as our ambassador, Mr. Wu Hailong mentioned, the system difference is there for a long time, and we don't understand why now the EU put systemic rival at the first place. And from the Chinese point of view, we put EU firstly as our partner, cooperative partner. So we try very much, together with our friends from the EU, where we can cooperate. The different sectors we can cooperate, not only in the green economy, for example, but also the international challengers, some other field as well. So we need to cooperate more and enlarge that sectors as we discussed today, but not to heavily mention the so-called rivals. We have never put the EU as our rival. So we don't understand why now, and put China in the systemic rival at the first place and put emphasis on that from time to time. So this is very difficult for us to understand. We try to cooperate, we try to find a way to enlarge our cooperation, but to close, the differences between us is difficult. We put everything on the table as we do it today to discuss the differences, but to enlarge the field of cooperation. I think that's a way to, to look forward as we discuss today, the year of, 2024 or even beyond. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bianca, you have the floor.
Thank you. So maybe first on the question of Wang Yiwei on strategic interdependence and what the concept is supposed to mean, I think we'll be in the category of Françoise of saying it is an attempt to describe the world that we see from a European perspective, a world in which countries do not want to be squeezed into a bipolar order and don't want to choose, and where the strengths of certain middle powers could lie in kind of banding together and creating kind of flexible coalitions around issue-specific areas. Whether this concept of strategic interdependence will take hold as a real concept, I'm very skeptical, let's put it like that. On the question of Wang Xixiao in terms of the question of the European Parliament, I do think it's really interesting to look into, just from a research perspective, what are far right and far left positions on China across Europe, because there's no there's no uniform answer to that. There are far-right parties in Europe that are very pro-Chinese. There are far-right parties in China, in Europe, that are very kind of, very skeptical of China. And I think it is a really good research area at the moment to look into, also from a European perspective, to kind of do a little mapping of where do far-right and far-left parties stand when it comes to China, because that does have, if the fringes are stronger in the European Parliament, this obviously does have an impact on policy formulation. On the question of Jinping, I would say the need to de-risk is the consensus. The how is not the consensus. Welcome to Europe. On these questions we can discuss, we will discuss for years. And obviously there's no consensus among the German business community, because the business community has various different interests. But the fact that the BDI paper is still being referred to, also by companies, also tells you that this is sort of the minimal consensus that they can still agree on, because they could overturn it if they wanted to, but they don't. So this is still the position where the companies feel comfortable having the business associations taking that role and basically taking the hit also for a slightly harder position, and being able to kind of hide behind it as an individual company. And Michael, I couldn't agree more that these security issues belong on the table in these conversations. I think this is the only point where I maybe slightly disagree with Françoise, that I think the fact that Europe does not see China as a kind of existential threat, I do think that that is moving, that this is changing, because the situation in Russia is bringing the security questions, the situation in Ukraine is bringing the security questions much closer home, and we're now having in the German-China strategy a real kind of passage on China as a security challenge, and I think that's something that is very new for the European conversation and emerging, and space conversations and nuclear conversations belong at the heart of that. That is absolutely true. This is a new version of EU-China relations, I think one we have to get used to.
Thank you, Janke. Kui, over to you.
Thanks, Chair. Because of the time is tight, so I'm sorry that we couldn't have time to expand our discussion. But I need to try to, share some 3 points, as I heard so much from my colleagues here. I think firstly, regarding to the so-called trade balance issue, especially raised from Madam Nicola François. François is a very, very close friend of mine, and also a respected economist. So I believe that you do have a very professional analysis about this difficult issue now between China and the European Union on the trade imbalance. But I also would like to say that behind all of this, explanation or analysis from the European Union side on this anti-subsidy investigation or some other trade verifications between China and the European Union, I also would like to mention the, as we know, very, very big ambition from the European Union institution, try to show off its authority as one of the, dominating policy-making institution, and try to practice any kind of even over-regulation against China. Another also mention we will not mention is how about this, as we know, the European Union side try to look for a more comfortable position between this, as we know, gaming between China, US, and the European Union. As we know, because there is still the trade surplus between European Union and the United States, but at the same time, European Union is suffering from this, subsidy competition from Washington. So I think between China and the United States, certainly to choose China as a target of this anti-subsidy investigation will be more comfortable or more favorable for European Union. But according to my observation, that maybe for long term, no matter what happened between Washington and Brussels, no matter how close cooperation, coordination between European Union and the United States, I think still a constructive competition, not only in green economy, in subsidies, some other sectors, will give some more risks for European Union. Try to insist it's a green economy industry policy. Secondly, how about this Ukrainian issue? I don't want to say something more because it looks like China always is defending itself. It looks like China did something wrong once it insists its current position or attitude. I just want to say that maybe from Chinese perspective, once China agree with any kind of requirement from European Union side, especially to share some moral, stance with European Union on Russia, certainly there will be another more requirement from European Union side. For example, European Union side will require China to join into the sanctions against Moscow. And also, European Union side will require China maybe do something similar with the European Union to drop down or to reduce its economic and trade relations with Russia. All of this requirement, I don't think is in the interest of China. I think another very big concern from China is once something did in that way, once something done in that way, what's the benefits for China to get some more, cooperation from European Union or even from United States? Now, I think it's just a very, very big dilemma from this requirement from European Union on China is, so please join me to have some more, condemns or criticisms, even sanctions against Moscow. But of course, at the same time, you need to do something to have some more influence on Moscow. So I think it's a conflicting requirement from European Union. Because once China takes the side of European Union on this Ukrainian crisis, I don't think there will be more space for China to impose influence on Moscow. And also finally, yes, now we are talking about any kind of possibility for the China-EU relations, especially in the next year. Why? Because next year there will be some, political changes happen, not only in Washington and in Brussels or maybe in some other capitals of European countries. I think that no matter what happens, once European Union side just take the approach to deal with all of this crisis and to try to reach resilience, just like President von der Leyen mentioned that European Union needs to go back to future. Of course, go back to the future means that there will be maybe a big cycle or bigger range we need to cover or we need to reach. So unfortunately, the China-EU relations will be part of this approach of go back to the future from the European Union. So, but I think we are still confident about this future. Even we are more patient, even we have some more resilience. But of course, I think now the very big risk for European Union side is go back to the future. The future would be the destination. But perhaps once European Union or some other players make some big mistakes, perhaps we will just go back to the past, not to the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Kui. Fabian, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I'm the last person standing between you and lunch, so I'll try to be very quick. So I'll make very short points, but very happy to also continue that discussion over lunch. First point I want to make, that Henry mentioned the condemnation of nuclear war. And I think it's important to say that this is extremely welcome, and I think it is something which needs to continue to happen, that it has to be clear that this cannot be an option in the war of Russia against Ukraine. Second point, it is difficult to cooperate on climate change because it's intricately linked to industrial policy, to trade, to all of the issues. I mean, this is exactly what we had with electrical vehicles. Is it a climate change issue? Is it a trade issue? And I think that points towards actually more global conversations. We need to have an agreement on what constitutes relevant and effective action to promote climate change and what is protectionism in that context. Third point, I think sometimes the strong reactions to what happens in Europe by China can then make the situation worse. The comprehensive agreement on investment was mentioned. I cannot see a future for the comprehensive agreement on investment as long as there are sanctions on members of the European Parliament. So these kind of reactions and counter-reactions hinder the relationship. Fourth point on the new political cycle, I think, yes, there might be change, but the same pressures and challenges remain. And while there is a diversity of opinion in Europe, I would actually argue that there's a fairly broad consensus on some of the key questions, on some of the key priorities. And sometimes I worry that some of the voices you hear in China are not very representative of that consensus. And I think that's why it's important to have these exchanges. And my final point, and this is a bit of a personal point as well, please feel free to criticize the EU, criticize what we are saying. But when I say something that my Chinese colleagues don't like, then please don't portray it as somehow coerced by the US. The EU has its own opinion, I have my own opinions, we do not speak for the US. We have a lot of disagreements also with the US, so please engage with us on an EU perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Fabian. It remains to me to thank all the participants, all the speakers. I think we have a lot of food for thought, also for the next iterations of this dialogue to continue the conversation. And the conversation will also continue in the afternoon. But I think now it's time, after the food for thought, now to actual food and to have a lunch break. And so enjoy your break. I think we resume at 2 o'clock. Yes, at 2 o'clock we resume. So thank you very much again. And thank you to all the speakers. Thanks.